Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the midnight stream. Hope you all had a great day, having a great weekend. Let me see here. Hey, Zach Cashew, good to see you, girl. JH, good to see you. Hey, Moonchild. Good morning, Steve. Hey, Backwoods. Hey, Rod. Good to see you. Laura. Doc P, hello. All right, there we go. I got the link up there. What's up, Nicole? Hey, Sita. Hmm. There we go. What's up, Stanley? Hey, Zach. Well, Steve, you're always welcome over here, brother. Hey, Patriot. Yeah, this camera, sometimes it does that. I thought it was me too because I'm still wiping the sleep out of my eyes. What did you end up doing today, Zach? Good morning, Debbie. Hi, Bella. Hey, Diane. Nostradamus, good to see you. Well, you smell like elderberry. Go ahead, Zach.
I jumped on with Nikki and Kate for about an hour and then I started learning more code.
Oh, is that this afternoon? All right, sandwich maker. I get you. Thanks for stopping in. Hey, what's up, Ghost Prepper?
I might get to see Kate tomorrow, hopefully. I miss her and I still have her back that I made her.
Oh, A-Rod? Well, when I did my stream earlier, I told everybody I'd be on between 10 and midnight. It's not really a new time. It's just whenever I'm available. Because everybody's always asking me, do you ever sleep? It's like, I do sleep. That's why I'm not always on here. So that's why. Not necessarily a new time. I'm always on pretty much every night between 10 and midnight. That's on the West Coast, by the way. Nachos. Hmm. Let's see here. What do we got? I don't see anything. Let's see. Oh, wow. Gas explosion in China. Huh. Hmm. Whoop-de-doo. Go ahead. Hey,
So I
Patrick.
was prepping 101 stream this evening and they want me to use my middle finger as my new hand signal for when I'm ready to talk.
Oh. That's a good one. Hey, Mud.
And then there's Zach. Right back at you, buddy. Right back at you. Good morning, Miss Cashew. Good morning, Nacho. Ghost. Backwoods and prepping.
Hey, Q lady. Morning, Larry.
Good to see you, Christ.
Anything new coming out of the White House?
Not that I've heard. I would like to address something with Backwoods since he came up on the platform the other night. You laid down the gauntlet. I'm going to pick it up. Yeah, I'm going to work the elections. We've got our primaries coming up, and I'm going to go ahead and work them. That's if they're not already booked up, but they shouldn't be. I've been on the rosters for the last 3 or 4 years. So, see, our election officials are paid.
Hey, brothers. Love y'all.
Good morning.
Hey.
Good to see you. Zach, still good looking. Oh, Zach's pulling out a t-shirt or something. What's going on, brother? What's going on? Oh, your jersey. Your jersey? No, it's not yellow.
Hey, good morning, Hawk.
Good morning.
Oh, nice.
Dude, did they
Oh,
take down your channel again?
I don't think so. Let me look. That's a
don't know,
good question.
Somebody asked me in my stream earlier. It's like, what happened to Hawk's #3 channel? I was like, shit, nothing that I know of.
Nope, it's still there. Last
Thanks,
night's
Joe.
still there.
Encouragement, buddy.
Nope, it's
hey,
still
Hawk,
there.
nice shirt, Zach.
Oh, there you go. Oh yeah.
Yep, I'm still standing. Yeah. Yeah. So I literally just woke up. So it is literally freaking morning to me. I've been asleep since about 3:00 this afternoon.
Right on.
I was not feeling good. I laid down. My head felt like it was 120 degrees inside my head. And I was like, oh, damn. So I laid down and put a cool towel on my forehead and fell asleep and just got up like 20 minutes ago.
Your puppy
Yeah.
video from today was a big hit, but I sent it out. Everybody loved it.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, they're a handful, no doubt. So,
Hey, what's up, Blaine?
so what kind of mischief you guys getting up to tonight?
No, I don't know. I just barely started this stream 10 minutes ago, brother. The night is young.
There you go. Yeah, I was hearing Mutt saying as I was getting ready to log in, he was getting on the election train there to help out. That's freaking awesome, dude. That's,
Staying on the election train. I was actually considering leaving after this last election and the debacle that it was, but I was basically, the way I saw it, basically challenged, and I sat down and thought about it, and you know what, there was merit in what was said, so I can't really, I can't claim to be a fighting Irishman and let some bastard run me off just because they want to try to steal an election.
Yep,
Amen to
exactly.
that.
Exactly. This is your country too. You know, that's the thing that people need to realize, you know, is that it doesn't boil down to just one person. It boils down to everybody working together. Got too many people out there dividing everybody up because of the fact that you don't think the same way that they think and stuff like that. And it's, to me, that's a bunch of BS. You know, to any type of division like that, it's not only un-American, but it's inhuman as far as I'm concerned. You know,
It's Luciferian. It's Albert Pike at its finest. Divide and conquer.
And the thing is you know, it's in both parties. It's not just on one side.
Oh yeah,
We got Republicans doing the exact same thing, creating divisions, and that's wrong. That's seriously wrong. Everybody needs to come together because when we stand together, we are unstoppable.
Amen.
Undefeatable. And you know, that's where the showering of the blessings from God come from. Working together. But a lot of people don't want to do that because his personality is just a little too brass for me. Whoopee shit. Get over your feelings and get into the American spirit. You know, get into, you know, bring the spirit of God with you. You know, bring your love of Christ. And I'll tell you what, There's nothing that we can't accomplish. Nothing.
And I want to make it clear that it wasn't that it was never that I was scared. I just didn't want my name attached to that corruption. You know what I mean?
Oh, I hear you there.
But,
Understood.
you know, that was my issue. It was never that I was scared. But you can't fix it. You can't fix it if you don't work on it.
This is true.
I think Zach's got something to say, fellas.
That's exactly why I'm going to be a constitutionalist if I do run.
Mm-hmm. There you go. Yep.
If I
Take us
could
back
vote
to the
in the
Constitution.
United States, I'd vote for you, Zach. All day long, every day.
Demeter, the runt of the litter is staying with me. That's Liberty. She's not going anywhere. She's staying. Her and Juan are staying. The rest of them are going.
I want that
Right.
one that beats every other dog in wrestling.
That's Freedom.
Freedom, he's funny.
He is. He's a nutcase. They're out playing in the rain in the dark right now.
Oh, wonderful.
They got a nice warm bed and everything, but what are they doing? No, they're outside playing in the freaking rain.
So they're coming
Party.
smelling like wet dog. Lovely.
Oh yeah, especially puppy dog.
Yeah.
Wet.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because they get you all lovey dovey with the puppy breath, and then you smell the rest of them. It's like, oh my.
Oh God, yeah, wet dog smell. No thank you.
I go through YouTube channels like most people go through underwear. What are you talking about?
Yep.
And that's why I'm staying over on the other platform. I don't have to deal with that bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. It's not as many people over there yet. But
Oh,
that's
it's getting there. You know, people are starting to see. You know, whether it's 107 Daily or Gab or what's the other one?
I'm on Odyssey.
Our Freedom book, Odyssey. Odyssey, I haven't quite figured out yet. I'm getting Kay to give me a hand with that as soon as we can actually touch bases on the phone. But yeah, I want to start branching out, reaching out to other people.
I know that you're on Odyssey because I'm sub to you over there. You don't have any notes, obviously. Yeah, but I am sub to you over there. I did that the same night that you found out you had one over there.
Yeah, I was like, what the hell? I didn't know I had.
Yep, I subbed to you
What's
that
up,
same
Jack?
night.
Your tube.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, that's
I'm
pretty
on
good.
YouTube.
Your tube too.
Yep.
Yep.
I'm still working on trying to figure your tube out in some areas.
Go ahead, Zach.
Yes, Ghost. I have a channel. I'm not doing any prep stuff on it, but yeah, I am doing a lot of my own personal commentary on current events. I don't feel like I have anything to offer in regards to prepping right yet because I'm still learning. So. I'm staying in my lane.
Yeah, honestly, it's taken me a minute to get the hang of it too.
Odyssey's not that. See, I think Odyssey's a lot easier for me to figure out than YouTube ever was. But that's me.
Yeah, it's with YouTube. I started using the StreamYard right away, so I never went into the YouTube Studio and all that other stuff
Right.
because other than that, I would make my videos and then just post my videos.
Thank you, Flashu.
You know, I have this camera program on the computer called Minicam. It allows me to switch through windows, screens and things like that. Pretty seamlessly. And I was doing
thinking about
that.
it, Ghost. To be honest with you, I am thinking about it. I was talking to do stuff with Nikki. I'm got my hands on some jars that are like 100 years old. I wanted to make sure that they were that I could use them, and I didn't pay anything for them. They were given away free on Craigslist. Lady had like 30 or 40 of them, and they're like 100 years old. So,
Well, the lids might leave something to be said, but I mean the
I'm
jar.
going to replace the lids, but the jars
Yeah.
themselves, I would definitely replace the lids, but the jars themselves are in good shape. And I just wanted to make sure that they were safe to use with being that old. But she said that as long as, they're sterile, they should be fine.
Yeah, they should be.
All right. Yeah, cool.
Hey, Blaine, good to see you again, bud.
Hi, guys. Is that
So I
Blaine?
found
Hey, your remote. What's up, Billy?
Let's see here.
I did find out something interesting. Hold on a minute. Don't hand with those. They are collector's items. Yeah. Well, that was the other thing I was thinking, Ghost. I wasn't, I can get other jars, but these particular ones are they're 100-year-old like wide mouth ball jars.
Yeah, I'm
The
looking at them
traditional-
right now.
Hey, Zach. Oh, there's that.
Wow, holy crap! Some of them are collector's items.
Yeah.
What are you collecting?
Yeah.
I'm a big collector. I'm pretty smart on all that collecting stuff. I really am. I'm an antique.
I got my
expert.
hands on some 100-year-old ball jars.
Yeah. I don't.
I found a lady who was giving them away. Didn't cost me a dime,
How many did you get?
like 30.
That's not too bad. That's over a case.
They were just random.
Did you-
They
you
were in
didn't-
her,
You,
they were
you
basically
didn't-
in her attic.
They're what?
They were just basically in her attic.
Yeah, they're worth about $1.50 a piece.
No, they're worth more than that. According
Why
to
would
this,
you say that?
I was just looking
I
at
can get
this.
them like $1.50. Well, wholesale, but they might be
I've got
worth.
a
I
couple
don't
of
know. Are they
a couple of
blue?
them, some
They
of
said-
yeah, a couple of them. I've seen a couple of them are the blue.
it says right here, an antique ball brand perfect mason jar sold on eBay for about $80. And it was the deep olive green color, but
Yeah, they have to. That's the blue ones.
Hold on a minute.
Am I correct? I'm correct. I'm sure I'm correct about that. That's all. That's good, dude. I'd get as many. Did you get the lids with them? I guess is what
Thank
I
you,
would
Ghost.
have.
I will. Just say again.
Did you
Posted a photo
I didn't hear
in
you.
Did you get the lids with them?
Some of them have the
The
original
glass
lids.
lid.
On them, yes. Yes. Some of them have the original lids. This
Now
was
you're
basically just a
talking.
hodgepodge. A lot of
Those
these were a
glass
hodgepodge.
lids are
Yeah, they were just a
coming-
hodgepodge in a box.
Those glass lids are coming back into vogue right now. If you didn't know that,
Cool.
the glass lids are actually coming back.
Glass
Oh, I didn't
never
know
should have
that.
gone out of style. We should have just kept it.
No, I mean
Ghost,
the lids.
thank you for that. I will. I'm going to take you up on that because I do have some questions about some things.
Hey, I'm gonna go ahead and step out. I'm gonna go cook me some breakfast and stuff, and check on the pups, make sure that they got everything they need for the night,
I
and then
didn't
I'll pop back after.
okay, Hawk.
Good
I
seeing
was
you.
gonna say, I
Hawk.
didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh no, dude, no, don't even stress it, man. Don't even sweat it. You know, it's you're all good, man. It's I come in here because guys like you and Dangerous and stuff, and it's all about the conversation, man. I'll catch you guys in just a little bit. I just need to get some nourishment going through me, get my body back
I
up.
got you.
I was about to say,
Hold
don't run
on.
off
What is
my
V?
account, brother.
All right, I need to backtrack. What is it V is talking about that I may know?
What is who? What?
If I
Say what,
said, like maybe Celtic Mutt. I'm looking at the chat and it's unspecified V said maybe Celtic Mutt knows. I don't know.
What the hell is that?
She thinks I know.
What the hell is that, right?
But
YouTube's
up,
having
I'm a little
problems.
lost.
How would you know?
What?
Okay, well,
Have you ever seen
okay.
this unspecified V?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I know her
Yeah.
from V and I go back. V and I go back.
Okay, now I get it. It's an inside joke probably. Yeah.
Well,
I was thinking if this is
it's not
somebody
a
who
joke.
didn't know, it
I'm
was weird.
just confused as to what she was saying.
Oh boy. Hey, I really had
yes,
I have a story
no,
that
I get it. Yes, I do know, and it's nobody's business unless you tell them, V, and that's all I'm going to say about that. It's not my place to say anything.
Well, let's not go there. I have a story that I would like to tell you guys. Get you all riled up.
Cool.
It was quite a few years ago. Some gal was driving down the King and she slid off the ice into the river and flipped her car over into it. And she got out of the car and she had her 2-year-old in the back seat in one of those carrier seats, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Those baby seats, whatever. So she couldn't unstrap the kid. So they're underwater at this point. And at the same exact time, luckily, a state trooper was coming down the highway and seen it happen. And he bailed out of his car like a damn hero, went down there and was helping her. And the little kid died, a 2-year-old kid. So, the insurance company would not honor her policy because the kid was like 1.5 pounds overweight out of the car seat.
Yeah,
What
insurance
the-
is a scam. Always was.
Yeah, it's not right.
These bastards never pay out. Trust me, I'm still going after 2 of them.
I must be very fortunate because the 2 times I've had to use insurance to and collect on it, I was able to collect both times.
Disability insurance?
No, I'm still working on that.
Yeah, that's a totally different issue.
Like,
Well, that's a different
they'll
animal.
fight you. They'll fight you on that till the cows come home.
My workman's comp, when I shattered my ankle, that was a workman's comp thing, and they paid out.
Yeah, but can you imagine? Wow.
No, I can't imagine because of what did you say? 2 pounds?
1.5 pounds.
Yeah, no,
I think that
pound and a half.
this is a
I'd
little
lose
bit
my
while
mind.
back. I will tell you
I
this. My mom, I love her dearly. She told me 20 years ago, at least, that insurance company what do they call those people that go into Washington and they push the buttons?
Lobbyists.
Yeah. Boy, I tell you something right there. I mean, I don't have to say anything
Ghost? I
more.
think you're right.
I think she's right. She's the one that told me that. I'm like,
No,
you're
I'm talking about-
kidding
I'm
me.
talking about Ghost.
Money
Looked
rules.
into it and I was like, wow, what the hell's going on with that? She says insurance companies make more laws through legislature by those lobbyists.
Lobbyists.
Yes,
yeah.
lobbyists. They go in and lobby the government for whatever their person
Bug
wants them
dude.
to talk about.
What's Mutt saying? What's Mutt saying? I want to hear what Mutt's saying.
No. I'm laughing at Bug Dude. He was like, "Ghost, your ears are fake." I know what that's from, but yeah, that's what I'm laughing at. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was about to say,
That
no,
was,
he
that was from
does not
something
sound
last
like,
night.
no, he doesn't sound like Lost. I don't know where you're getting that from.
Who sounds like Lost?
Ghost was saying you sound like Lost, Billy.
Oh no,
I think
I'll
he
tell
sounds a
you who
little
I
bit like
sound like.
Lost.
I'll tell you exactly who I sound like. I sound like he's in Ohio. Oh, you all know him. Oh, Guns Coast to Coast. If you
Uh-huh.
got me and Guns Coast to Coast on the same damn stream, you wouldn't know who was talking. I guarantee you that.
Yeah, I could see that now. Yeah, now that
When I listen to Guns Coast and Coast, I'm like, that's not me.
That sounds like you.
Yeah. We have the same voice, but we both have red hair. So, I mean, there's one thing, but we actually do have the same voice. It's uncanny. I put that up on I responded to him. I say, we got to get on the same stream because we could confuse people. It'd be so fun. If he's out there, he can click on and we could start mixing it up. I guarantee you.
V, if I misspoke, V, my apologies.
Yes, son. Yes, V, that's me.
You don't have to apologize to me.
Wait,
I
what's
hope
up,
you don't
Zach?
apologize to me. Hey,
Well,
I
Zach
was
wants to say
apologizing to
something.
V.
Zach's got something.
Let's do it.
Well, hey family, I'm going to go to bed so I can get sleep and plus I can rest it up for Kay if she does come during the day. Have a great night and I love you all.
Okay, Zach, you have
Look,
a
I
good
know
night
you got
too.
a date tomorrow, but you ain't got to go to bed this early. Come on now.
Nah.
If you make her come during the day, you better be making her come during the day.
Wow.
Damn, that was
I got the finger by Zach. That's awesome.
Be careful.
That's
You're gonna get Ghost all jealous over there.
If Zach
Love
gives
you,
you
Zach.
the finger, dude, you better. You are gifted if you get a finger by Zach for sure.
Love you, Zach. Take care, brother.
Good night, Zach.
Oh, shit, I was trying to find something. Yeah.
There's no other late night.
God bless.
I seen somebody shooting off an airsoft in some Alaskan bushwhacking. What the hell was it? Some sort of like prepper. We're gonna take over the world, and they had some airsoft. They were literally shooting airsofts off, and I was like, "What the hell kind of shit is this?" And they were doing some maneuvers that were way dangerous as far as like backing out of a situation. They were flat. I couldn't even believe they even survived it. I couldn't even believe it. I'm like, oh my
Wait.
God.
airsoft or air guns. Which one?
Well, all right. So what they had going on was they had like an extraction procedure going with live rounds, rifles, and then on top of that, right after that, they put these like the women. The women were allowed to have airsoft rifles, and they were. I don't know what the fuck they were doing. It was
There's a
ridiculous,
big
man.
difference between airsoft and air gun.
This was supposed to be some badass Alaskan prepper guy from probably 2014. It was an older video. I couldn't believe it.
Those two. So I've gotta know.
Yeah,
You're
there's a
talking
big
air,
difference between
like,
an air gun and an airsoft gun.
yeah,
Yeah, no shit.
big fucking difference. I actually use an
no
air
shit.
gun.
I'm trying
I've
to
seen
So,
hogs taken down with airsoft. Air guns.
Yeah, dude, I do some seriously crazy shit with some air guns, but you know,
What?
I'm looking at this like, what?
Do we-
You're gonna
Nah,
use airsoft guns for?
I think this was like for just the cameras or something, I guess. I don't
I
know.
didn't realize that I even did it, so I apologize again.
Even the badasses were like with the actual rifles, they were flagging each other, dude, all the way back out of whatever. They were doing the leapfrog. You know what the leapfrog is, right? So
Yeah.
I'm like, all right, that's kind of almost cool. And then, well, you could tell that they didn't know what the fuck they were doing. No doubt about it. And then they skip over to the women and they're like shooting off these airsoft guns. You know, the ones that go, they shoot so many plastic pellets out of them so fast you can't even count them. I don't know, 300 rounds a second or whatever. I'm like, and then they're trying to portray that like that's real life artillery. And I'm like, get the hell out of here.
Yeah.
Okay, I feel like there's some confusion that needs to be addressed because some people seem to think that when people who do what I do say air gun, they think of the little plastic BB things because that's all the experience they've ever had. And I need to point out to you that there is a chasm of difference between an airsoft gun and an air gun. An air gun has the potential to kill. An airsoft gun will bounce off of you. And if you go into a combat situation with an airsoft gun, you are asking to get killed.
Yeah, basically. Yeah.
I appreciate you clarifying that point. I'm from the 80s, so when we were kids, we were actually shooting at each other with pellet guns.
Yeah.
And back
Like
then,
war.
they weren't powerful enough
If you
to do
shot
anything.
somebody in the eye, it was over.
Well, yeah.
Over, dude.
Soft tissues, any of the soft tissues, you caught somebody at a soft tissue. The whole thing was over. It was no longer fun.
You put your eye out.
It's always fun till somebody loses an eye.
That's where that saying comes from. That's why there's a such thing as an airsoft gun.
Yeah.
Well, freaking, you can ask my buddy Backwoods, because when he goes out training, they'll use the airsoft. He says even getting hit by one of those, man, you know it.
Oh yeah, I bet you do. But I'm gonna agree with well, what's his? I can't even read his name anymore.
Blaine?
Yeah, Blaine. I'm going to agree with Blaine 100%. If you think for one fucking minute I cannot take you out with an air gun, you're high, dude.
Exactly.
Way high. And he's got that 22 caliber and that 50 caliber thing.
Yeah.
Fuck, dude.
I was looking at some of the big
damage.
boards recently.
Sorry about that, Blaine.
No, I was just, it stopped me for a second because I was hearing you say, that they're training with this, and you need to train like you're going to do it in the real life because the reality is that there is no room for fucking up.
I don't know if you can though.
You
Unless you're a cop
get
or
one
a
chance to make a mistake.
military.
You get one chance to make a mistake. That's basically what happens when people get killed. Is
Yeah,
they
that's
made a
the whole
mistake.
thing. I seen people. I watch videos and rip around the internet and stuff. I see people fuck up over trying to change a magazine. I was taught that when I did I did a pistol course with the Teton County Sheriff. So it's a pretty badass course. If you ever heard of it, you can look it up on the internet, whatever. And I'll tell you what, when you're under a stressful situation, you might not be able to even rack that fucker back. You don't know. I mean, like, I seen people foul up over changing magazines and trying to charge their weapon, and gosh, it's not. You get tunnel vision, man. It's
That's why
hard.
muscle memory
This is
training
why
is so
keep
important, right?
I keep all of my firearms in condition 1.
That's
And usually without, the only ones I keep the safety on is like my long rifles and shotguns.
Yeah, for good reason. For good reason.
Well,
I don't
There's
know.
no charge, that way all I gotta do is flip that switch.
Anybody up for target practice?
Okay, so one thing that I've actually looked up and tried to find out, maybe one of you guys up on this channel can help me. Can you charge a 15 and leave it charged? Is that safe to do?
Yeah, dude, it's totally safe. I do it all the time. Been doing it for years.
Safety on and trigger appropriateness.
Yep. Your trigger's the big one.
that's what I've heard.
Keep your booger picker off the boomstick.
Yeah, I got
Exactly
that, but I guess what I'm really asking is that can I charge my rifle and store it?
Yeah, absolutely you can.
All right.
Not legally here in Canada. I can't even have ammo
I
in it.
mean, do you walk around with an empty chamber?
I'll tell you a story. I actually did this. I had a 45 para. I think I had 12 round magazine or whatever. And some dude punched me in the face so freaking hard it broke my jaw. And I turned around. Okay, so this was the situation. I'm sitting in the house. I'm sitting on the couch.
You're in Virginia. Sorry, Blaine. Go ahead.
That's Billy.
This
I'm sorry,
this
Billy.
is
Go ahead.
touchy.
My apologies.
This is touchy. This is touchy,
Hey,
but
gotcha.
this is real. Hold on. This is touchy, but this is real life. So this is the situation. I'm over at a friend's house, and Mama's home, so I'm hanging out with Mama. Daddy's not home. He's at the bar. This is a long time ago, back when I was doing a bar scene, whatever. Daddy brings home some fucker from the bar. And I'm friends with Christy, that's her name. And I go out and like, Carl, what the fuck you doing? You know, this guy's an asshole. You could already tell that, you know, he brought this guy home, whatever. I was like, dude, you're an asshole and you should get out of here. I'm outstepping my britches. I already know that I'm out of line. So anyways, I go into the house and I sit down on the couch, and the couch is situated in the middle of the living room. So there's access behind the couch. There's access in front of the couch, obviously, to the TV. This dude, I forget his name now. I knew it for a long time. He didn't like what I was saying to him because I was basically telling him, hey, you should just go home or get the fuck out of here. I had a 45 auto on me. And what he had done, he didn't know that I was packing, by the way, obviously. He came in. We were all drinking. This is a fucked up situation. He came in and he came up behind me. I was sitting on the right end of the couch. The left end of the couch is on the wall. and he hooked me. He hit me so hard it broke my jaw. But he thought he knocked me out, and it didn't knock me out. So what I did was I'm like, wow, that fucker just hit me hard as fuck. So I got up, I pulled my 45 auto out as a pair ordnance. I racked one in the chamber. I pulled the slide back, let the slide out, and I aimed it at him, and he was gone. Now, looking back on it, I will tell you this. Nowadays, I don't have to rack the slide. I will not. I carry one in the chamber.
Mm-hmm.
But I will tell you this. That saved that motherfucker's life, because I would have not stopped shooting at that fucker until I wouldn't have. So I'm kind of conflicted between the point to where, all right, he's still walking around on the earth and was it really worth it? Like, really?
I don't know. Did he pay for your jaw?
No, actually, he didn't.
Well, there you go. Maybe you should have shot him.
Yeah, but I would have been in way more trouble. So here we come with the cops, seize my weapon. Actually, it was funny because, and I'll tell you this is a fun part of the story, and I don't care about telling it. My friend Carl that lived there, he's like, oh, I said, hide this. Oh, the cops are coming. I'm like, hide my gun, right? So we hid my gun underneath a pile of clothes because they had kids. So if you have kids, you got piles of clothes to do laundry or whatever. So anyways, and then I had my holster. So I took that off the belt. I should have just left.
No, John T, you're only half black. You would have only been half shot.
So I
right.
so I would have been shot with what?
No,
I was talking to John T. He said he was black. He would have been shot. I said, no, he's only half black, so he would have only been half shot.
Well, I'll tell you this. Cops don't want to dig through your dirty ass clothes to find your gun.
Hell no. They probably didn't
But
even have.
check this part of the story out. I had a Galco holster, small of the back. And I took that off. Carl hid the gun underneath the
Ain't that the truth, John T? Shot is shot. You're right about that. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt again.
No, that's all right. I'm trying to figure out what you said, but anyways,
again agreeing with John T. He said shot is shot, and I said yes. He's right about that.
I'm trying. I want to hear how this story ends up. So
this is how the story ends up.
Gun under a pile of clothes.
Yeah. So the cops don't want to look underneath the dirty ass clothes, and my holster we stuck in the microwave. Think about that for a minute.
Oh,
okay.
God.
Well, you said you were drunk. So
anyhow, so they got me when they showed up, and Carl was saying, "You gotta get out of here. You gotta get out of here." And I should have just got the fuck out of there and went home or whatever, because I just pulled a gun on a guy. And the point of the story is, I didn't have one in the chamber, or that motherfucker would have had some 45 rounds in him. So he got out. We hid the gun underneath a pile of dirty ass clothes. I threw my holster in the microwave. They never found the holster. And they were looking. And when the cops did, they finally pressured Christy and Carl, like, where's the gun? 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 Bullshit. And they're like, finally, I don't know if it was Carl or Christy that cracked. They're like, oh, here it is. It's under. And the cops were like, damn, that's a really nice gun. I'm like, that's as nice as it was. Yeah, well, yeah. I like nice shit. And anyways, I got out of it. I got out of that situation through a lawyer. Blah. I
See,
did not get my gun back, by the way. And I was never a felon or had any problems. They
Yeah.
still kept that gun. I
Dude,
never
okay,
seen that gun
that's
again.
why this is total bullshit. This guy comes in and fucking cracks you in the jaw. You
Oh,
pull a
broke
gun
my
on
jaw,
him.
dude.
Okay, so you got a broken fucking jaw. How are you even talking to the cops at that point? Doesn't that hurt like hell?
Well, okay. Technically, I mean, well, not technically or whatever, but my bottom teeth were laid back onto my tongue. So he broke my bottom jaw. So I could still talk and shit. I had to go to the hospital. Had to get some, they called it tape. That's metal shit that they stick on. It's braces, basically, to get you, straightened back out.
You essentially had your jaw wired shut.
Well, no, because if you wire somebody's jaw shut, you're wired there. No, it's just braces on.
Well, anyways, I think the point of the story is you were the one assaulted, like Arizona said, and then they stole your gun.
No, the point of the story is Danger. The actual point of the story is I wasn't packing one in the chamber, and I am glad that I did not do that because I would have killed that fucker.
I don't understand. I don't even understand if you didn't use the gun. This guy, the one that called the cops, apparently they called the cops and said, "Hey, this guy's pointing a gun at me," but he just fucking broke your jaw.
Hold on. Okay, I'll tell you. All right. I'll straighten it out right now. The point of the story is he attacked me. I pulled my gun out, and that scared him enough to get running. And by the time I could pull the slide back and jack around in the chamber, he was gone, and I didn't have to kill him. Thank God.
But still,
and at this point, I'd say
just the way the cops treated you.
Why the fuck carry the gun in the first place if you don't keep one in the chamber?
Yeah, I can argue.
Well, there's one in the chamber right now, but at the same time, I'm telling you, I don't want to kill anybody.
Nobody does, dude. That's not the point. That's not the point. Anyways, all right. Ghost, welcome to the chat, my brother. How you doing?
Going on, man. How you guys doing tonight?
I'm not too bad, brother.
Good. Mutt, number one, I put that message in the chat, and you said you're new to prepping and you want to learn some stuff, bro. Hit me up anytime you want to about any topic you want to talk about. I'll hook you up as much as I can, like for real. Two things for Billy. Well, actually, one thing for Billy. Yeah, the second thing for everybody. Number one, Billy, you do realize you just literally admitted to a class 2 or 3 felony.
That's a class 2 felony.
Yeah, the class 2 felony on the internet, brandishing a weapon, threatening somebody's life. I just want to throw that out there. So please, especially when you're on somebody else's channel and you're making them an accessory to that, please think about what you're saying and how you say it, because that's
I've already been through court with that.
It's not about you, okay? This is Dangerous's channel.
Yeah,
for that. You didn't go to court.
Nah,
this channel will come under scrutiny because of it.
But you know what? You know what? I maybe on my other channel I would worry about it, but over here, this is where we push the boundaries.
That's cool. The other thing,
it's all right, guy. Look, I appreciate. Look,
I'm just looking out for you. You know, I mean, just be real careful why you say things like that. That's
clarify.
Stupid. The other thing is the topic about storing your 15 with it charged. Please do not ever do that. There are a couple reasons.
I don't.
The number one reason is a spring works in tension and compression. If you compress the buffer spring for an extended period of time, the spring loses retention and it won't work properly, number one. Number two, If you really want to test the topic, go ahead and charge your weapon, put a round in it, hold it parallel to your body about 2 feet off the ground and drop it and see what happens. All right. You're going to put a hole in your roof. The weapon's going to go off. Yeah. Don't ever charge an AR and keep it charged. Don't do that. That is not safe. It is not safe at all. It's a bad idea.
Can I break in for a second and talk to you? I like what you're saying. My understanding is what wears the spring out is compression and decompression.
If you leave it compressed for too long, it loses its tension, thereby making it a weaker spring.
Okay.
And what Ghost
All right.
is saying is that if you drop that weapon with it like
That's
that,
what I'm
you're
thinking.
going to blow a hole through your roof.
Spring steel will lose its memory over time if it's under constant stress.
Yes. That's opposite of the way springs are made to work. You know, that buffer spring is there for a reason. When it springs forward, it does its job. If you keep it under pressure, it's going to lose its rigidity. Number one. Number two, if you charge it and you've got a round in there, or you don't even have to have a round in the chamber. If you charge it with a loaded magazine and you drop that weapon, even if it's in your closet and it falls over sideways and hits the ground, that slide's going to slam forward. It's going to automatically load a round and it's going to go off. Trust me, I've seen it happen.
Because it's a spring-operated system, absolutely.
It's going to go off. You're going to have a negligent discharge, and somebody could get hurt. Don't ever store your weapon charged like that.
Okay, all right. Maybe we just fooled a myth, because where I'm getting my ideas is from keeping magazines loaded for 20, 25, 30 years. And it doesn't seem to screw with them too much.
We're not talking about the spring in the magazine. We're talking about this.
No, I understand that. I understand what you're saying.
I don't know anybody that keeps their magazines loaded for 25 years.
How old are you?
Just before I use them, usually.
How old am I? I'm 51.
Well, you're older than I am, so I'm sorry about that.
I've actually been a follower of Billy for a little while, and some of the shit that he says, I kind of sit there and I question it, but because of my machinist skills that my dad taught me. However, I will say that I have seen that done though. A magazine that has been loaded for years and years, and it holds fine. It depends on the steel. It depends on the temper. It depends on all of everything that goes into it.
Yeah,
I was thinking
you're saying about the magazine spring is also going to lose its tension over time with that constant pressure of having the rounds in there, and that's a possibility actually.
Well, my question is,
I don't do that with
willing to risk your life on that?
No, here's the thing, guys. Spring in the magazine is a completely different type of spring that is used in a buffer system on an AR. Okay, the spring in the magazine, if you want to take the bottom off your magazine and look at it, it's in a rectangle shape. It's not round, rectangular. Okay, the spring in the magazine. There you go. Look at Remote Christian here. Okay, he's showing you how it works. The spring in the magazine works completely different than a round spring in a buffer. Okay, it's made for a completely different source. Every time you eject a round, every time a round pops up through the magazine, that spring is under less pressure. That a weak spring in a magazine will still work. It won't work really, really well, but it will still function and work. But if your spring in your buffer that operates the system goes down, you're in deep trouble. I would rather the spring in my magazines are weak versus the spring in the buffer. Now, is it wise to keep your magazines fully loaded for years and years and years at a time? Obviously not.
You make a very good point.
I have something to say. It also has to do with the type of firearm. Again, yes, we're talking about AR-15s here, but if you keep your magazine for your pistol loaded, it's still going to be a functional magazine for at least the first 4 shots, which is what Mud is getting on. You want to have the constant capability without having to worry about, do I have to rack around? That's what your pistol's for. You take your pistol, that gets you to your rifle. Your rifle then defends the homestead.
The thing too about the springs, all right, the spring in a buffer has to work at the same pressure every single time. First round, the 500,
really close.
Every single time it's at the same amount of pressure. The spring in your magazine, every time a round is withdrawn from that magazine, the amount of stress on that spring goes down dramatically. So even though it's weaker, it actually gains strength every time.
So
comes out of that.
So here we go. Here we go with the cyclic rate.
Yeah.
Has anyone ever did any studies on cyclic rates for those box springs, is what you would call them, as opposed to the coils? I mean, I seen a couple different springs for a buffer tube.
I used Vietnam.
And I don't know what you're jacking out of.
I used Vietnam era magazine in Iraq. Okay, those springs last. They're very, very good, and they're easy to change.
Yeah, but that's a magazine, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can play with the magazine spring.
Yeah, I'm talking about the buffer spring or the buffer tube
magazine
thing.
Spring has you've got a lot of leeway left and right with a magazine. You don't have any leeway when it comes to your buffer spring. That's like saying you're going to run your engine without a head gasket. You don't want to do that.
There's no doubt every spring will deteriorate over time.
Yes. They will all deteriorate over time. You don't want to leave all your magazines fully loaded, for years at a time.
Well,
it's not good.
I don't know. The way I see it is, when I read up on it, they just said, look, the buffer tube spring really only gets its wear and tear when it's actually, compressed and then released.
Yeah.
So, if you can keep it compressed, and from what I read, they said it's going to fire just fine for you if you leave it sitting there for 10 years.
That is my question. That is my question to all you military.
I mean, I understand you don't believe that way, but then again, I've heard this whole spring, the whole spring debate is kind of it's just everybody's opinion. You know what?
Yeah, right. I don't want to talk about that, but I want to talk about.
Not to mention, buffer springs are really easy to replace.
No, what I want to actually talk about is, can you keep one in the chamber ready to go, or should I ride? That's the ultimate question. Should I have it live, or should I have it?
Okay. Now here's another thing.
Right, quick though.
If you're gonna keep it like that, here's another thing to keep in mind. Here's another thing to keep in mind now, is what kind of temperature, what kind of climate is it being left in? I mean, is it gonna get barrel rust? If it sits out for a year or two. I mean, there are areas in Florida. I mean, just especially in the humid states, man. If you get a lot of humidity,
that's a good point.
Your barrel's gonna rust. I live in the Arizona desert, so I mean,
that firearm's gonna need attention every 2 months.
I gotta worry about a fucking scorpion crawling down the fucking barrel.
Right.
What you got, Blaine? I saw Blaine here saying.
Excellent point.
Is there any way to decharge an AR-15 safely so that you can leave a round in the chamber without having the firing pin held back?
What?
There's a way to do that. Yeah, you just remotely slide the bolt housing forward with the charging handle.
A decocker?
Yeah.
Yes, it's a decocking situation. That's why I was asking Ghost about.
But, I mean, the problem is.
I like what Dangerous was saying. Well, I'll tell you what I do. I don't leave them live. In my handguns, I have a round in. In my rifles, I don't. I would love to think that I could, but I never do.
Firearms safety 101. Never, charge your AR and leave the bolt carrier to the rear. It's not only
I agree with that. Yeah.
Not only is it not smart, it's unsafe and it's reckless as shit. I mean, you just don't do that.
Right.
So I'm doing the right thing.
I'm doing the right thing, I guess.
I mean, so I keep mine charged with one in the chamber, 40 round mag, and it hangs on my wall.
So if I pull the charging handle back,
you keep it charged. You got the
I keep it charged. Yeah.
That's
so if I pull the charging handle back and let it go, and there's a round in the chamber, my buffer spring is compressed. Is that true?
Well, let's see. If
charge the handle to the rear and there's already a round in the chamber, you're going to get a double feed.
That's not what I'm saying, dude. I'm not that dumb. I'm dumb, but I'm not that dumb. If I fucking jack one in, throw it on safe.
So you pull. All right. So what? You're going to take the magazine out, or are you just going to throw an empty magazine in there? Because mine only locks back on an empty magazine.
All right. I don't want to. I'm starting to sound.
All right. Yeah. So, I mean, mine only locks back when.
Let's break it out of this.
I can walk around with my 45 with one in the chamber, but I can't walk around with one in my AR.
No, well,
that's what I'm asking. That's the.
I'll tell you what. If it gets to the point where I need my AR and I don't have time to charge it, that's why I'm glad I keep it charged. All I gotta do is flip that one switch, and we're hot.
You can charge your weapon. You can load a magazine. Okay.
Can you store it?
Hang on. You can load an empty weapon. If it's completely empty, you can put a magazine in the bottom and you can charge it and ride the charging handle forward. And all you have to do is switch it to fire and pull the trigger, and it will work. Okay?
Because the firing pin has been set.
The rear.
Yeah, but is it a good idea to store it that way for months?
Not for any spring, no.
Why would you
Well,
store
dude, well then I guess all my freaking magazines are fucked then, because they've been fucking stored to the rear. Okay, so this spring debate.
I'm saying.
Go around, dude. This spring debate, we're gonna go around in circles on. I'd prefer something different to talk about. But no, I carry.
What do you prefer to do?
Well, just like I keep my shotgun.
What do you prefer to do?
I keep my shotgun fully loaded too, maxed out. Dude.
Store your weapon, store it loaded, but don't store it charged. If it's a weapon.
Okay. All right. That's what I wanted to hear. Just what you just said.
If it's a primary, my sidearm is charged right now and ready to go.
Absolutely.
Stored,
I'm doing right. I'm doing right. I don't.
For something, it can be loaded, but just don't charge it.
All right. All right.
I say I keep mine charged. Whatever you do, do whatever. But you know what? Buffer springs are easy to replace. If I ever find out I have an issue with it, I've got extra already.
I have a spring collection.
If it's charged correctly, if you've got a round in the chamber and the bolt carrier is forward, there is no stress on the buffer spring.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I figured.
No,
you're talking about keeping it locked back.
Right.
Yeah, but what Danger said, said, if you put a bullet in that and you seal off the end of that barrel, you're gonna have rust issues.
I'm not. No, like I was saying, if you live in a humid area, you're gonna have those issues. Out here, the worst I got to worry about is dust and scorpions. Okay.
Dry desert.
Okay, so basically, what I'm hearing is no one's got a chambered round in there ready to go. Reckies.
I do a long rifle, not a long rifle.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just not good etiquette. If you ever took a course, that's about the first thing they taught you.
Yeah, and that's the way I say it. I said that
trigger conscientiousness and appropriateness. Never do you go near that trigger unless you intend to use it.
Something to be destroyed at the end of that sight picture. So, and a backdrop. I'm all trained up on all that crap, but
well, actually, I've got one that hangs upside down, Nicole, and then my son's, who I did not maintain it, so I took it back from him, and that one is just kind of leaned up next to my BB gun right now.
I'm happy to have a bunch of badasses on here and say, hey, you don't have to.
Anyway,
I appreciate all you guys and say what I don't.
So anyways,
you know how to work
I can't understand anything when you talk over each other. Ghost, go ahead.
You know how to work your weapon system. It literally takes a fraction of a second to charge it. If you know how to recognize a dangerous situation, you can not only load and charge your weapon, but react to the situation.
Kind of like Kyle Rittenhouse did.
Exactly. Don't pre-plan.
He's in prison for life.
For a disaster. Plan to be ready. Don't over-plan. I mean, don't walk everywhere with a round in the chamber pointing at people. That's just freaking stupid. Have a weapon. You know how to use it. I mean, I'm going to tell you right now, I carry every single day. There is not a round in the chamber of my weapon. Why? Because I can pull it and charge it at the same rate that I can pull it and pull the trigger.
I just told you the story about that. I carry every single day too, and the only reason that guy's still alive is because I didn't. And now I do.
Billy, he's talking about the fact that in your rifle versus in your pistol. In your pistol, yes, you carry a round in your chamber because you're 45. You can leave your hammer forwards, and when you leave your hammer forward, then you're able to pull and cock that hammer as fast as you need it to be, and be able to fire your weapon when he's being a dipshit. You don't actually have to rack around in a 45. In a AR-15, you do have to rack around. Because otherwise, what you're doing is you're placing yourself at an extreme risk, and everyone around you. Because if you drop that gun, if you do anything stupid with that gun, it's going to go off. And that's what he's saying.
And Billy, I mean, you said you'd have a 45. You said you have a 45. I'm thinking it's probably a 1911. If it is a 1911, then you have a half cock position. You know what that is?
No, I'm rich. I have a lot of money. I buy CZ shit.
I like CZ.
All I could say is in all the years I've owned,
but I like 1911 too,
and worked with my AR-15.
1911
Granted, now I've never dropped it because
I don't drop that.
It's an AR-15. You don't want to drop it. Now I have dropped my Springfield on a glass coffee table, bounced off, fell on the ground, didn't go off. Okay, it's striker fired. It's not hammer fired.
It shouldn't go off.
Now, Billy, your 45 has a half cock position, right?
Yeah, the decock should have a decocker.
Yeah. No, not decock.
No, I'm not dumb on that. Dangly, look, you guys are all badasses, and that's why I'm here.
No, this is a legitimate question.
My only question was, can I run an AR-15 with one hot in the chamber, throw it in the corner, so that my dear old mom can pick it up when some raccoon comes by
and not have to worry about racking it?
Yeah, or whatever.
Yeah,
I got this AR-15 shit. It's ridiculous.
Could cost your life.
Absolutely, you can. Is it safe? No. But
all right, there you go. That's exactly what I wanted to hear.
It's safe as long as you keep the safety on and keep your finger off the damn trigger.
It's safe as long as you have to charge. Fine.
Now, it's a popular saying. Everybody says don't go out half cock. That's actually a popular saying, but it's actually a legitimate safety feature on 1911 and several others.
Look, I will 100%. I will 100% refer back to the story to where I saved the guy's life by not packing hot. That's something to think about.
I hope Ghost didn't lose his internet.
Oh, he's pissed at me.
No, that's not it at all, I don't think.
No, it's just he was trying to say something and everybody was talking over him, and I know it's just annoying.
Be smart.
So, anyways, I've been dude a lot. I watch a lot of gun channels, tons of them, and a lot of the newer. Hey, Moose man, speak of the devil, man, get your ass up here, Moose. We're talking about guns again.
He's a smart fucker,
dude. He is super intelligent. Well, he's been around the block. Let's just say that he's been around more blocks than most of us even have witnessed. But anyways, yeah. So I keep my AR-15 charged.
I would like
one in the chamber with the safety on.
I would like to hear his take on it. Can you pack an AR-15 hot? Basically,
yes, you can.
I know you can.
You know, and also, I mean, if you want to go down that road, you guys start talking about state laws. You know, I mean, what are the laws? Are you allowed to walk down the street with a loaded AR-15, or aren't you? Some states, some states, you're allowed to open carry, but you cannot have one in the chamber.
You can do both.
Oh, damn it, Blaine.
Wow.
You can do both.
You need a new fucking AC unit, dude. That thing is way too loud.
Both. It doesn't matter. You can do concealed, open, or rifle in my states. The 2 states that I live in. No problem.
Moose, what's going on, brother?
There's Moose.
By the way, I got my...
I fell asleep waiting for you to text me.
No, I'm sorry. I emailed you instead.
Right. I think, what's his name?
Yeah, well, I had the phone on my chest, so when you texted me, it would wake me up.
No.
Oh, well.
So, anyways, yeah, we were talking about...
can't get here on time.
Basically, one was...
Here's the question. Can I... This is the question. Can I pack my AR-15 with one in the chamber and store it for weeks or months on end? Does it hurt the buffer spring? Is it dangerous to transport? Or I pack a pistol and I keep one in the chamber. Can I do that with an AR-15? Basically, that's the whole... We've gotten all kinds of different... These guys are smart. I'm not going to bang anybody up, but you might have the right ideas. I don't know.
Okay, very simple.
What's everyone's opinion? Can I...
All right.
Hold on, Billy. Moose is getting there.
Yeah. Very simple. You can leave a round in the chamber, bolt closed, safety on, on an AR-15. You can store it, I mean, in a case, a scabbard, whatever you want. I suggest when people do that, though, if there's other people around, then you tag the gun as with a red tag saying ready to fire, remove safety. Basically, you pick it up, click the safety off, and start shooting. It's perfectly safe to do that, as long as there's no little kids around that could grab that gun and kick the safety off. Exactly. Now, it's the same way with the 1911. Same way with the 1911. We carry them loaded and locked and ready to rock.
All right. So,
you can carry it in condition.
Here's my question. All right, because I have not had a hammer fire pistol since my 357 revolver. I've never had a 45. But I've studied them enough. I know that you can half cock them, and it relieves some of the pressure on the trigger, right?
Well, you on a 1911, you carry it when you rack it. You rack it, you load around, and you click the safety on. The hammer has to be back in the ready to fire position to put the safety on. If you let the hammer down, you can't put the safety on. So that means you would have to cock the hammer to fire it.
It's a fail safe.
Hmm.
See, it's a double action pistol.
I always wondered how that works because, you know, I figured it would need a full swing. Maybe if it half cocked, what does that mean? That you need to fully pull it back and cock it all the way?
That means, okay, it's similar to a revolver, except if you know the difference between a single action and a double action.
I do.
A Ruger single action pistol is the same way. In other words, you load. That's why they used to say in the old Rugers, load 5 and leave it on a dead cylinder because they didn't have a safety bar. Then Ruger did the modification and put a safety transfer bar in so you could load 6 rounds in and keep the hammer would be cocked back until you cock.
We lost you, Moose.
Nah. There he is.
Give it a second. I'm back. Okay. So in other words, that's single action. A 1911 is single action. Now a SIG P220 or an M9 Beretta are double action, which means you carry with a round in the chamber and the hammer down and the safety off. And then you can squeeze the trigger and bring that hammer back and it fires, and then it goes into single action after that.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
I hope that.
I'm so glad that
internet.
I know it, right?
Okay. It does. Okay. So half cock means you don't have to pull it as hard to get it to fire, right?
Okay.
Plus, it's also going to keep the hammer.
On a 1911, you would have to cock the hammer.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then there's that half cock. I've seen some of the modern 45s. They've actually got a lever 4 decocker.
I have several of those.
Maybe I just need to play with one more. Oh, that didn't come out right.
The 1911 doesn't have a decocker.
The newer ones do. Trust me, they do.
Okay. This is an unloaded for educational purposes pistol.
Okay.
All right. Here's a 1911. That's the cocked hammer. All right.
Yes. That's full cock.
You can put the safety on. Okay. Right. Plus it has a grip safety. So it cannot fire in this mode, but it's ready to go if you have a round under the hammer. If you have a round under the hammer, it's ready to go by dropping the safety down and squeezing the gun. Then you can fire it. Okay.
All right.
There's a half cock. All right.
Okay.
You cannot put the safety on. The safety will not go on. And if you squeeze the trigger, nothing happens. So to fire on a 1911, you would have to cock it. Okay. And then it's single action from there.
Shit, Ghost has got to have bad internet right now.
And that is the 1911 and a hand.
So it has a safety notch, one cock back off the firing pin. Off the firing pin, it has one notch. Okay.
Yeah, and that's a half cock.
But that's how. But you can't put the safety on.
But you also can't pull the
There's
trigger.
no real half cock. It's a safety. It's a click off, and then that's cocked and ready to go right there, and then you can put the safety on.
That's a Series 80 right there, isn't it? Is that an 80? Is that an 80 or is it?
No,
that's an 80.
Mark IV Series. This is a 70.
That's a 70. Yeah.
Oh, come on, man! Don't be like that. Don't take your Don't take your ball and go home. That's not at all what we meant, brother. Right. And don't think I wasn't listening, dude.
Right.
That's why I did some research while you were.
That's a nice gun. I don't like that 80.
That's why. I think it's just a misunderstanding. Just like when we were talking about leaving your AR-15 charged and loaded, and I do that. I do that because that's part of my home. That's part of my home defense, you know. And it's got the red dot on it for close quarters type shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
so,
right.
Don't take that.
That's why I'm asking. That is my home defense.
Now this is the SIG P220.
All these guys.
Okay.
Oh, he pulls out the SIG.
Okay.
Damn it.
This is double action.
Moose, hold on one
double
second.
Action, which means
no, he's not yet. Hold on, Stanley. He'll be back in here.
Right.
Oh shit.
No, what I'm saying is I'm getting ready to go to bed. I was just going to say goodnight to everybody.
Oh, okay. All right, Mo.
Good night.
Good night, brother.
All right, y'all have a good night. Good night, everybody in the chat. Ghost, I will definitely get up with you. I do have some questions, and I'll talk to everybody else later on. Y'all be good.
And Ghost, come on back, bud.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. There's Scott.
Good night.
So okay, so that does not have the half cock option, correct?
Okay. The P220 is double action, which means if I squeeze the trigger, if I have a round under the hammer and I squeeze the trigger, you notice what happens. Okay, let me see if I can get the lighting right here. If I squeeze the trigger, the hammer will come back and it will fall and fire. So you can carry this one with a round under the chamber, hammer down and safety off, and it's safe because there's a blocking bar. Okay, but then you can also cock it and put the safety on,
and then same thing.
And it's ready, right? And it's ready to fire, but it's not made to carry like that. But it won't fire without the magazine in it.
Oh, okay.
So.
Oh, I remember those. I remember those guns. That's a 90s gun right there, isn't it, Moose? Tell me the truth. Yeah, I remember those guns. That was a big problem that we had back then.
Yeah, this is a very safe gun. It's very safe. And it's highly desirable gun because it has a decocker on it too.
It was one of the first.
Like I said, mine are all striker fired.
Okay.
I think
yeah, this one has a decocker right here that you pull down to decock the gun after you load it, and then it's ready to go with a round under the hammer, magazine in. It's ready to go.
Okay.
Cool. So,
how much do those
is a preferred type of gun for law enforcement.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you what are those things? What's like the retail on those?
They're about $550 back in the day.
Back in the day,
God. Yeah, they're over 1,000. They're over 1,000, 1,200 now.
525, 545 back in the day. I know I've been through all of them.
No, thank you. I mean, I wish I had that kind of.
Now they're over 1,000.
That's why I
Yeah.
like. That's why I liked the 92F back then. Actually, I started carrying Glock in 1991, I think. I had the second gen is where I started. I actually bought a first gen Glock in
Morning,
port.
Eric.
I wish I still had that pistol. I didn't know this was going to turn into a gun show.
Well, that we are
There's
only
your-
starting off.
There's your
guns
M9 or 92.
They are.
There you
There's
go.
your
That's
92,
M4
your
right
M9.
there.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's the M9.
Moose, Moose,
Yeah.
what do you think of the
Same as
Browning
the
high
92.
power?
Okay.
Browning High Power is a brilliant piece of invention.
One of my favorite handguns.
But it's similar to the 1911 design. It's the Browning design.
Precisely,
Let me ask you this. If you have a Browning 9, if you have a Browning High Power, do you not have a Walther PPKS?
No, but I have enjoyed shooting a Walther.
I've got P38.
Everybody that I know that ever had a high power had a PPKS. It's a good backup gun.
Laws are a bit different here in Canada.
Oh.
Well, yeah. Well, that's one of the things I said at the beginning. You got to check your local laws. I mean, where I live, it's constitutional. I mean, you can carry pretty much however the fuck you want. The cops don't really give a shit.
Moose Man might appreciate this. I went right from the Browning High Power to the Dan Wesson.
Dan Wesson, I've heard really good things about those.
Can you post something
I heard
about
they're
that? I haven't
expensive.
heard of it.
You haven't heard of the Dan Wesson 1911?
No, not 1911, dude. This is 44 mag. 3 barrels come with it in the case.
Revolver.
And a feeler gauge so that you can switch them out.
As in Smith & Wesson.
The revolver?
As in Dan Wesson. A revolver, 44 mag.
Exactly.
3 barrels come with the gun. And filler gauges to gap them whenever you switch them out. You can do it in like 3 minutes. You can go from a 3-inch to a 6-inch to a 9-inch.
Nice.
And you better have hearing protection.
Yeah, right. Well,
Right
you
off
don't
the bat.
You don't always get that opportunity.
You can get away with not having eye protection, but you better have hearing protection.
Dirty
Guaranteed.
hairy gun there.
I'll tell you what. By the time I
Maybe-
hear somebody break it, by the time I hear somebody breaking into my house, gives me about freaking 2 seconds to grab my firearm, whichever one I choose. Probably my shotgun.
See, the M9 has an interesting safety feature to it. That if the gun is loaded and the safety is on, you can squeeze the trigger all you want and nothing's going to happen.
Yeah, that's
So,
common,
if
I
you-
think, across a lot of them.
It disconnects,
I
right?
have
So
that.
then,
I'm carrying that right now.
So it was made to carry with a round under the hammer and the safety off in a holster. So once you carried it like that and you drew the weapon, you were ready to just do the same thing. Squeeze the trigger, it would cock the hammer and fire. And then once it fires, the hammer is back in single action. So it takes less for the second shot.
I can.
That's why I prefer the striker.
I can
just
jump.
I prefer the striker because then I don't have to worry about the hammer near as much.
I can jump you just a little bit. I don't like when the decocker's on top of the slide. I like when the decocker's on the frame. There's not too many like that, but
that depends on the decocker. Like the Makarov has a decocker too, built onto the same way. scares me every time I drop it. I know it's not going to go off, but I prefer to ease the hammer down anyway when I decop.
Yeah.
And then the Makarov is the same way.
Well, see, like this gun also is unloaded. There is a practice round in there. It's my iTarget laser.
Oh yeah, you got a sweet pistol. That's
And,
enough.
But this is striker fired. You know, there is no hammer back here.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, you know, it's just you squeeze the trigger. This is your main safety. I mean, it does have the safety on it. I don't like to use it though.
You guys can
keep it ready to
You
go.
guys can beat me up all you want, but man, I'm a Glock fan. If there's one gun in the whole world, it'd be a Glock. I don't know.
Well, Glocks,
sorry.
most Glocks are striker fired too, if I recall.
What's that?
Aren't most Glocks striker fired, or they hammer fire?
They started it. Well, they actually didn't start it, but they proliferated it from 1960. I know the history of all the striker-fired pistols. I think the first striker-fired pistol is a German gun, and it was like when we were kids and we had those squirt guns, and they were all. I don't even know how to describe them.
Later
Those
on,
are, I think it was a SIG.
I'm not a fan of striker-fired guns.
You're a 1911 guy. There's nothing wrong with that.
I'm a 1911 guy or
There's
a
nothing
hammer
wrong
guy.
with
You know,
that.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong
it's
with
been
that.
a great design for over 110 years.
Yeah, I mean, you know, this whole topic with, I mean, we started off with springs, you know, and keeping them charged, and we did. It's like, dude, it's everybody's own. How do you want to carry it?
My question was, and Mishman answered it.
Dude, I'll tell you what, dude. Most of the shooters, I don't blame them if they walk around with one, without one in the chamber. Okay, because you're nervous at first, especially when you start carrying every day.
Yeah, and I came back and I told
you know, but after time and after you shoot it enough and learn your pistol well enough,
I would have killed that
You know
guy.
what it's capable of. You know how it's going to act. Then you start getting the confidence to carry it with one in the chamber, which is where I'm at.
Billy, just think
I'm
of it
out
like
there.
this, bro. You would have killed that guy, and guess what? It would have been his bad day.
And I'm glad I did.
Don't let it be your bad day.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It was still a bad day.
You never, unless you're a police officer, you never clear leather unless you're ready to squeeze the trigger, in my opinion, as far as carrying
I pulled
concealed
leather.
weapons.
Absolutely.
You don't pull a gun.
Why do
you don't pull a gun to warn?
I'm sorry. That still kind of frustrates me when you start talking like that about the cops. Why are the cops allowed to do it? But us as law-abiding citizens, if we're in the same kind of situation, we're not allowed to. I think that's total bullshit.
Well,
that's my stance.
well,
and
not really. We're trying to make an arrest. We're trying to make an arrest as a police officer. As a citizen trying to defend myself, it's a whole different ball game. Rather than me trying to effect an arrest with another officer of a person that may be unarmed. But when you get into a situation carrying a concealed weapon, you're basically going to be going up against somebody that's armed or in the middle of a robbery or already pulled a gun and shooting. When you pull that gun, you start shooting center mass. That's the way it should be, because there's no reason for you to pull a gun and threaten anybody and brandish, because that can get you in more trouble.
What about
so if you're in that much fear?
What about
all right? So what about like Billy's story? He got
what about a guy that just wants to? What about a guy that I just?
Billy, come on, dude.
Let me listen.
I'm talking about you, but all right. So this guy comes in, breaks his jaw. He pulls his gun on him. Doesn't have one in the chamber. The cops show up. They find the gun. They confiscate the gun. Keep it confiscated. You never got it back, right, Billy? You said
no.
Okay.
Never got that one.
Anyway, So, what about the guy that broke your fucking jaw?
He's a loser.
Did they arrest him?
He's a loser. He never paid any of his bills.
So they did. Did they arrest him?
Yeah, but they had to. Wait, he
They
didn't
did
pay.
arrest him. Okay.
They arrested me.
Okay, but the thing is,
Wait, why did they arrest
if
you?
he attacks you,
I don't know. That's what I'm
you
saying.
have a right to defend
Because I had a
yourself.
gun. That's why they arrested me. Bullshit.
Yeah, Billy, what Moose is saying is right. If a man attacks you, you have every right to defend yourself. All right, and that's saying as you have every right to defend yourself up to and including lethal force if that person is someone who you perceive to have that capability.
And they just broke your fucking jaw.
Yeah, he just broke your jaw. You have the capability. He has the capability.
Yeah.
In caveman times, a man who had a broken jaw could not eat, therefore he could not survive.
Right.
I like this guy. Who's this? This is brilliant.
That's Blaine. That's my buddy Blaine. Hutch Homestead, we are talking about guns right now.
That's why.
And self-defense.
That's why several states have passed the "you do not have to retreat" rule, which means,
A lot of them
irregardless, if you're being attacked, you're authorized to use deadly force. You have no
Do you
duty to
know-
retreat.
Moose. You would know. I know that you, of all these people on here, would definitely know how bad a guy would feel if he took someone else's life.
No, we understand that, dude. And that, I mean, that's
Right.
not why we carry it.
Right.
Dude,
That's
we
the
carry
last
our
thing.
gun.
That
I
is-
love how the USCCA puts it. We don't carry a gun necessarily as defense. We carry it as a shield.
Hey, that's pretty slick. I like that
Right.
one.
The last thing any gun owner wants to do is kill anybody. The last thing we as gun owners and concealed weapon carriers and as a police officer, the last thing I ever wanted to do was kill another human being. The fact of the matter is it comes down to your right to survive and your ingrained survival instinct as to the split-second decision you have to make.
I'm just
But
telling you the
if-
facts.
If I
I will
see,
guarantee you.
yeah,
If I
Yeah,
had
this
one
is
in
a
the
3.5
chamber, that
round
motherfucker
There is
would
a-
have been dead. And I'd be in prison because
Maybe. Dude, the
well,
dude
a
just broke
pretty good
the jaw.
chance
Dude,
my
well,
life would have been screwed
okay.
over.
See, this is what pisses me off about some of these states and their bullshit laws, where you've got to be concerned if your life is threatened. Whether, dude, when your life is fucking threatened, you don't have a whole lot of time to fucking think about it.
Yeah,
know what I
no
mean?
time.
right.
It usually happens within seconds. Who's the quicker draw? You know, you see a guy charging you from 15 feet away with a knife.
It's
How
not
much
who
time
the
do you
quicker
really
draw
think you
is,
have?
dude.
Dude, you're lucky if you can even pull your gun at that point. Although if I see a dude with a knife,
I had enough time to get up off my ass and rack a one in the chamber, and the fucker was gone.
well,
Yeah,
at
you
least you
took
got
off running.
So
you
here's
can't
my
shoot a man in the
question.
back.
What state are you in, Billy?
yeah. That's a
Why
good
What
Wyoming.
state are you in, Billy?
What
Wyoming.
state were you in?
Wyoming. You should have been covered. Wyoming is a very gun-friendly state, so you should be able to get your gun back at the request and file a form to get your gun back if the police confiscated your weapon. If you are legal to own a weapon and you're not disqualified.
27 years
owning a
ago,
weapon.
dude.
That's what I was saying. Yeah, this
Well-
was a long ass time ago.
Well, that was a long time
Yeah,
ago.
yeah,
Yeah,
it,
but I
it
would
didn't
have filed
happen.
to
It
get my
didn't happen
weapon back.
last year. It didn't happen 2 years ago. It didn't happen last decade.
Well, that's a long time.
And
ago.
I kind of assume that, Billy, from the way you're talking about it. And I know Ghost was like, "Hey, man, you should be talking about it." It's like 27 years. Nobody's gonna care.
Yeah,
27 years ago, Wyoming was more gun friendly.
That's what I was thinking. That
There
doesn't make
is.
any sense. Doesn't make
But I
any sense.
guarantee you right now,
I got
Moose, all respect due to you, my man. I love you. I know you're my brother. I'll fucking guarantee you that right now because I've seen all what you've written. Cops' jobs nowadays are getting my guns off of me.
Not all cops.
In some places, yes. In
Not all
some
cops.
places, yes.
No, I agree with you, and
But
I
not
agree
all
with
cops.
you that said that. But no.
Yeah, like I said, not all cops.
But in a
And
lot
not all
of places,
sheriffs.
you've got ineligible people with guns. You've got gang members with guns. You've got people with
Yeah.
criminal records with guns. You've
I
got
say
people with
this-
stolen guns.
Moose, I say this over and over and over and over again, and no one seems to get it. It's not the cops. It's the people that are putting the policies in place and telling the cops, if you want to feed your family, you're going to force this shit for me. Period.
What I miss?
See, where I'm at in Oklahoma, the cops aren't like that.
No, same here. Cops, sheriffs, we have both in our county. And like seriously, they pull me over. But then again, I've also got my 3% logo on the back. I've never, I actually in this new vehicle, I don't think I've been pulled over ever. I've
What's
had that thing for like
3%?
3 years.
What is that? What
We-
is 3%?
We had to return guns from suicides. You know, somebody committed
3%.
suicide with a gun. We had to return that gun to the family.
Yeah.
We
And
find
I mean, we
a
did.
stolen
Probably
weapon. We have to return.
Well,
We have to return that weapon to the
Probably
owner.
wrong.
no, I had a buddy of mine, Arkansas living recently, fairly recently, within the last month, had a firearm stolen out of his truck when he was
In Texas.
off work in Texas.
Yeah.
And anyways, they did find it. He did get it back,
Mm-hmm.
and I was like, hell yeah, because
Hey,
right now trying to replace a rifle like
And
that.
I
is gonna
had
be
a
fucking-
cop
When
steal a gun out of my car. And I got it back.
You got some bad cops.
No, I don't
We
think
had
it was
some
bad
guns.
cop. What's that?
We had some guns. We had some guns that were found that were
Hang on.
stolen 20 years before they finally were found. The serial numbers matched in Anchorage. The word went out for looking for the owner. We had his name, and I actually tracked him down for Anchorage Police Department through an attorney, and we got the man his guns back. He had moved from Alaska down to Washington State. I tracked him down. Nobody else knew where he was. I just happened to be guns back after 20 years.
That's
That's
cool.
awesome.
Yeah, I
That's
mean that
awesome.
sucks. It took 20 years, whereas it took my
Fucking badass.
it took my buddy Ark Living to it took him like 2 months, but Texas cops were on it. Arkansas, dude. I mean,
That's good shit.
Arkansas is like the cyst or like the mole on Texas. Dude,
I've still got three stolen guns out there
Blaine
somewhere.
wants to, I can tell that Blaine is beside himself right now. He needs his. You guys need to let Blaine vent a little bit. I can tell he's just smoldering sitting over there. Come on,
No,
Blaine, say something.
I just wanted to say, Ghost brother, chill out, bro. It's all good. We're all here to learn, right? I mean, I learned things today. That's what I gotta say, just chill
What's
out.
Gus brother saying? And there's a remote Christian viewer. That's awesome. I'm a Christian.
Amen.
All right. Well, this doesn't make any sense, dude. All right. So they put the constitutional carry bill on Senate Governor Abbott's desk for permitless carry, and it's still, dude. It's not. And this is dated on the 5th, or
Is
actually,
that
this is
November?
before the 5th.
See, that's the whole thing.
Dude, all I want to know is, hold on.
I don't think that I'm an American. I don't understand what your problem is between an American and if I'm in New Jersey or I have that right from God. I don't know where people lost God at. I guess that I don't know where people lost God.
Called sovereignty. Don't give up your sovereignty freely. Fight for it.
Yeah.
You are sovereign in Jesus Christ,
that's why
brothers
my
and
name
sisters.
is Dangerous Freedom.
So here we go. I like it.
Fucking ads. Ah.
Hey, we can circle right back to what he just said. We can circle right back to what my question.
Oh, are you Jennifer Psaki now?
I'll circle back to you on that.
My question was, can I jack around into my AR-15s and lean them up against my door where my mom can get at them in case she needs them, and not be worried about my spring tension or my magazine feed?
No, because all right. Think about it like this. Okay, your spring works by compressing and decompressing, correct?
Right. That's a cycle.
Now,
that's a cycle.
Now, granted, a lot of people will question the fact of like leaving springs under compression.
Right.
They'll weaken faster. I don't know the facts about that. Some springs, maybe. I've never had an issue.
Let me
I've
address
never
that.
had an issue.
That's why we got Moose.
Any of my magazines.
Okay, let me address that, Ron.
That's why we got Moose.
Let me address that. Okay. I have magazines that were loaded during World War II.
Yeah.
That when we unloaded them
and
tested the spring pressure, the spring pressure had not changed from a brand new and wrapped magazine. Right. The reason being is springs are made of a good spring material, and they've even gotten better over the past 50, 60 years.
Right. That's not our problem.
Where's the spring?
That's not our problem.
Spring is,
that's really not
compression and release.
That's not our problem. Our problem is the buffer tube.
We were talking about the buffer tube.
Yeah,
and
that's not our problem.
Wait.
Why would you? Why would
I'm
you
getting there.
A rifle fully retained? That doesn't make any sense because when.
I don't want to jack one. I want to shoot you. That's right.
Let me get there. When you've got an AR-15 chambered, there is no spring pressure basically on the buffer. It's down.
All right.
The spring is fully released.
All right. That's what I want to hear.
Then you
because
it
sounded
put the
like
safety
you were
on.
talking about locking the bolt back. And I mean, honestly, as long as the spring isn't being constantly compressed and depressed, probably wouldn't have a whole lot of effect on it. But why would you?
There's no effect on it anyway after thousands of rounds. You're going to be able to shoot that rifle for thousands of rounds, and there's not going to be any effect on that spring because of modern day alloy, spring alloys, silicone.
Literally, the only spring pressure that's going to be on that rifle is the trigger mechanism spring.
The hammer mechanism, basically, and a little bit on the trigger. Yes, the hammer.
So maybe we need to be talking about that.
Well, there's no need to even worry about any spring nowadays. Like I said,
that's like talking.
Like if you take a piece of wire, I'll show you. You take a piece of wire like this, okay? It's a piece of wire, and you bend it, all right? It's nothing. But now you take that wire and you bend it, eventually it will break.
So
that's metal
basically, fatigue. We have literally, now check this out. Hold on, guys. This is good. This is real good. Basically, we have deduced the Colt AR-15 down to the cyclic or the as a Colt 1911. It's the same thing. You can have a Colt 1911 pistol, one jacked in the chamber, put it in your drawer for 200 years. It would not change a thing. And you're telling me that I can do the same thing with my rifle.
Yeah,
and nobody wants
because
to do it.
There's no spring pressure once it's chambered and the bolt is in full battery.
I got it. Yeah.
The only tension will be on the hammer spring, and that
That's
hammer
right.
spring will maintain that pressure for years.
Forever.
Like I said, it's working that spring that wears them out,
Okay.
and that takes thousands and thousands of cycles.
So
Yes,
I can
I totally agree.
I can yank one in there and throw it in the
Yeah,
corner.
all right, look, I'll just say this. This is how I've been carrying my guns, how I've kept all my guns. Condition 1, fully loaded, maybe a safety on my rifles and on my shotgun. That's the only ones. My other guns, this one doesn't even have a safety. The only safety is your booger hook. Okay, but I have dropped that thing. I've dropped it on I've dropped it on concrete too. Fell out. I fucking had it in the door, over there in the door. When I opened the door, it fucking worked loose and boom, right on down the concrete. Now it was in its holster, granted, but still.
Okay, so this
But
is
it goes bang
probably
every time I fire it.
dangerous. This is probably more of where I'm getting at. I want to be able to charge a couple rifles, throw them in the house to where my elderly mom can just pick them up and pull the trigger and they'll be done. And she knows and has been trained, by the way, anyways, that as long as she doesn't pick them up and pull the trigger, everything's fine.
Well, she needs to know where the safety is, and the gun needs to be on safety.
That's right. That's right.
So
That's right. That's right.
You can pick it up, click the safety off, and shoot.
And be done, and not have to.
Safety.
Oh yeah, and not have to pull back the charging handle thing.
Okay, may I?
Yes, you may. Go ahead, Virginia.
All right. I have 2 ears.
Virginia.
Hey, hold on, dude. Don't talk over her.
Are you done?
Yeah.
I've got 2 ears, and I'm being poked in the head by 5 Richards. Y'all need to get it the fuck together. So I'm hoping coming up here can deflate some of the pissing contest because you're talking in circles, you're running in circles, and you're not listening to each other. So topic change, move on. Billy, pick up a book, go out and practice. Talk to some people when you're sober and you can figure this shit out. But right now, we have gone for about an hour on the same fucking point. The same fucking point. And it's causing, it's a crazy making schemes.
Over and over again.
Billy, I love you. We have a long history. We're all good. But sometimes you have to shut the fuck up. Just shut up. I still love you, bro. Sorry.
Hold on.
I do. I love you.
Do it. Do it.
She does make a good point. Just to let her talk, I had to tell you to shut the fuck up.
Yes.
I've had to cut you off. And I mean, Billy, I
just don't
like
focus on it. Roll.
It's just,
dude.
Go. What you're doing is you're taking my channel and just running it in a fucking repeat cycle.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't like that. I like to get on to new topics.
Mm-hmm.
That's why people always say we go from guns to sex.
Right.
Pretty much every night.
And now
we'll end up talking about sex.
I click you off when you get on the sex shit.
You know what? I'm beta during the day, but I'm an alpha at night. And you're poking the bear simply because no one can get through. Nobody can get a lesson in right now. So
quit attacking me.
I'm not attacking you, buddy. I'm not attacking you. I'm not.
Okay, go.
What I'm saying is let the information sink in. Let the information sink in.
I love all these guys. Come on.
I know, and we love you too, Billy. But like seriously,
Dangerous.
You're talking over everybody.
Well, get in the
Dangerous has the
subject.
option of
Fucking
moving
do
him
it.
backstage.
Look at this guy, the Christian guy over
Dangerous, you
there.
have the option of moving him backstage so he has to listen.
Yes. Now we're taking the reins. That's what I'm talking about. Just
Yeah, well, I mean, he made a good point there
now
for
he
a while,
can-
but yeah, it's
now
just
he can
going
listen
into
to
it
it.
now.
yeah.
Hey, when you drink a lot, it does it to you.
Yeah.
That's why I only drink 1 or 2 beers. I've turned into a lightweight because of it.
Yeah. Well, the operative point is that
Why
we have
drink
to figure
Johnny?
it out.
Johnny does not look happy.
No,
All right, well, Johnny, all right, don't worry, we got that one squared away.
it's okay,
No.
mi amore.
You want to do some trivia?
Yes, bring it. Put something in a hat and pull it out. And let's figure this shit out. Like my blood pressure is going, and I have a synonymous blood pressure that's like 80/60 because I can keep that shit level. But right now, I'm starting to get that amp where this bitch has come in to pop that fucking Richard Fest. Fuck that.
I'm glad you did.
Richard Fest. I like that. Well done, Sid.
Okay, well, some people don't want trivia, but the bottom line is we got to switch. We got to get off the Autobahn, the Ouroboros of complete and utter regurgitation and eating our own asses and move on.
Hey, you know what? I'm always normally for the whole thing of getting onto that, but I have something that I wanted to ask y'all or really point out to y'all. Y'all seen Guns and Gadgets, right?
Oh yeah, steady following.
He put out something earlier today about the new pistols and braces law that the ATF's been going over. I think you might want to check it out. It's pretty interesting.
No, I saw it.
Okay. Well, for those who haven't, I'm just saying, because it's important to know that, you know, this is how the government acts. This is how they work. They will use every freaking damn thing in a book to make it so that they can trip you up.
Hey, you know what? Thank God you live in Arizona, dude. And what do you got? Air guns? Like they're really going to come after you. I mean, I've got more to worry about than you do.
No,
and even at that, guess what?
dangerous.
I live in Arizona, dude. We are a gun-friendly state here.
I know that.
Now, I wouldn't be surprised if the ATF did try and raid my house. I couldn't call the sheriffs and have the sheriffs come out here and fucking kick them motherfuckers out, maybe arrest them. Like, what are you doing? You don't have that right. Everything I own is legit. But I do, like, seriously, it's gun confiscation. When people talk about that crap, nah, there's not enough of them. There will
just
come
a point when people
have
had enough.
It's a two-edged sword, because in some places, like in Los Angeles, where I'm at right now, if they came after me, I'm on my own, dude. On top of that,
I thought you were
all right. Here's the other part of it: is that a receiver is the big deal in that particular that he was talking about, and being a receiver translates to anything that holds the firing group and mechanism of a firearm, right? That can be translated and misconstrued in certain circles. That's what's happened in California. So when it comes down to it, does a trigger mechanism automatically make it a firearm, which is starting to piss me off? And that's what I'm on, is how, and I went over there, I went to and filed a complaint myself. All right. And that's just what I consider malicial duty. When you see something wrong, you say something, and so I went up there and I made a complaint and I wrote it out, and I wrote out the actual legal literature underneath it. So if they've got a problem with it, they know I know what I'm talking about.
Huh. Man.
I did the same thing in a similar situation, and not, healthcare. And I got raked to the coals, character assassinated, and run out of the business. Do not be a whistleblower if you're faint of heart.
No, I'm not saying, dude, I'm not afraid of it. I've fought them in court several times.
Exactly. I was agreeing with you. Yeah.
You have to know what you're talking about, but if you have the knowledge, it puts them in their place real fast.
Well, look at Edward Snowden. He had to migrate to fucking Russia.
Yeah.
You know, and he was the one that came out and told us, hey, you know, you're all just being spied on.
Yeah.
I'm glad he did too.
It took a lot of guts.
It took a lot, dude.
We already have to fight these sorts of things on the ground. So, you know, the fact that he was up there and took a real fucking big risk, I call that patriotism. I don't call that treason.
I agree.
And y'all can hate me for that if you want, but
I do too. And I kind of I wish that Trump would have pardoned him. I mean, you know, he pardoned Flynn. He pardoned quite a few people, but he didn't pardon Edward Snowden. And it's because the government didn't want us to know that we're spying, that they're spying on us. You know, well, that's our government.
They thought that it would be something that would allow them to spy on people who were, you know, in effect working against the government and thereby trying to work against us, which is a little horseshit because if you're ever working against the government, you're actually working for the people. Working for the people is exactly what our government was based off of, which means you're exactly doing that. You are affecting the betterment of the American people.
Yep.
Amen.
Yeah, and that's why we always talk about starting local, because, you know, we put a vote in for who's president, but we have no control over what happens in DC. We have no control over what happens in the Middle East or in China or in Taiwan. I mean, we don't. I mean, other than our vote. But the only real effective change that we can make is locally.
I think, though, the last two elections here in Canada were stolen because none of us voted for that faggot.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I meant
Sparkle Socks.
Crime Sinister. I mean, Prime Minister.
Nikki, good morning, baby.
Good morning, Nikki.
You know, I tried to pop on your live stream yesterday. Moose knows. I was sitting there backstage with him and Pete. I hope you're feeling better.
He got left out in the cold.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. Shivering and shriveled.
Yeah.
I had to make a beer run anyways.
You know, it's a shame that we as American citizens, with the Second Amendment, which is supposed to limit government, have to fight over this chunk of metal right now.
Know.
This chunk of metal.
Stupid.
That's what we are fighting over right there.
And ownership is in question.
A chunk of metal. A tool. We're fighting over tools that we shouldn't have to be. Because they want control. That's what gun control is. They want control. It has nothing to do with the guns. It has to do with controlling the people.
They know they're outnumbered. They know we're on to them, and they're scared as hell.
They should be.
Mm-hmm.
Sending out an SOS.
Sending out an SOS.
Hello, hey, I just wanted to pop on here and apologize to Blaine. I think I got a little bit snippy in the chat, and I want to apologize for that. But I mean, you and I have never, interacted, I don't think, in a chat before. I only have two speeds. I got
it was
go.
A misunderstanding.
I got go, and I got get ready to go. I don't have those in between gears, and I wanted to apologize because it kind of got personal. Because when somebody asks a question to get information, I want to share information. But the thing about me is, I won't try to share knowledge or information unless I actually know what I'm talking about. And when it came to that part of the firearm situation, those were things that I actually know from physical, personal experience. Get dismissed. And it was hilarious. If you go back in the chat or you watch the video, Moose came up here and actually, literally reiterated almost word for word everything I was saying. And I'm like, That's what I was just saying, you know, and I was like, you know what I mean, excited about it. And
Go.
I
Did you
apologize.
see?
I get jacked up, man. I just get jacked up.
Okay. Did you see though that I said the same thing that you said to Billy?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I do know what a 1911 is. I've handled one, and I also have handled an AR-15. I was wanting to let y'all do because I know you know better than I do.
I was just trying to explain to him there's a difference
Well,
in weapon and riding the bolt carrier forward. If you're going to lock it to the rear and compress the bolt carrier with a round in the chamber and drop the round, you're going to put a hole in the ceiling. You know, you can charge it. You can put a round in the chamber and ride the bolt carrier forward and put it in the closet as long as you want to keep it there. It's going to work. It's going to run.
Yep.
Cocked and ready, locked and loaded is different than safe.
Exactly. You know, and then when I said decocker, he laughed, and I'm like, no, when I said half cocked, he laughed like it was a joke. I'm like, no, that's a real thing. And then Moose came on and did an awesome explanation of it. I mean, a half cock is one of the safest. Oh my God, I love my 1911. That's the best thing in the world. Put around it, half cock, you're good to go. You can throw it against a brick wall; it's not going to go off. You can't say that about many other.
That's what I'm saying. I know you guys have always seen me with air guns, all right, and that you think that's all that I have experience with is not.
No,
I do have experience with firearms.
Yeah, no, it wasn't about you.
I never.
It was about him because he asked the question, then he wouldn't let me finish the answer. I'm like, dude, let me, you know.
No, dude, trust me, I know. That's why I had to put him backstage. I mean, you know, he wasn't being totally belligerent. But it's just he just kept going around. That's like why I appreciate Virginia coming in and saying something. So I didn't have to be the total asshole.
No,
she kind of came in.
Asshole.
She was my partner asshole. She was my partner asshole. I appreciate it, Virginia.
I love you, man.
I never have figured out why they call it lock and load when it's actually you load and lock.
Precisely. Isn't that interesting?
Loaded and locked and ready to rock. You got to load it before you can
lock it. I
lock
was seriously going to say that earlier. It's load and lock, not lock and load. It's completely
well said, brother.
Yeah, no, if you're locked and loaded, that means that you've already had a couple.
Right.
And your gun is locked.
Yeah, you got to get the definition right.
Yeah, but I just want to apologize to Billy because I get excited sometimes, man, and I just go for the fence. And I meant no disrespect. I do apologize.
That's all good.
It's all good.
Apology accepted.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm getting oxygen now. I'm good.
Oh, Nikki.
Canadians do that to me all the time. They make my blood pressure go off the scale.
I'm Canadian, Moose. I'm sorry, buddy. I'm apologizing for all my people. We're a very apologetic people, and we love you, man.
Oh my God!
Sorry,
what do they say about French rifles? Hey, man, don't worry. It's cheap. It's only been dropped once.
Honest to God, true Canadian story. When I was in the military, the first time I was in the military, because I actually joined twice. The first time I was in the military, I was stationed in upstate New York. We used to always go to Canada to party back in the late 80s, early 90s, because there was nothing at Fort Drum, literally nothing. So we go to Kingston or Ottawa and we party. We go to Kingston and raise 9 kinds of hell and just have a blast. One night we're leaving Kingston, we're wasted. And on the way out of Kingston on the highway to go back to the U.S., there's a military base. And we literally drove onto the military base, talked in a fake Canadian accent, got onto the base, met a few Canadian soldiers, started hanging out, having a good time. I actually stayed the entire weekend on a Canadian military base.
Wow.
Okay, that doesn't surprise me because we know good people and we see them, right?
They covered for me. They pretended I was Canadian. The guys they pretended I went to the med hall. I ate.
Did you tell them as you were leaving that you were an American soldier?
And they knew it. They knew it, but
they knew it right off. Oh.
No, the cool. Canadian soldiers I met when I first got there, like, oh, it's all cool, mate. We had a blast. We partied all weekend. I was Canadian. They just told me to shut up and follow them. And I'm like, all right, whatever. I hung out all weekend on the Canadian military base. They thought I was Canadian. It was awesome.
On 911, what happened? All those planes that couldn't go back to the United States went to Gander, Newfoundland, and they were all put up by the people of Gander in Canada here. My brothers and sisters.
Debbie, this is how you fake a Canadian accent, eh?
What are you talking about, eh? You're a hoser.
Yeah.
Gander, Newfoundland. When I was flying back from Edinburgh,
it was a Canadian military.
When I was in Edinburgh for almost 6 months at the beginning of or during the middle of the Gulf War, the first Gulf War, and when we were flying back to the States, we were on a Royal something Air Force plane, and I knew something was wrong when we got on the military plane because all the seats faced backwards. Yes, all the seats on the plane faced backwards. It was crazy.
Can't see it, Moose. It's too blurry, bro.
Halfway across the Atlantic Ocean, it started getting lower and lower. I looked out the window, and the engines are smoking. The one engine on this wing was smoking, and it was a 3-engine plane, an engine on both wings and one engine in the tail. And it kept getting lower and lower over the ocean. Dude, it literally, you could feel the pilot jacking up the engine. We barely cleared the power lines. We did a crash landing in Gander, Newfoundland, okay? Now, we're coming back from a combat zone, okay? We're in full gear, full pack, weapons, everything. We land on the airstrip in Gander at the end of the airstrip. We're like 500 meters from the airport. And they're like, get off the plane, head to the airport. So we're all disembarking the plane. We're in full gear, okay? 16s, everything. And we're running to the airport in Gander, Newfoundland. And there's a plane from Russia and all these different planes with writings that I don't understand. They thought we were invading the place. We're like, it was crazy. So we get there, and they ended up putting us in a hotel room for a night until they got a C-130 to come pick us up and bring us back to the States.
That's too funny.
Oh my God, dude, that must have been wild, dude. Were security guards like pulling their pistols on you and shit?
No, they all ran. No, everybody ran. Like when we got into the terminal, people were running. It was completely cleared out. They thought we were
should have sent you to Ottawa.
Oh my God, it would be like a Red Dawn, but
blow up. We're just running from the plane, and everybody's running from us. We didn't know what was going on. It was hilarious,
dude. Now I bet it wasn't hilarious at the moment.
Oh no! At the moment we didn't know what was going on. We're just freaking out. Everybody was freaking out, but everybody was freaking out for different reasons because they thought we were like invading the country because there's this plane landing, there's smoke coming from it, and you got 250 U.S. soldiers jumping off with weapons in their arms, charging at the building that everybody's in. And if you've never been to Gander, Newfoundland, there's not a whole lot up there. You know what I mean? It's a beautiful place. It's awesome. There's like all kinds of airplane museums and stuff. It's really cool because it's like a major layover. But yeah, it was crazy. I mean, people were freaking out. It was hilarious. It was hilarious.
Hey, Tasha.
I bet it was. Yeah, that's a good. You got
how are y'all?
Quite a few. You got quite a few. Hey, Tasha.
I never would have thought of that, but he said Gander.
How are you?
Oh, I've been there.
Let's see. Can get
Gander, Newfoundland is the last stop going east across the Atlantic.
Yep. That's where everybody hits to get some juice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've snuck onto bases before, but it wasn't because I faked a Canadian accent. It was more just because gate guards are really susceptible to women.
What are you talking about, Abe?
What'd you do? Fucking take your titties and go like this?
No, I never had to do titties. Nothing like that. Nothing like that. It's just something about it.
At making the Canadian accent, they just told me to shut up. They just said, "Shut up and follow us." I'm like, "All right." The entire weekend, I'm just like, I'm just doing this, and I'm smiling and waving at the crowd like the Queen. I'm like,
no titties is shameful.
Is that how they wave like that?
Oh yeah, gotta wave at the crowd.
Yeah, the proper.
No shit. That's how you wave up there, remote?
No, that was a
No,
joke.
that's the monarchs.
That's the
queens and
Oh, that's
kings
the
wave like
monarch
that.
wave.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Everybody
To
bring it.
tell you that you're their subservient bitches.
Yeah, for sure.
I love it.
Hey, you know what? I may be related through that, but I'm gonna point this out to you. I mean, I'm not for monarchy. My family, I actually got into an argument with a fella today about this. My family's related back through the Stuart clan in Scotland. And he was getting all pissy about me wanting to bring back a monarchy. I said, dude, what the fuck? I'm not about his ideas of monarchy. I'm about his ideas of an independent Scotland.
An independent world, not a new world order. Thank you very much. Fuck off.
That's the bet. That's putting it better. Yep.
Yeah, that's what my point was. Is that independence, pure and simple. That's what I was on about.
Freedom.
Yep.
Liberty.
What about? Yep.
Liberty is not the Statue of Liberty, though. That's
No.
a Frankist. What would you call it? A Trojan horse. Trojan horse.
Okay, so off the idea of the old, that thing being for those people. I don't want y'all to think that I'm kind of crazy or something. I've heard those theories
it's too late
before,
for
and I
that,
think
brother.
I think they're a little bit out there.
Way too late for that. I know you're crazy.
Yeah,
I know
If you're over here, you're crazy. Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
We
You
all
gotta be a little
crazy
bit
over
crazy
here.
to go through this world slightly sane. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
But anyways, as I was saying, what I was on about is the independence part of it, the liberty part of it, the fact that true liberty is isn't just the absence of tyranny; it's the ability to oppose it if that needs be.
Mm-hmm.
I was having a discussion with a fella. I wouldn't call it an argument; I'd call it a discussion because that's what it was.
I agree with you, Blaine, and I would actually go a step further. I would say it's not only the ability, but it's the right and the responsibility, if not an obligation, to oppose tyranny.
Mm-hmm.
It's our duty.
If you're going to embrace liberty, you've got to embrace everything that goes along with it.
Right.
Yep.
This is ensuring our progeny survives in the future.
Yeah.
Dude, not only is this like a side chat thing, but I think the word progeny is just badass. It's like cool.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ghost. Love it, brother.
That's like a wicked cool word. Like the word progeny is just like badass. I think I want to change my channel name to Progeny.
We want them to be able to have children, to believe in Jesus Christ, to love each other and hug and not wear masks at school, and any of this other control bullshit that we've been seeing. It's time to fight, brothers and sisters.
Yeah.
Past time.
I was talking to my son about that earlier, my oldest boy. He's been busy, dude. His work, like, he does HVAC. So right here it's summertime. Like our high today was like 111, 112, and that was in the shade. So he's been working overtime and everything. But I was talking to him, we were talking about masks. And he's like, nah, I don't even wear a mask when I go up to the door. If they ask me to put one on, I'll put one on. But that we're at that turning point finally. When I went to the store, there only about 70% of the people were even wearing a mask, or 70% were not wearing a mask. The only ones really wearing the mask were still the older people, older folks. And there was like a mother with two little kids, like 10 and 12, and she's putting they got masks on. I'm like, why are you doing that to your kids, you fucking evil bitch? Yeah, it's one of those times where you want to go up and say something to him, but then I would start acting like a Karen at that point, right? It's like, would you take that fucking mask off? You fucking idiot. Kids don't need this fucking mask.
The situation is so touchy right now, and things are coming to light. But here's my view on it, and I'll be honest with you, my view has changed since day one. Day one, I was staunch against everything and all of it, but I've lost 2 family members to this. And and here's the thing: if you want to wear a mask, if that's your personal choice that makes you feel safe, or you are around family relatives that are at risk, then absolutely. I mean, if it makes you feel good, do you? I mean, I'm not going to judge you. If you wear a mask, but don't bust.
When I told you, like, the elderly, a lot of the elderly still wear them, and that doesn't bother me at all, because usually when I see one, it says either like Trump 2020 or Biden's not my president. Yeah, I mean, like, seriously, 170, she must have been 78 or 80, and her husband are walking by with carts, and he had the Trump 2020 mask on, and then she had the Biden's not my president, and I had to stop her. I was like, ma'am, I love your mask. That is fucking awesome. So
we all know that, or it is what it is. If it makes you feel better, if it gives you some sort of comfort, and to do what you got to do. I mean, that's you. You do you. Don't judge other people for doing what they want to do. To my knowledge, there is no regulation on breathing air, and you can't breathe that air. You prove to me that you're foul and wrong and bad, then we can talk. But until then, just do you.
Hey, man, you gotta
wear a diaper, wear it. I don't care.
Yeah, I don't care if you got a humidor in your house, whatever, or what, isolator or isotope. Do what you're gonna do. No shit. As long as you're not affecting anybody else, who cares?
Yeah, I don't understand why people get offended when they see somebody else wearing a mask. Just because you're not pro-mask, I really don't care. If it makes you feel more comfortable, go for it. Wear a mask. That's fine.
So now, when I told my story, you notice the only one that I was offended about was the mother with the 2 little children, because now she's indoctrinating those kids. You need to wear these masks. And they're probably going to be like that for the rest of their fucking lives now.
These kids are being damaged.
Kids
Not
are
my
easily
kid.
impressionable.
Thank God, dude. My kid. My middle child, he's like, he reminds me of me when I was his age. Except he's not doing drugs. They don't drink. They don't smoke. So...
The kids wearing the masks, though, that is altering their psyche forever.
Yeah, I mean, that's gonna last for a while. But I can actually play devil's advocate on that. I mean, what if one of those children was type 1 diabetic, or asthmatic, or had a major respiratory issue? What if one of those children had like a lung transplant, or was immunocompromised? Then it's like a smart move on the parents' choice if they think that this.
No, because it says right on the box that none of these masks will ever stop a virus.
Oh yeah, we know that. But if it makes the parents feel better, I mean, if it's something versus nothing, you know what I mean? If it's a handful of things.
I'm sorry, it's not something, and it's actually damaging people's health because they got the mask on and their breathing and oxygenation is being damaged. Their brain is being damaged.
Beyond that, I've got to say this because it's more psychological.
Operating for 12 hours wearing those same masks.
Yeah, they're to keep you from coughing crap out.
I'm not picking a side either way. It's your own choice. But I can go either way on that. I mean, you've got doctors and surgeons that wear those masks for 10, 12 hours a day nonstop for 10, 15, 20 years, and they're operating on your brain.
Well, Okay, but you got to keep in mind the doctors change their mask after each procedure.
Yes, and it's still
if
not a
if you're
fail-safe.
wearing the same damn mask for like, dude, like I've got this mask. This is the mask that I wore partially. I think I wore a total of maybe 10 hours.
Hospitals are notorious for superbugs.
True, but now you said one statement, and I just love playing devil's advocate because I'm not picking a side. But yes, doctors change their masks between
Right.
every time they go out. Shouldn't you do that as well? Not have that option. I'm just saying, it
But
goes
the doctors like wearing those masks. The doctors wearing those masks, like especially during surgery, it's to protect from like blood spatter getting up in their nose and their mouth. That's the main reason for it. It's not really to protect against the viruses. Those will do nothing to viruses.
To minimize exposure.
Well, I mean, like when the doctor has to say, pass me the scalpel, I mean, he doesn't want to get a little bit of spit. It's more of a spit mask. Yeah.
The moisture coming out of my mouth, not going in. Those masks stop the doctors from contaminating.
It's both.
Now, if they're in a situation,
it's both.
Room and there's somebody with tuberculosis or something that's airborne, those doctors are wearing full gear, full CBR gear. They're hooded up. They've got oxygen, the whole 9 yards. That's why I'm saying I can play both sides of the story because it's all horseshit. The whole mask thing is all horseshit. We all know that the virus is way smaller than the holes in any kind of cloth mask.
Unless they're wearing negative pressure biological suits, they're fucked.
That's what I'm saying. If you're in the operating room and you're somebody with airborne tuberculosis or any kind of airborne disease, they're in negative pressure suits or they're in sealed suits with external oxygen. There is no contamination whatsoever. That's the catch in the entire thing because they're pushing
the science.
They're pushing the face science just to do psychology. Get people used to saying, "Oh yes, I'll do this, I'll do that."
One mask
a week.
Oh my gosh, you're supposed to wear one mask a week. That's nuts.
Yeah.
I mean, N95 masks. Depending on the exposure, even just a couple of hours needs to be changed out after a couple of hours. That's nuts.
Speaking of N95, it says right on the box, will not stop a virus or a coronavirus.
No, but you know what? The only time I really used those was when I was in demo and we were like especially tearing up concrete or block, anything like that. Always put those fucking masks on because that dust, some of it's been there for 20 fucking years. There might be some asbestos in the mix, so
they're huge compared to a coronavirus. I mean, an N95 is very, very effective with those kind of contaminants. But something that's on a molecular level, like the coronavirus, those things are so small. I mean, unless you're in a negative pressure suit, like Remote Christian said, it ain't gonna work. I mean, unless you're wearing a sealed gas mask or a negative pressure suit, you're spitting in the wind.
Well, you're creating your own environment and not exposed to the immediate environment. That is the problem.
What's worse is it can actually cause
but dude,
you to have
according to Fauci, you're supposed to wear 5 at a time.
Yeah, well, Fauci's going to find something about space because he's going to fall from one level to another with a hemp necktie.
I mean, if it was a legit issue and it's not airborne like they said it wasn't, just stay the fuck away from people. You know what I mean? Like, even whether you're wearing a mask or not, just keep your distance. Don't spit. Don't look people directly in the face when you're talking. Direct your stream somewhere else. And always breathe in through your nose, out through your mouth. There's a reason you have fucking fur in your nose, okay? Those hair are a
Don't
filter.
over trim that.
I don't ever trim my nose. If it hangs down, I might pop it off. But the nose hairs in your nose, they're there for a reason. That's a filter. Breathe in through your nose, out through your mouth. Period.
Filter.
all body
Yeah,
hair.
the only time it sucks is when you get like some pollen or something. Like I'm not allergic to much, but once in a while, man, something will be freaking releasing their pollen, and it'll fucking get in my house and get up my nose, and then it's stuck in my nose until I can blow it out.
I probably blow my nose 10, maybe 15 times a day. I keep my nose as clean as possible. Anytime I'm going out, I breathe in through my nose, out through my mouth. Nice.
I zoomed in, I could see that.
Oh, shallow.
I don't know. I probably blow my nose about 3 times a day, give or take.
Hmm.
Fuck out of my nose.
Well, but you're
Having
in a lot
something
more.
like
You're in a lot more humid climate. Like, you know, seriously. I mean, you know, environment has a lot to do with it, Ghost, and you know that for a fact. I'm used to my environment. You're
in your
used to your
home,
environment. Actually, I could get used to your environment.
in your
To be
home,
honest, Ghost. Sorry.
Look, Tennessee Ridge Runner just posted
Yeah.
dangerous. He said dangerous. Is it pollen in your nose or ball dust?
No, no, because I keep my balls pretty well unscathed.
He manscapes.
Well,
Yeah.
actually, you know, here's the technical.
diffusing some essential oils in your home can also help, and because you're breathing that in as you're
Yeah.
diffusing that.
And just to reiterate what Tennessee just said, ball dust. I mean, we all know what that is, right? It's pollen. Pollen is technically semen from a plant. So yeah, you're getting facial.
Oh, wow. That's true.
Saying
The
Oh,
science,
shit.
man. Look at Bill Nye.
when you go up and smell
Bukkake party.
a flower, you're smelling that pollen. I mean, you're taking a straight on nature facial.
Yeah.
You're lining me up.
Dude,
It's a
sometimes it gets a little drafty.
Fact. It is what it is. Oh, that rose smells beautiful. Oh,
Dude, I've got my essential oil right here. All right.
Yeah, it's called Jergens lotion. You're
Ah.
soft as a baby.
No, it's Jerkins.
Jerkins.
Jerkins
Yeah.
lotion.
Oh, come on, man.
Oh,
I haven't used lube in years.
Arkansas Prepper Network.
Oils.
Raped by trees. Yes, we're being raped by trees. We're being raped by beautiful flowers.
Yeah, that's true. Arkansas Prepper
They're
Network. good to
forcing
see you.
themselves on us.
Also, Moonchild, I saw you come in. Good to see you. If I might add to the conversation, I can see both sides. What's interesting to me is that whether we're saying that there are kids with immunological deficiencies or it's just people who have fear, the bottom line is those masks are a psychological device. And I think that's really interesting because they aren't doing much and they could be doing harm. And for with the kids that have those immunological deficiencies, they already know if they have to wear a mask. They already have that protocol in place. So
and they're going to add the insult of the vaccine.
Oh, yes. Well, that's a topic for another whole. But in addition to the psychological aspect is those of us with kids that are on the autism spectrum. I haven't gone out in public much with my child or take him out because the masks covering people's faces takes away all of his social cues, takes away all of his ability to read emotion and to read the people that are around him and determine whether or not they're threats.
Interaction has been extinct.
Yeah.
Then,
I'm
Well,
buddy
think
of
about
mine.
the deaf people too. The deaf people trying to communicate with people, like reading lips. If the person that they're trying to communicate with doesn't do sign language, I mean,
This is awesome.
I can't even imagine.
But I mean, what's the number of deaf people? I mean, it's so minute. Like I'm trying to remember the last time I ran into one.
There's a lot of people also that are just hard of hearing. They're not necessarily deaf. Like my husband's hard of hearing, and if he can't not see your lips, most of the time he can't understand what you're saying. So, and there's a lot of them out there working around heavy machinery, on vehicles, things like that.
Well, normally when you're in heavy construction like that, it kind of becomes like the military. And Ghost, I think you might know about this, where you use this is stop, this is halt.
You probably interact with deaf people on a daily basis and you don't even know it. A lot of deaf people, probably 80%, if not more, of people that are actually legally deaf, they know how to read lips and they can function reading lips, function without doing sign language. But and now they have the masks that have the clear shield to where they can see your mouth move. Those came out like fairly early, you know, with all of them, because there's a huge deaf community, a huge.
I mean, I'm at the point now, Ghost. I've got tinnitus in this ear. It's constantly ringing. Even right now, it's ringing. It's not so deafening that I can't hear out of it, but and this ear, it goes on and off. You know.
You know there are drops for that, right?
For my tinnitus?
You can get them at Walmart. Yes. There are ear drops that you can put in, and it can take like a week or so. I don't know. I can't remember. My husband's got some, but he never uses it.
Maybe
but he keeps forgetting. But yeah, just look in the eardrops, and it'll say for tinnitus on them. But yeah, ring stop or something like that, I think is what it's called. But it's worth a try. They're cheap. You might as well try them.
Yeah.
May make a big difference for you.
Did it help your husband?
He won't use them. He forgets to put them in.
So do it for him.
I'm not his mama. I'm not going to like hold him down and put them in his ears.
Maybe you need to. Dude, one thing I've learned about men is we all have a tendency to be fucking stubborn. You know, because you get to a certain age.
That is no joke.
You get to a certain point in life and you're like, I ain't taking shit off of anybody. I don't give two shits who it is. And Ghost, you know what I'm talking about there?
Why are you
everybody on this
only
panel,
men?
even the women, know exactly what I'm talking about.
Sorry, I can't hear you. What?
Virginia knows that she's getting about to that point where she probably said fuck it all.
Yeah, well, it's not just the men. It's not just the men.
Yeah, fuck it all.
I kept having a ringing in my ears, and I realized it was best to turn my phone off once in a while.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. My ex-wife went through the same thing. I kept yelling at her and yelling at her and yelling at her. Hey, stop fucking other people, but she just wouldn't listen.
Oh,
oh my God.
I had to get rid of her.
Maybe she needed some of those tinnitus drops. Maybe she wasn't hearing you.
She needed a shower head massager, Tasha. She needed the one with the multi-level pulse that goes up to where it's got.
Guys.
I've got a quick funny story. Okay, so my mom, you know, I mean, she's in. This was when she was in her late 50s. Met this my stepdad, Roland. And now my mom, I love her to death, but boy, when she nags and bitches, it is just like I've got that in one ear and out the other thing, because she used to do this shit all my life. Most of the time she's pleasant, but man, other times when she's in bitch mode, you just want to fucking leave the property. Anyway, so it turns out that my stepdad is pretty much deaf in one ear and has to have a hearing aid for the other. And it's funny because sometimes I'll be over visiting and he's got his hearing aid turned down because he's probably tired of hearing my mom bitch, you know, but when the kids and the grandkids get there, you know, she changes attitude completely. You know, no more bitching, complaining. What do you want? Can I get you anything? Blah, blah, blah. But then when she talks to Roland, hey, the kids are here. And he's like, and they just yell back and forth at each other because he's got his he's got his hearing aids turned all the way down, so they have to yell at each other. It sounds like they're arguing a lot of the times, and it turns into that. It's like, you know, sometimes on our chat when somebody says something and, you know, you can't quite make out the whole definition of what they were saying,
right?
And they get that a lot. So it's kind of crazy. Anyways, that was my story. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was mesmerized by that. I don't know.
My stepdad is awesome. You know, dude. My stepdad, if you need help, he will fucking help you.
Right.
And he's got land up in Kingman.
We can make bonds sometimes with step parents or whatever that, you know, you really see to appreciate their wisdom and what they did in your life, and you know, that's a good testament of that.
Yeah.
We need help from your dad. We should like write him a letter or draw him a picture. How's that work?
Blaine, did you have a story? You were going to say something?
I was going to say, you know, I'm deaf in this ear and halfway deaf in that ear. So I hear what y'all are saying. I'm just like, did I hear that correctly?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. How did that happen?
All right. Well, I'm going to head out. I just wanted to drop in to say hey to everybody.
Good night, Tasha.
You have a good night.
Night, y'all. Love you.
Night.
Always a pleasure, girl.
Good night.
Good night.
Is Hutch still up?
Yeah, Hutch is here. He
Hutch,
woke up early.
Hutch, you want to come on the panel, bro?
I know,
all
right?
All you gotta do is click that link up above.
Hutch and I did. Dangerous, did you see the trimming party with Hutch?
I watched part of it, yeah.
Yes.
I popped in there for a minute or two and watched you play with your bush.
Thank you. I got to fix the I think that the grow lights mess up the lighting on the laptop, so it was really blurry. But I'll try and figure it out and get it better. But it was a great time. He's a really good teacher. Him and Green Thumb did a really good job.
You know, I'm surprised Hawk hasn't jumped in there, man.
Right.
I understand. He's pretty damn good himself. He's making edibles and all that. I don't know. Hutch, do you make edibles as well? And if so, how do you do that? You should just pop up on the panel, bro.
Well, all you have to do is make.
I mean, because I've heard people boiling butter and then throwing weed in there and getting the oil off the top. I mean, I've heard a couple. Well, actually, no, that's the only way I've actually ever heard. I'm sure there's many more.
Blaine, were you hands up, buddy?
I was pointing out a few different things about lighting.
Right.
How you can make. You see this?
Yep.
Just a little bit of extra effort, and you can turn the camera sharp, or you can make things blurry.
Yep.
So you're absolutely right.
That's what happened to me because I was under those grow lights.
I'm gonna try something. All right. Let's see what happens. I'm gonna turn. I've got one overhead light right here. I'm gonna turn it off and see what happens. There we go.
Yeah.
That's way better.
Yeah, it is. That looks really good.
Did you guys see him disappear too?
That's the best I've seen you look ever.
Damn, I should have used a flashlight. I ended up kicking my fucking helmet.
Right.
The 10 degrees, dangerous.
No, not even fucking shit.
It's dark.
It fits the title.
You see this thing right here? Does not feel comfortable when you kick it. Why do I keep it on the floor? Well, it's close.
There's that awkward silence we were talking about.
Yeah, I know.
Awkward. I wasn't. Huh?
Silence is
Well,
peaceful. We need
everybody's
to learn to
asking
understand
why-
that.
I thought everybody
Silence
was
can
asking
be
why
very
in the fuck
nice.
do I keep a Kevlar helmet next to my fucking desk? Well,
You're right.
Never
You're right,
know.
Christian.
Isn't it crazy how I said the word awkward silence and everybody tried to talk at the same time?
That was awkward.
Yeah, that was awkward. It was the awkward clog.
It's a reflex. When you say awkward silence, everybody's like, ooh, I got to pitch in. I got to fix the problem.
Yeah.
Trying to help.
Got a solution. It's like, hey, I have a plan.
I was the only one restrained.
That's true, Moose Man. You just proved yourself the smartest man in the room. You didn't take the bait.
Plus, I thought he was asleep. He hasn't said anything in an hour.
I know. We should give him the floor. I got to drain the main vein. I'll be right back.
Okay.
You go, girl.
Oh my god. Gotta go drain the lizard, dude. Oh my God, Virginia's a riot.
I enjoy listening. That's how I learn.
She's a bright and eloquent young lady. I like her.
Yeah, no doubt, right? Arkansas prepper.
She's also cuter than a fart.
She's got to take a gulp. She does know how to hang out with the boys, though. That's one freaking awesome thing.
And she'll stand up, too. That's cool.
Mm-hmm.
Got to have a set of balls to actually get up here, eh?
She's the kind of woman, though, that can make you write bad checks.
I'll drink the last of this to that.
Oh, Moose, that was brilliant,
Oh,
buddy.
dude, come on. All right. Not other guys on the panel or in the chat. But does she have bigger balls than a lot of guys? Absolutely, she does. Absolutely, she does. She
I
probably
wasn't
not
worried
be
about the
afraid.
balls.
She would probably not be afraid to ball up her fucking fist and crack somebody in the face either.
Could she
If
be
she
like
hasn't
that
done it
girl that
already.
can crush beer cans with her boobs? Did you ever see that? That was sick. I thought, are you
You've seen her
damaging
too, huh?
yourself? Oh my god! it
Oh
was
my
sick.
God. I think I know who you're talking about. Oh God, I've seen that.
Made me sick.
Hey, all right, now
Busty,
I like.
the
Now,
beer
don't get
can
me wrong.
slammer.
I do
Busty.
like big tits. I do like big tits. But I mean, there is a crossover line where it's like, what the fuck? No, thank you. I mean, you know, it would be fun for a party gag, you know, like, hey, check this girl out, man. She can smash beer cans with her fucking tits, you know. Ah, look at that. You know, I mean, but like, can you, I mean, banging that, man, they'd be smacking you in the face, and you know these things crush beer cans. You'd be walking away bruised and probably black eye or something.
Is there like an app on your
Black
phone?
eye, yeah.
Is there like an app on your phone to let you know when you're getting to that point? Because I haven't gotten there yet. Like, can I get like an alert that says, "Hey, you're getting to that point where they're just like too big"? I don't know.
Wait a minute. Did I just hear about a Too Big app? Is that what just happened?
For boobs.
Oh, boobs. I don't have any boobs.
Yours
So
was talking about, you know, there's a point when they get too big, and I'm like, well, is there an app on my phone that can alert me when they're getting too big? Because I haven't been there yet.
I think it's more appropriate to get a too small app because they're never going to be too big. But
Look at me. I'm a fat old bald guy. I'm not going to be picky. If they're there, I'm going to work with it. You know what I mean? You got to work with what you got. You got to run what you run.
Yeah,
I just posted the boob crusher.
You have to be adaptable.
Yeah, if you haven't seen it, go check it out. Holy crap, these things are ginormous, dude. Like seriously, I don't even understand why women would want tits that big.
Isn't that
Hey,
insane?
who was it?
They
Was
pay
it
for
Dolly
it too.
Parton? Wasn't it Dolly Parton that got a boob reduction
No,
because
it just made them bigger.
No, yeah, she got bigger, but I knew a woman once that was 12 years old that had the biggest breasts I've ever seen in my life. The poor girl was uncomfortable and she was going for a reduction. But
Yeah.
these things stuck out at least 3 feet in front of her, man.
Mm-hmm.
It was unbelievable.
It can be a serious
Damn.
medical issue for
Yeah.
sure.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually covered by most medical insurances.
Yeah,
Sounds like a
it
girl
is.
I went to school with.
Yeah, I know several people that have had them done.
We had one girl in school like that.
Brutal.
yeah, the only problem, I mean, all right, granted, you know, if you got perky tits during school and everything, like large perky tits, it's one thing. But as you get older, yeah, I mean, gravity affects everything, including on men.
I
mean, you know,
disagree. I disagree, dude. I've got perkies. I've had 3 kids. I breastfed all of them. They are high and tight and looking forward.
Amen.
A solid.
okay, well, let's see him. Well, I mean, you know, you've seen mine. See, now that's just it, man. You owe me. You owe me, Virginia. Now Nikki's. I've seen Nikki's.
He
I've
just
seen
straight
Janet's.
called bullshit on a live stream. He just straight called bullshit. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what you're afraid of. You know, I'm not gonna post them out there.
You just.
I keep that. I keep all those in my own personal storage.
Okay. So you're looking for a tit pic.
Like even when I showed you my boobs, because I pulled my nips out a couple times.
Yeah.
Oh shit! I'll tell
What's
you what,
funny
man.
is-
You know what, Ghost? I don't think ours are quite big enough for a bra yet, brother.
Well,
I'm a nipple man.
They're pretty. They're handfuls, bro.
I heard nipples somewhere. Somebody said nipple man.
I'm a nipple man. I love nipples.
That's a good point because that's the spot. That's the sensitive zone. Groping is groping. You can do that on my thigh. It's still fat, but
If you can't find the nipples, it's a little bit tougher to find the clitoris. That's what I'm saying.
Ain't that the truth?
Most of
I
you
used to
can
ask waitresses,
know that,
2
let
nipples for a
alone find
dime.
I'll tell you what, man. It could be pitch black, and I can find a woman's nipples. Oh yeah.
Amen to that.
They're
Because
like
you're a braille reader.
I just kind of wiggle my face around till I get poked in the eye.
Right. Yeah. Y'all ain't right. Y'all are not right.
Who's insane in the head?
Well, you know what? Hutch said earlier he was a leg man, and I'm not being weird at all. I'm not going Arkansas, but what I'm saying is I've got 45 inches from hip to toe, so I can bring it on legs. I've already explained the yoga moves I can do. Boobs, I can't help you. I just got what I got.
That's all right. You wrap your legs around me, and we'll be fine.
Yeah, who's complaining?
Right. Yeah, that's true. I haven't had complaints. That's a good
I
point.
mean, you know, and you know, you guys know I'm kind of short, so it's like
kinda
a lot of the girls I've been with are usually either looking me in the eye or a little bit taller.
Right.
And dude, when they got long legs and they wrap those things around me and then pull their freaking nails down my back, let's just say it's pleasant.
How
for
many
them.
have you been with though where you were looking up their nose? Because that's how we would be.
No.
How much does that cost you, Dangerous? How much does that cost you, Dangerous?
Well, actually, they pick him up and they sit him on the kitchen counter first, and then
Yes.
Smart ass, I'm not a fucking midget.
So true. Y'all are corrupting me. Come on.
Oh yeah, you're so innocent there,
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Dude.
But you're like so close to the edge. All you got to do is go.
I'll tell you what. There was
Yeah,
at least
right.
one point. Nikki was doing a bikini stream. Her and Janet were the other day.
Yeah, I saw it the other day.
And I was in there. There was one point I had to walk off for a minute.
Oh no. Too much information.
It's a problem when you reach maximum torque.
Right. Right. I was
Ghost,
there.
you got a nice beard, bro.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But don't you think Janet's puppies looked cute too? Or did you even see the puppies?
Ooh,
When
that's
did
a good
puppies
one.
not look cute? I haven't seen those. Please post now.
Oh,
Oh,
man. All right.
so
Yeah,
cute.
Steve out here brings up a really good point. An ass is an ass. You may think you don't have an ass, but to someone else, it could be the sexiest ass ever. That is a great point, my brother. You never know, man. I've seen freaking Kardashian asses, and I'm like, no.
That's just gross.
And then I've seen those asses that just like so tight, and I'm like, nah. It's got to be like in between.
Well said, sweet cheeks.
There's the Jordache look, and then there's the Lardache look.
Yeah. Right.
Dude, Moose Man said Jordache. That's going back to the 80s, dude.
Way back. That was a horse,
Jordache.
right? Wasn't their logo like the horse at one time?
Jordache.
What I know
Yeah,
it from
yes,
is
it
a
was.
brand of jeans.
It was
Was
a
it a
jean.
horse head at one time? That was their logo, a horse, right? Jordache?
I don't remember that.
Yeah.
I think their logo was a horse head at one time. It was like this really cool stylized
The
horse.
Jordache.
Yeah.
God, I was so freaking young back then. I must have been 11 or 12 back then when Jordache was. I was like 10 or younger when Jordache was a thing. And then after that, I was playing outside. I didn't watch a whole lot of TV. So
Steve Harloa, aloha, hanaho. And, I love to see that statement because I have what they call a shovel ass. I have no ass. I have very, very slender legs. And so there is zero Kardashian going on here. There's not much meat between the hip and the upper thighs. So that's a very interesting insight because sometimes women get to where we see these body types that are very ample hourglass, like 1.5 hourglass.
Mm.
And a lot of us don't fit those molds that are put out there. And I think it fucks up a lot of younger kids. I mean, I'm in my 40s, so I couldn't give a rat's ass what anyone thinks at this point. If you're going in, you're going in, and it is what it is. I can't change it much. But for younger women, that's a really unfortunate reality. And they try to meet an ideal that is simply not realistic.
Well,
I see you, Texas.
You know what?
To the
Virginia,
bone, though, the sweeter the meat.
Yeah,
Right.
well, the way you got to look at it right now, Virginia, is you got a lot of guys, a lot of Richards hanging out with you right now. You're hanging out with the boys, and do we think you're attractive? Fuck yeah, dude. Absolutely, I do. I wouldn't accept you like I would. Well, no, I'd still accept you, even though I know you hate me. Because you're always making fun of me being a midget and all, but other than that, no. I mean, you fit right in.
Had like a cool ass canner, I wouldn't even speak to her.
And I mean, if you want to go back to it, remember what was it? A week or two ago, you were, I think it was you asking, what's the most attractive feature on a woman?
Yes.
And
Yep.
I was like, their personality, and boom, there you are.
Well,
I mean, dude, your personality is super attractive to me.
that's very nice, Dangerous. Thank you. And thank you to everybody. You're right. I am hanging out with a bunch of Richards, and my whole life, my best friends have been men. Women are not a fan of me. I don't know why, but I think it's because of the cans. But
Indy like
Nikki and Janet for sure. We have an understanding, but I don't get along with girls. I get the sense of humor and the topics that from male friends much more than female.
Yeah, if you didn't have a badass canner, I wouldn't even speak.
I know. Well, I'm such a fake bitch anyway. Why would you? You never know. Yeah.
Not.
Yeah, good luck, Eric. I hope you sell a lot of stuff today, brother.
Eric, yes. Good luck. I know you're doing the flea market today. Let us know. Billy Truth, I'm 5'10". Yes, I'm tall. I said I had 46 inches from hip to toe. Do the math, sir.
5'10", you're kind of short.
You're right. Well, I still can't wear heels with any of you and not look over your head.
Yeah, that's a good question, though. Have you ever been too tall sometimes?
Me?
So, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yes. Oh, yes. I mean, are you trying to find a quasi way to ask how shortest the dude I've slept with is? I mean...
Okay, well, you brought it up.
My head, but you won't be looking over it.
All right.
Yeah, I know.
The shortest guy you ever slept with?
Well, the reason I pop up here is
I'm glad I'm a mountain of a man.
Yeah, you are. You're all the tallest Richards. I got to tell you something. The shortest man I was with was 5'3", and all right, this is really fucking awkward, but you asked. There's a handful of people that could actually get the job done. This man was 5'3", and I don't know what it was. I really don't, because he wasn't even that attractive. But he got it done every time, and the height had nothing to do with it. Discuss.
How about girth?
He
was something like a tuna can.
It was everything was average. I don't know what it was. I don't know. It could have been the motion of the engine. I'm not sure.
No, it's all.
Sorry, I lost control.
Most women would rather be tickled than choked to death.
Because honestly, like I said, a lot of the women I've been with they've never been like 5'10", bigger, but I mean, they've all been taller, like 5'7", 5'8". And honestly, yeah, they said the same thing. They came back for seconds and thirds. You know,
I just always get them really, really wasted, and then the next morning I tell them how good I was. I'm like, no, I was really awesome. You had a great time.
I'd wake up and these girls were really happy.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were lying to you. They just wanted breakfast.
Awesome.
I'm messing with you, Remote.
You make great sausage.
You have no idea. I'm actually an exemplary cook.
I watched your can.
He watches my cans as often as possible, but on a serious tip, I am a very good cook. I'm an excellent cook.
I like to experiment myself.
With cooking?
Yes, cooking.
Brother, you and I same height. I'm 6'2".
Oh wow, Hutch. I did not imagine you were that tall. That's very tall. And I like how you enjoy a fidget spinner.
Me, Hutch, and somebody else in the chat are 6'2". I can't remember who it was. Somebody else said they were 6'2".
I make a way better samosa than anybody else.
What is a samosa?
Curried beef or chicken inside a thin, deep-fried crust.
It's kind of like the equivalent of an empanada or a wonton, but it's a slightly different dough. So it's a filled dough that's deep fried, and it's absolutely fucking delicious.
Delicious and bigger than a wonton, yeah.
Yeah, it's bigger than it's like more of the dough of an empanada, but sort of a pastry-ish dough as opposed to a really thin pasta type dough, and it is excellent.
Seriously, if you've never had one, you got to try them.
Yep.
It's like a meat pie.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Cool.
Those are good.
It's a shepherd pie that's deep fried in a crusty shell.
Almost like a calzone, right? A calzone would fit in that same category.
Yeah, just a lot smaller. I mean, every culture has some kind of meat they shove into some kind of carb and fry. And that's basically, they do.
I've got some meat all shoved into.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
Everybody wants to shove some meat into a pie.
Yeah.
Right now I'm thinking of American pie
for me. I can't believe
I'm hungry.
That for me. Every culture wants to shove some meat into a pie.
Aloha, Steve. You have a good day, brother, and I will catch you tomorrow. Working on a Sunday. Wow.
Oh, too bad, man. Have a good day, though.
Well, he runs his own company, though, so he can run it however he wants, which is cool. I mean, honestly, dude, that would, oh God, wouldn't that be all of our ultimate dream? Have our own company,
should be that way,
want, without the government regulation and shit, which you're never going to get away from unless we. Never mind.
What you can't get away from is the taxes. Steve Harloha actually lives very close to my grandfather on the Big Island, and my grandfather used to run a courier business. He would pick up shit from the airport, take it all over the island. It could have been goods for trade, or it could have been dead bodies. And there was a tremendous amount of work in that. And you can more or less make your own hours because I'm not saying this is what Steve does, but I know on that island you can do quite a bit.
He's a plumber. Actually, Steve, I'm pretty sure you're a plumber, right? You run your own plumbing business. Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong.
Right.
But yeah.
Check this out. This is crazy. It just smacked me in the mouth when you said that a while ago about being an American, being free and having a business. You work for yourself. Think about it. If it wasn't for governments and regulations, there would be no such thing as a business. It's just what you do when you get up.
Yep.
That's what they described you in big letters.
Wow. Good point.
Isn't that crazy?
That's true.
That whole word just goes away without government regulation.
Yeah.
That word means nothing without the government.
No, it does not. Yeah, remember blacksmiths back in the day?
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have no fucking company. Hey, let's go to Joe. He knows how to do this and that.
Trade. What's your trade? What do you do?
I build houses.
I bang rim up metal with a hammer. What do you do? What do you do? I grow shit. It wasn't a job. It wasn't a business because it wasn't government regulated. It's just what you do. I do this. You do that. We trade. We're good. Bartering.
And you eat well.
We just seriously reduced civilization to prepping and bartering in 17 seconds.
Yeah, that's a good point, because nowadays what they call it to the IRS is freelancing. So they still fuck you for it. If you have any proof of making any kind of money doing exactly what you just said, it's called a freelancer.
Got to your head. What do you want to do when you grow up? I want to own my own business. What?
Yeah.
Now think about that versus what I just said. I want to own my own business. So you literally want to own nothing. If you think about it.
Mm-hmm.
The only reason that the word business exists is to pay taxes to the government.
Hobo.
Wow. What do you want to do when you grow up? I want to do stuff.
Damn, Hobo, I haven't talked to you in forever, brother.
Hey, Hobo.
Sorry.
Hey, what's up, Hobo?
That was deep. I might have to do a video on that. That was really cool.
No,
that's a good.
When you were just talking about that, it reminds me a lot of how the mafia ran their freaking setup. You know what I mean? You want to work? You want a business here? You want to conduct business here? You have to pay us protection. The government got wind of it, fucking wiped out pretty much most of the gangsters. And what did they do? They adopted the same fucking tactics as the fucking gangsters. Our government is a bunch of gangsters at this point.
Yeah.
because they're telling us, oh, you need to pay this tax so what we can pave the roads. No, you know what? I have worked for a fucking road paving company. Dude, the government wasn't paying our contract. Some private dude was. It doesn't, sorry, I'm going to get off on a tangent if I keep going.
Yeah, no, it's all good. The taxation without representation is a major part of why a lot of things started revolutionarily. But the idea that Ghost had about us being kind of grassroots in the way that we did things, it was a matter of skills and what you could offer. And, that sort of freelance work, you were the mason or the smithsman or the person who grew whatever. What did our people tell us? Mine did when I was growing up. If you want to figure out what to do for a career, figure out a way to make money doing what you love. And most people don't do that. They go to college because their parents told them to, or they pursue the family business, or they do what's available in their locality. They do not try and find a way to make money doing something they love to do. Mm-hmm. And, I'm guilty of that. I worked a long time just to make sure my children were fed. But at the same time, I think about it now and I'm like, okay, if I put 100 sweet potatoes in my room in January, then by the farmer's market in May, I will have about 1,000 sweet potato slips to sell for about $10 each. Or, I don't know if that's how it goes, but you get the example. So all of us can do these little things and try and figure it out and get back to the grassroots way of thinking that gets us outside of government reliance, outside of thinking that if you can't make it on your own, you go sign up for some kind of program and they'll give it to you, because that's the first dominoes, is society taking advantage of what health and human services or social services are trying to offer, and taking that inch a mile.
Yeah, you're talking about bureaucracy now.
Yes.
And that's the same thing Anarchy is talking about. And don't get me started about bureaucracy. That they piss me off more than anything. They're not even supposed to exist. It is a criminal organization and it is unconstitutional. Dude, like I even question the FBI, because look at what the FBI has done in the last 8 years. When Obama's in there, they cover up for him. When Trump is trying to run, they fucking spy on him. Mm-hmm. And every step of the way, once he is duly elected, they fucking try and bust him for bullshit that was proven not to be true. Wasting how many millions of taxpayer dollars? 50?
I'm going to tell you, that didn't piss me off.
Like, seriously, dude, our government needs to fucking stop, drop, and fucking back the fuck off.
Right. It's like drop and roll, Grandma, tuck and roll. But that was a commercial in the 90s, and it made me laugh my ass off like a motherfucker. I've never forgot it. But what I'm saying is I was not really affected by what happened in the last couple of months or years. Personally, I didn't emotionally lose it, because it's not the last 7 years of what the alphabet agencies do. It's their entire inception to now. They've been nefarious from the start. So I think when we get emotionally involved into expectations of, well, I want XYZ result from what's happening in this crux moment, that's when we get upset and say, well, now I'm disappointed and let down because that crux moment was not fulfilled. And now they're all fucked. Well, you know what? They've always been fucked. They've always been fucked. I mean, Dangerous, my thoughts on this. I don't.
Yeah, Indy kind of sums up what I was thinking. I mean, this was going on before JFK.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because he wanted to end these goddamn bureaucracies. Look at what the ATF is doing now. They're going back and changing definitions so fucking vague that, like, even the FFLs are like, what do you fucking mean by that? Yeah. Go ahead.
Fuck is Billy talking about?
ignore.
I need to correct some information in chat. In chat, the ATF was not created until 1973. The FBI existed long before that, and the CIA came after the FBI. But ATF was established in 1973. So before that, gun laws and that were handled by the Treasury Department.
Yes. So what is Billy talking about? I know what a concussion is, and I am very suspicious of military wannabes.
I don't know.
Hear that?
Dude, come on, man. Dude, remember, he was getting to the point where he wasn't making sense earlier.
Right.
He's just hanging out with us right now.
Yeah.
Let's see. We're so short-handed. I call a person from corporate dauber from Coach. I guess that's the couple of companies that you work with. And he got mad and told me to go back to work. What? Having a hard time finding workers. Shit.
Right. And I think the point he's making is that there are a lot of jobs out there. Yeah. There are jobs, and depending on what people, where you live and what your skills are, I'm not sure which companies he's referring to, but without question, nowadays they're also expanding a lot of employment such that you can do it from home. And you almost all the customer service agents you talk to on Amazon are sitting at home. There's a lot of things if you look outside of the box and get in touch with your local work agencies. And in my town, it has a certain name, but I don't think that's an official government name. I think it's a business. But there are job search agencies in every locale that have an idea, and usually it's some kind of industry local to that area that they just can't fill seats. For example, where I live, we have a mussel farm. I'm not trying to be offensive to anyone here, but they cannot keep white people in those jobs because none of them want to pick mussels. They all.
You're talking about seafood.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And because people are like, well, I've got a silver spoon and I'm going to go to college and I'm supposed to be an accountant. So none of them will go and put on the waiters and go and do that work. Therefore, that business is employed almost entirely by non-verifiable people. But it's not the non-verifiable people's fault. It's I see you, Moose.
I'm going to go into the chat.
It's the fact that the spoiled Americans around anywhere, everywhere, will not do those laborious jobs.
Well, I mean, dude, when I started off, dude, I've dug ditches, I built houses. I mean, I'm no stranger to hard work. Now, granted, at the age I'm getting, I can still do some of it. I can't do it like I could when I was 20 and 30.
Yeah.
But I am a great teacher, a great leader. I've always moved up to leadership where the supervisor is like, okay, I'm going to lunch break. If anybody has any questions, you ask for them. It's just once I know the job and know what needs to be done, I get it done. I don't care if if somebody throws a wrench in my way. I mean, I've seen guys that do that. They fucking stall out as soon as they come into a problem. Like, oh shit, I framed this window in wrong.
Yeah.
And they're just like staring at it. And I see them standing around for like 5 minutes, 10 minutes, just staring at this fucking window. And I'm like, is there something wrong? And they're like, it's out of square. And I'm like, so fix it. And they're like, well, how? So I pull out my speed square. Put it down in the corner. I'm like, okay, well, you're this much out of square in a 3-foot area. So what you want to do is you want to shim the fucking, trim the bottom up Yeah, it really sucked when they got the header wrong. Oh my god. Then it's like, what do? I was like, grab the fucking Sawzall, drop the fucking window down by an inch, or whatever they had to cut out. Yeah, it just shit like that. You know what I mean? You just think on your feet. You get a flat tire. What do you fucking do? Check to see if you got a flat tire. If you don't have a spare tire, well, you're already fucked. Right. Go ahead, Moose.
Joe Morgan, you are absolutely correct. The actual tax stamps do come through the IRS Department of Treasury, who handled firearms and all the registrations from the 1934 Act up until the ATF was created July 1st, 1972, and it took them about a year to get trained and get buildings and get established, because I remember them going real active in 1973. But the tax stamps still come through the IRS Department of Treasury.
I'm surprised they haven't
taxing.
I'm surprised they haven't raised the tax stamp. Aren't you, Moose? You would think they, by this point, they would have been like, well, 200.
Well,
bucks.
not really, because it was that was established by law. That was established by law. And if you figure, though, $200 back in 1934 is the equivalent today of how much? About $20,000.
God, what a piece of shit, dude. I'm telling you, if you elect me president, me and Moose Man, actually elect him, I'll be the vice president, and we will together take that NFA, the original bill, and we will rip that thing in half together and burn it on barbecue in the Oval Office.
I don't know why Anarchy Television keeps arguing with me. Google ATF creation date. It tells you the ATF did not exist before 1972. It was authorized under the Department of Justice. Yeah, the ATF did not go back to 1789. You know, that's false information. I'm sorry, but that's not the way it was. It's documented.
Yeah, I need one of my GI Joes. I need somebody.
I hate false information.
No, I agree with you, Moose. I know.
False information is bad as a lie in my book.
It confuses people, and then they get an argument, and then somebody loses a bet because of false information.
That's true. Huh? But then again,
hey, I
right
was
now,
alive when ATF. I was in high school when ATF was created.
The thing you got to think about here is how many people are being fed this false information. Thousands, millions, probably millions. I mean, yeah, anybody that watches CNN and shit like that, you're definitely getting fed false information because they have no limits on their propaganda anymore. You know, there was actually a point in my lifetime when CNN was actually trusted news.
Right.
Not anymore.
When it first came out.
When the 68 gun control was enacted, it was under the Department of Treasury. And it was then they discovered that with all the new gun laws and stuff, they needed an agency to handle basically the firearms, and then they gave them the alcohol, the tobacco, and the firearms to free up the IRS Treasury Department to do the tax collection. I lived it.
Okay. Going.
I got a tax stamp around here somewhere. I could probably dig out and show you.
I've never gotten one, dude. I hear they take forever though. Like, even if you want to get like a silencer, you get like a 6-month wait on that fucking thing. And not to mention the silencer alone costs you like between $600 to $1,000. Then you got to pay the stamp on.
Yep.
Dude,
it's an 8 to 9 month wait now.
How come when the Republicans had the House, the Senate, and the fucking office, and they tried to pass that Hearing Protection Act, nobody fucking passed it? Dude, what in the fuck is so scary about a fucking suppressor, dude? A silencer, whatever you want to call it.
Because none of them are here for us. None of them are here for us. That's why I'm not a Republican and I'm not a Democrat. I'm an independent constitutionalist.
Yeah. That's funny you say that. I describe myself as a constitutionalist. I do not go with either wing of the bipartisan bird. And I don't say that lightly, because I know a lot of people in here might be put off by that, but I don't trust either side of them. I think they're all puppets. It's like this beautiful little eagle, and it's got a marionette on each wing, and they fly it accordingly.
I've got the perfect. If I've already used it, let me pull it up. I might have it in my icon section here. Let me see if I got it. But what it is it's got a fucking elephant on one side saying war on drugs, and then it's got a donkey on the other side, and it's a tree, and on the tree it says the Tree of Liberty. On one side you've got a jackass, and on the other side you got an elephant. One has the war on guns, the other one has the war on drugs.
Right.
And yeah, I mean, that's just how they roll.
And they both have chainsaws.
Neither side is fully.
And they both have chainsaws.
Even Trump, although I think many of us probably voted for him, he was the one that came out and said, due process later, take the guns now. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, seriously, like, you can't trust any of these motherfuckers. Not a single one, dude. You would be better off with Moose and I in office. We would protect your fucking rights, whether you're a transgender, whether you're a fucking liberal. But at the same time, it's like, dude, you're such a small part of the community. You're not going to sit there and make rights for other people that they have to abide by because they want to call you, excuse me, sir, you're in my way. Dude, when I had long hair, I got called ma'am. Did I ever turn around and bitch? No, I was like, fuck, man, my hair's too fucking long. I mean, fucking, that happens, dude. When I see people
I just turn around and say,
dude,
isn't that special?
Like, seriously, when I see people with colored hair, do I find it attractive? No, I find it kind of disgusting usually. Because
I'd still like to know what happened with Hobo Jesus in his case.
They look like fucking clowns. They look like fucking clowns at that point. Why in the fuck are you dyeing your hair light green or light red or orange or whatever fucking color you want in the rainbow?
What happened with Hobo Jesus in his case, Ron?
I feel the same damn way about man buns.
You're asking about Hobo Moose Man. If you could answer that, Hobo.
What happened with his gun case?
Well, Dangerous, I mean, in the 90s when I was going around and I was early, like barely 20s, actually. I was born in 78. I did dye my hair, not my whole head, but right in front of my face and my bangs. I had like bright purple or bright blue or whatever, and it kind of fit into that like punk culture at the time. And now that I'm older, I can see 20 years later how it's not there. My grandmother she used to walk up to dudes that had mohawks and go, son, what is your message? Simply because he had a huge mohawk or colored hair or a lot of piercings. What is your message, you know? And I was so embarrassed. I would say to her, well, I dye my hair in the front a bright blue, but I don't have a message. I just think it looks cool. So I think it kind of depends on the context of where culture is at the time. Nowadays, I see people who are old enough I'm old enough to be their mother, and they're doing their full head like this, and they're sort of taking an ideal that they don't understand and putting off that cool vibe exterior without any idea. For me in the 90s, it was fashion. Now it's people thinking that they are making a statement or being, you know.
No, I get that. I mean, I remember Cyndi Lauper. She always had highlights in her hair. I always thought she was pretty cute.
Yeah.
But
Cyndi Lauper is a great example.
Obstruction of an officer is a hard one to prove. So I think you may have this in the bag if you pled not guilty and just plug at it, because obstruction is a hard one to prove.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, he's sitting in the back saying it might be detained. And hopefully they got it all on video.
Asking questions is not obstruction. Walk like an Egyptian.
Hell yeah. Fuck like an Egyptian. Yeah. Have you ever tried it? Vertically or horizontally?
How do you bend the arms? No, I think that's
get in there as deep as you can. Hell yeah.
I think walking like an Egyptian in the horizontal, as you were implying, would be more like someone's laying on a desk or sitting on a chair, or basically a mounting, you know. Look at Moose. He's like, oh yeah, memories.
Memories.
Oh my God, Joe. That is good.
Well, not with me, Moose, but just in general. I'm sure you slayed. He was slaying in the day.
Well, he's still got a woman to cling on to.
Yeah.
Good for him.
Hundo. A lot of people don't.
No, I've got my bed sheets, my pillow, my pillow.
And your jerkins.
I told you I don't use lotion.
I know. And I don't want to hear about why you spit on it instead of using lotion.
Man, that called bareback?
Yeah. Sorry. I'll get it together. Sorry. Blaine, I see you.
Raw dog.
It puts the lotion on its skin.
Oh man, that's deep.
It's the lotion on its skin.
Isn't that fucking sexy? Look at that. Oh, look at that. I need to get back out there and get a little bit more sun. Maybe tomorrow I'll do that.
Right.
Gonna be a lot of kids.
Yeah.
They almost got that. Now check this out. Okay. In the beginning of May, we have 2 pools down here at our clubhouse and a sauna. And at the beginning of May, the fucking pool was dug up. The concrete was still there. The pool was still there. It's just everything was dug up. Well, I went by there today. They've got the cool deck down, and it looks like they might be filling it up probably here in the next week or so. Which, I mean, it's kind of last minute type shit, but you know, with so many people coming down, you know, they're community pools for people in the park. In fact, the managers are pretty strict on that. Like, like they've kind of hired me as like a deputy when I'm up there. It's like if I notice anybody that doesn't live in the park that's up there that is not with somebody from the park, then I have the right to kick their ass out.
Right. Wow.
Yeah, they should be coming out pretty soon, Hondo. And I am really curious to find out what they found because I've been hearing shit on both sides. But you know what? They're all talking out their ass, dude. I really don't think these cyber ninjas are giving away any fucking kind of leaks or anything like that. It's just hearsay. I mean, and that's the problem with our fucking media, our mainstream media now. They're allowed to fucking put out their own narrative. I mean, truth be damned. You know what I mean? It's absolute bullshit. You can't believe anything you see on the news anymore.
Right. And even if everything went the way you want it to, would it make a difference?
It will in the way we fucking vote. I guarantee because our Senate is pissed. You know, so now, you know, we may not be able to overturn the vote. I don't know, man. If 5, 6, 10, 20 states get together, well, I think they already tried that once before. But, I mean, if we all have proof that this election was a fraud, which we know it was, yeah, I don't know. I just don't know. Probably not. You know, I take the black pill, too. It's not going to be enough to overturn
By the way,
bullshit election.
Real men use case lube, dangerous freedom.
Yeah, not you sound like dick. I like more like what Nikki said earlier, Astroglide. I like that
Contains
stuff.
lanolin and it's non-toxic.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, but with that Astroglide, you could fit a fucking golf ball through a garden hose.
Wow.
Man. Oh yeah. It's
but
coming
who wants garden hoses?
No. And that's where I walk away.
Mine won't fit. I'm sorry, mine won't fit.
Oh, if you use enough lube, it will. Oh boy.
I'd have to have an exhaust pipe or something.
Yeah, that's usually the case.
Oh, that didn't sound right either.
No, it doesn't. That's nefarious there. And I don't want to know anything more.
Yeah, well, that's all right because your mind already went to it.
Forgive me, Lord, and all the pygmies.
Oh my God. He had sex with who? Anal? Who's Anal?
Anal? Yeah, what did she look like?
She's kind of brown, usually. Kind of perky.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'll try that.
I thought when they were talking about the Hershey Highway, somebody was messing with a bottle of chocolate syrup.
Different times, Moose Man. Different times. So. Dude, you know,
I have used chocolate syrup and whipped cream in the past.
I mean, you know, don't get me wrong.
You know, enhancing the girl's pleasure.
No, actually, no. I take that back. Actually, yeah. It was my ex-wife was the first one that I actually asked. Like, hey, can we try this? You know, I've heard about this. Can we try this? She's like, all right, but be gentle. I'm like, okay. She actually, she pretty much enjoyed it.
If you've never used whipped cream with a cherry on top for your woman, you haven't lived.
What do you mean by whipped cream with a cherry on top? Is that a euphemism?
No. you spray her with whipped cream and you put a cherry on top, and then the man gets to lick it off her body, and the woman usually likes that.
Yeah. Okay, I get it. So it's like tossing a salad, but it's a fruit salad.
No, it's just a little topping for the hopping popping.
God. It sounds like a heart attack waiting to happen, man. Too much damn sugar. But I guess it depends on how big her.
No, it gives the man a sugar rush and gives him that instant energy. The sugar rush gives the man the instant energy.
It's so funny.
It's like a banana split. Haven't you ever had a banana split?
I think the thing we need to really discuss here is: are you using like a quarter of the can, or are you using like half the can, or the whole can? I mean, like seriously, I think the actual question it's got to be done in half the can.
I mean,
use a lot of the can, but like Red says, it's called a titty Sunday.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's it. I got you.
You know, and then you get the banana split.
You would put the whipped cream somewhere else. You know, that's what I was thinking. It's like, okay, I'm sure they would enjoy
top
that.
and bottom.
See, I'm not
a big fan. The more you lick them, the more you
Hmm.
like them. They're like postage stamps.
Oh, damn. But if you lick a postage stamp like 3 or 4 times, it's not going to stick to the envelope.
Yeah, well, if you lick off all the whipped cream, you're not going to stick to your woman either.
Nikki, save us from this conversation, and then it's like, yeah.
Oh my God, we went through the spring and the gun conversation and around in circles, and then I was like, eventually we're gonna wind up at sex, and then Nikki's gonna pop in, and then
now we're at dessert. Now we're at dessert.
Oh shit! All right.
You had me at Titty Sunday. I'm like, I gotta come in now.
Oh shit! There we go. Now I'm in my
Sunday.
A little chocolate, syrup, whipped cream, and a cherry on top, and I'm there.
Oh, you're giving me chest
Well, it's
pains
gone.
again. Oh my god. You're fucking nuts. Oh, shit. Oh, that was not a fart. That was my chair. That's what these things do. They make noises. I didn't fart. I swear it. All right. Check this out. Like after my episode yesterday, and I apologize, Ron. Like I got chest pain so bad I clocked out, man. I couldn't do it. And then I was trying to sleep this morning. I'm like, it's Sunday. It is Sunday, right? Yeah, it's Sunday. Like I'm trying to sleep, and it's like 4:45 in the morning, and I can hear my dog tapping around right in the bedroom. Friggin', and the roofers are going Honda. I did get a knock on the door though, and I hear this weird noise in my bedroom, but it was bizarre. So I was like, well, I have a pile of jewelry that I have to go through. I wonder if the dog inadvertently ran into it or something. And then I smelled something after I heard the noise. I'm like, did the dog just take a shit in the bedroom? Because the dog is, unless he has accidents here and there, but I mean, dude, the dog's trained. So now I'm like, it's dark. I don't know where I'm walking, but I'm pretty sure there's been a diarrhea episode in my bedroom. I'm like, motherfucker. And I'm like wide awake. I swear to God, Ron. So I get up. I can't find my clothes. And I'm like, do I even want to put them on? So I run in the kitchen naked. I grab my phone. I turn the flashlight on. I come back. A giant pile of diarrhea literally right next to my bed. I almost stepped in it. I'm like, you motherfucker. Now I'm like pissed off. I'm like, no, I really need to wake up. I'm getting pissed off. At 5 in the morning, I got a clean diarrhea off the damn floor. So Diarrhea Boy is in the living room now looking at me like, please don't kill me. Unbelievable.
What the fuck are you feeding that dog?
Right?
He didn't eat anything different last night. I have no idea.
Good morning, Kay.
Damn.
And
Diarrhea
we got
Boy.
Hawk.
Good
There's Hawk.
Hey.
Good morning, sir.
Oh, there's the baby. Wow, look how big they're getting. Oh my goodness.
You can't fit all 10 in there.
Oh my goodness, they're getting big. Oh my
Yeah.
God.
All
Look
10
at
of you
that.
don't fit in that box no more.
Wow.
Damn.
Isn't that cool just to see how big they got in just a short amount of time? Oh my
God,
God.
you know what, dude? You know, I as much as I love puppies, I also don't want to fucking take care of them, dude. They just like I don't want kids anymore. You know what I mean? You gotta fucking always watch them, take care after them. Just, you know, it's just one of the things I'm not gonna sign up for. Not anymore, dude. I done my fucking poop changing and shit.
Oh yeah.
3 kids, man. 3 kids I had that I changed their fucking dirty diapers, man. I have never been pissed on though. I've been fortunate for that one.
I got pissed on. That's hilarious. I love it when you have boys that are like, psh.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Oh yeah.
Hopefully your mouth ain't open.
Oh, dude, when you have boys, it's an arc coming right at you.
So the first litter is always, oh, this is awesome. The second litter, oh, it's cute. After that, it's no more fun and games.
Yeah, like, all right.
Yeah. But the fact of the matter is, if it wasn't for these puppies, I wouldn't have my farm. So I won't, you know, I'm not going to knock it. If I got to clean up shit, it's no different than going out scooping up pig shit or horse shit or cow shit or goat shit or any other kind of poop, you know. So I'll take it. I'll take the good with the bad. I'll take the good with the bad, because let me tell you, when you get in there and you got 10 puppies just loving on you, shit, it's almost as good as sex. Actually, it has less requirements than sex. It's unconditional love.
Right.
You know?
No tomato.
The rest of the shit don't matter.
See, look at that. They can't even get it through the freaking door. They're piled up in there. You can't fit all 10 of them in there anymore.
No, Fallen Angel. No, you can. Fallen Angel, you can pop up on here. I can have up to 10.
I'll drop down if it means jump.
No. I mean, we've got the puppies. I could drop down. I'm just letting you know. I've got room for at least one more.
Yeah, we can kick the puppies out of here. That's no problem. They steal the show anyways. Yeah.
You ain't lying, Hawk. Nobody cares to see you. It's all about them pups.
I'm serious.
Oh, Mama knows.
I start my stream at night and you know, it's like where are the puppies?
Great.
Where are the puppies? Nobody's like, hi Hawk, how you doing? Great to see you. Oh no, it's where are the fucking puppies?
Yeah.
We love you too,
Hobo. Yeah, kid shit.
All right, so Hobo says he can handle animal shit, puke, and all that, but not from a kid.
You know,
what's the difference?
Yeah, you have to wonder, you know, when you're changing a baby's diaper and you get green and pink and purple, and you're like, I've lived 55 years on this planet and I have never seen purple poop before.
Oh, I've seen
Oh
everything.
God. Yeah, Ghost. You have a good night, brother. Thank you for popping in, dude. I appreciate it.
Good night, Ghost.
Night, Ghost.
Oh, by the way, I did get my shirt in. I should have put it on, but it's a long. Well, for me, it's a long sleeve. I know it for most of you, it's a short sleeve, but like in the middle of a dude, it's like 85 degrees outside right now. Not even fucking shit.
So in other words, if it's not a white beater, it's a long sleeve.
Yes.
I love that.
That's actually pretty hot. And it's what is it? 765. That's 4 o'clock in the morning by you, eh? That's pretty hot.
Yeah. Just about 4, and I think we're at 84.
Where are we at? I'm looking. Yo, we're only like at 82 right now.
Yeah.
It's pretty beautiful.
Well, you're
out
ahead
right
of me.
now,
Actually, I don't know how accurate that is. Hold on. Let me check my.
Yeah, it's 7 o'clock here.
Dude, I've got my own thermostat set up on this house.
Moose Man?
Hey, chat. I say
rain all
stuff
day.
when Ghost is here, but when he's a guest, I'm not talking, and I don't have YouTube on, so I'm not typing in chat because I don't have the bandwidth. I'm just running StreamYard, and I can't type in chat from StreamYard. I talk when Ghost is here. He don't scare me. I got a Ghostbusters gun.
Right.
Actually, you two agree on a lot of shit too. So, yeah, no, it's 81 right now.
I miss all the fun. What the hell did I miss?
I just wish he'd wear a damn hat. I just wish he'd wear a hat. His lighting makes it look like he's got a big glowing spot on his shiny head now, and it just distracts the hell out of me because I think there's an alien light bulb up there on that chrome dome of his. He needs to put his hat back on.
Oh my God.
Shit. You're trying to
like
antagonize Ghost so he gets back up here.
Right? No, I think it's more like a halo. You know, but I mean, I do. Yeah, some of us we can have differing thoughts and whatever, but Ghost is very well respected, as much as Moose. Yeah. In fact, I think that
there's my Ghost impression.
Oh damn!
No, that's
there's my Ghost impression.
Moose, you too much.
Oh, Moose, I know your heart, and so I know that you're trying to get a laugh out of him. I know your heart, and you are trying to make a smile come on that man's face, and I love it.
Hey, you know what? Maybe Ghost should be a cop. I mean, you know, because they are kind of politically challenged.
Right.
He just looks like a bearded Telly Savalas. He looks like a bearded Telly Savalas.
I was just watching the Dirty Dozen earlier today.
Oh, Telly Savalas. Oh, he's not with us anymore, is he?
No,
I just love that guy.
You mean Maggot?
That guy was cool.
Maggot.
Telly Savalas.
You want to hear something funny? You guys are talking about your temperatures and whatever, and I see some in the chat as well. I'm sitting here in 57 degrees, cloudy, in a very lightweight jacket, and I still have a mild sweat going on. Like, what's your temp, Hawk?
I'm hot.
57.
No, I'm sorry.
Really?
It's let's see. What the hell is my temperature out here? I know we're supposed to get rain all day today.
Yeah, me too.
It's weather. There we go. See, it's supposed to go up to 65, but right now it is 54.
Oh yeah, Hawk and I are neighbors, and we got about the same heat going on.
Yeah, it won't get any higher than 60. It won't get any hotter than 65 today.
Mm-hmm.
Even if the sun does make it out.
Really?
But we got this rain, the way the clouds roll in off the ocean here.
100 today.
Yeah. It's when the cloud cover comes in,
That's
it hugs the mountains. So and any of the towns surrounding the mountain, pretty much, you get that. It'll be nice and cool.
All right. So what you're basically saying is this is typical weather.
Yeah.
No, actually, no. 13th of June, we should be. I should be sitting here sweating right now. Actually, I should be debating on whether I'm turning on the air conditioner at 4 a.m.
Okay, that's weird because down here in Arizona, just south, dude, we're supposed to reach 117-degree weather, which is, I mean, I think our highest was like 121 or 122, but normally we stay around the 110s, and but they're expecting by next Tuesday it's going to be like 117. Today I was inside, I was taking my afternoon nap. And I looked at my clock, which has the thermostat both inside the house and outside, and it was like 111 in the shade.
We had a nice day today, though. I mean, I had to turn on the AC today, so
Okay.
so it was nice. Yeah, this is just really freakish. This rain that we're getting right now. Normally, by the middle of May, it comes to an end. Mother's Day weekend is generally our last big rain, and then after that, it's just pretty much sunshine from there on out until the end of August, middle of September, range, right in there. But so it's a little nuts, but and the plants don't seem to mind it right now, so I'm not going to complain. I have a sour diesel that's sitting outside that normally I will not grow outdoor, but it's like the plant didn't want to be inside. As soon as I brought it outside and this cooler weather hit it, it started growing like a freak. This thing's probably going to give me anywhere between 6 to 8 pounds this year. So,
hey, let's welcome our brother Johnny Angel into the chat.
What's up, Johnny?
All right.
Johnny Angel.
Hi, Johnny.
I didn't catch that. What was that?
I'm a big fan of you guys.
Oh, well, thank you.
You guys are always keeping it real.
Yeah, that's what we tend to do, brother. Yep. We're just being real here. I mean, we talk some shit, but even when we talk shit, we're being real.
Right?
Hell yeah, for real.
No silicone here. No silicone here.
No, I was gonna say one thing though, Hawk. You're getting a lot of cold weather, whereas down here, like we're not even getting monsoons. And normally we like rely on those things every summer.
Yeah,
and we didn't
especially
get
at the beginning of June.
Nope, we didn't get any last year, and this year is already shaping up to not look so good either. Yeah, it's kind of
Same here.
Is it manipulation? Is it not, Dan? Maybe I need to put my tinfoil hat on.
Yeah,
Well,
maybe.
Between DARPA and the HARP system, I don't put anything past our government. That's just being honest. There comes a certain point where the buck's got to stop somewhere. And when people realize that these guys actually can manipulate the weather, when they see it for real, most people when they think about the weather conspiracy, they think back to General Hospital and the Cassadines.
Yeah, I know, right?
And Luke and Laura on the island, and we're gonna freeze, General Hospital or something. That's what they think about. They don't think about the ability and the technology that's really available.
Well, I'm curious to hear you and Moose Man talk about this.
What's that?
I'm curious to hear you and Moose Man talk about this.
Well, Moose Man's he's a pretty smart cookie. I don't know if I can keep up with him.
Moose Man actually worked on the HARP system though, and he said it's not weather manipulation, but I think he said in the long run he didn't see it that it couldn't happen. Maybe he worked there when they were just doing it as a radar or a fucking satellite survey No.
Well, I know that with the metals that they put in the sky, you know, it's, you know, through seeding the clouds, you know, that is a direct, you know, that can be a direct effect on, you know, on how the weather goes. But as to whether they can like create tornadoes and stuff like that, well, you know, I'm kind of on the fence about that. You know, developing rain or a snowstorm, that I see as a possibility because of seeding the clouds. You're putting metals into it, you know, and through electrifying of the metals, you can cause a charge of, you know, and static electricity through the clouds, which can in turn produce moisture and shit like that. But I don't know how deep it goes, but you know, even in the military, you know, they talk, you know, there was a lot of talk, you know, going around the Marine Corps, you know, about it. So go ahead, Moose. Go ahead, Moose man.
Yeah. HAARP only affected the ionosphere 30 miles up in space weather. It would not affect anything below, like what aircraft and down fly into. We're talking 30 miles up. So, you know, our normal weather is from about 40, 50,000 feet down, your clouds and stuff like this. HAARP has been shut down now for almost 2 years. They only have the power of 4 diesel locomotive engines and an array of antennas. So I can't believe the millions of people that are gullible to think that HAARP's doing weather modification, because it's absolutely not going to happen.
So
the location of HAARP is a pinprick on a buffalo's butt, basically, if you look at the size of the Earth versus HAARP. And they used rockets to put barium compounds to follow the geomagnetic lines from the University of Fairbanks. But that's a whole nother way up in space deal that had nothing to do with weather modifications. It was tracking the geomagnetic lines. When you talk about seeding clouds, they're using an iodide crystal to seed the clouds to get them to release that water. And there have been experiments with using some like propane and butane type gases to be able to spray over an airfield and clear the fog. But I worked with the Air Force and the Naval Research Lab, and they weren't trying to do weather modification. They were working on communication.
Oh man, I don't know, man. If it ain't broke, don't fucking fix it. You know, because when you try and do that, you just fuck it up, and it makes it worse in the long run. I mean, that's my education, dude. If you don't actually know how to fix it properly,
he just crushed my dream of,
being
able to freaking have snow in the middle of the summertime. He just ruined it. So now I got to smoke a bowl.
Yeah. Well, right now we're in the 11-year cycle of the sun, and Skip on CB radio, Skip is worldwide right now because of the sunspots. The ionosphere is reflective, and my God, the radio is opened up all over the world on CB channels like it hasn't been for the past 8 years or so. We're in the 11-year cycle now, so we got the sunspots. So the Skip, the DX, is out there for ham radio and for CB radio right now like you would not believe, and it'll be open for another maybe as many as 2 to 3 years for communications.
Blaine, did you have something, brother? I saw you had your hand up there.
Yeah, other than this is one of my favorite subjects, so I wasn't going to interrupt Moose. I got something for you. Put me up on big screen, brother. Everybody that's in panel, everybody that's in chat, this is Dangerous Freedom right here.
Oh my God.
Dude, oh my God, that is good. Dude, you do know me very well. Yeah, damn right, dude, flying that flag. Come on, motherfuckers, let's bring it.
Song of the South shot me that. I just had to put that up there. I was like,
I like
hell,
that. That was
fucking
cool.
yeah, that's
That was
awesome.
very cool. Hell, you could have even had the rebel flag flying on one side of that fucking vehicle too. Because I am from the South. Well, actually, technically, I'm from Germany and England. I don't know, man. That's another debate that a lot of people get into. Well, I don't know. My ancestry came here from Germany. Like, no, you were born in America. Your parents were born in America. Your parents' parents were born in America. You know, like back all the way to the 1700s. I'm just American. You know, I've had Cherokee mixed in. God knows what else I've got, dude. I'm like a mutt. Do I know my heritage?
I'm holding harp in my hand. 14 years ago, they finished the harp project. 14 years ago. I'm holding harp in my hand. That's it. That's the antenna array right there up in Alaska in Gakona where I work. So
oh my God. The emperor has no clothes.
He doesn't?
I still believe that they're doing something with the weather, though.
And he smoked
You
all
can't
his
convince me
rope.
they're not.
Hey, I got a serious question for y'all. And this is for the panel and the chat.
Uh-oh.
Do you think Joe Biden really dresses himself?
That's not Joe Biden. That's not Joe Biden.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
what is it? Alien stand-in? What the fuck? All right. where's my
I remember
tinfoil?
that
Hold
loser.
on.
I remember that loser from the 70s. I remember that loser from the 80s. I remember that loser from the 90s. You know, when the first time he ran back in 1990, you know, and you go through all the videos and all the photographs and everything else. That is not Joe Biden. That it's not, you know, and you know, yeah. Sorry. I'm just a fucking conspiracy theorist.
No, don't
you know,
be sorry.
I need a new conspiracy
Dude,
theory because
needed
all
a
my
good
other ones
laugh.
came true, you know.
I mean, like, seriously. Maybe it is, maybe it ain't, dude. I don't know.
Oh, boy.
Dude, maybe they
I don't know nothing about it.
Dude, I know what they can do with CGI now. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he's up there doing his speech and they make him look like a doofus because he fucking is.
Yeah.
The most popular doofus in the country.
Ever.
Ever.
And ever.
Exactly.
And ever. And hold on. Man, I'm just not high enough. Hold on.
Yeah, the man with the plan. I do agree there's something weird with it. I don't know if he's a deep fake 100%. I don't say anything 100%. But what I can say is that at the very least, it's like elder abuse because even if whether or not that is or isn't him, there's something going on as far as some kind of manipulation of another human being, whether they're doing it because he's elderly and clueless or they're doing it because they can. I'm not sure, but I don't think he has any real weight in decision making in general.
No,
yeah,
I don't
he's
either.
useless. He's
I keep hearing the song, I'm your puppet. I'm your puppet.
yeah, he's a puppet. Yeah.
Yeah.
He doesn't have the ability to even
I
have
want to
a
know who the puppet
conversation
master
with
is.
himself. Yeah, that's what I want to know.
Who's the puppet
Who's
master?
behind it?
Well, who's the guy who said he'd love to sit in the basement and run everything from there and just have some fool up on stage to be the voice of his instructions. You know, he said
That Obama piece of garbage.
Yeah,
It's
dude.
just-
Well, I think Obama's got his hand shoved far, or his arm shoved far enough up his ass.
Oh yeah, he can make his
I
mouth
mean,
move.
come on, dude. He walks the. Oh, hold on. Let me put my camera on for this.
That
This
piece
guy
of garbage, I
walks
think, was behind there.
after inauguration. He walks up to the White House, him and his wife, and you hear him say, "Salute the Marines." He doesn't even raise his fucking hand. He just says it.
He was repeating what he heard.
I mean, are you fucking kidding me now? Yeah, the guy
He was
had
repeating what he heard in his ear.
He had no cognition.
Well, see, in order to in order for him to salute the troops, that means that he would have to be the commander in chief, and he's not. He's not. The military doesn't recognize him. They haven't recognized him since the first day. You know, it's that's just the is you know. And more of this crap is coming out every day. I mean, we're hearing things on AZ and what's coming out of there, and you know, you're right there in the thick of it. You know,
they're not going to release any of the records. Not these cyber ninjas or ninja cyber.
Cyber ninjas. Yeah, you're right.
They're. I mean, granted, maybe they lean a certain way, somewhat, but they only give honest fucking answers. You know, it's like, hey, we found this, we found that, we found this. And, you know, and then fucking, we've had Pennsylvania, we've had representatives, Pennsylvania come down here, some from Georgia, I believe, came over here to try and kind of look at how we're doing it. Be like, holy crap, okay.
They're impressed. They're impressed with what they see, you know, and how they're doing it.
And that goes back to what I've been saying a long time ago, is like, okay, you know, you hear CNN saying, oh, this is a fraudulent fucking audit, blah, blah, blah. And then you hear the right-wing news saying, oh, we've already found this and that and this. And it's like, the cyber ninjas have not released their report yet. And I highly doubt that they're leaking any info, because conservatives don't do shit like fucking cheat. Period.
Well, you know, this is the thing.
What concerns me,
it's the same thing with rhinos. You know, Republican in name only. You know, you know, that's the thing that you have to remember is, you know, they can play at being a conservative.
Yeah.
But do they truly and intentionally carry forth those values?
Oh, no. And you know what? We do bust them too, Hawk. Like one of the last bills that went through, I can't remember what it was on, but we had one Republican flip to Democrat. I think it was about the audit, to believe it or not. And it's like, okay, well, this guy's fucking done. We're not going to vote him in anymore. Hey, good morning, Harbor Girl. I am human.
Human, Harbor.
What concerns me is Friday State.
Bullfrog, my brother.
By
what's going on?
Attorney General Merrick Garland.
Bullfrog, hop your ass in here, brother. I got room for two more to play in here. Fucking my snake charmer.
Katie had said something here a second ago. I wanted to
Merrick Garland and the Department of Justice threatened the state's audits, basically, and that scares me.
Well, but see, you heard what the state said? You touch our machines, you touch our papers, you're going to do jail time there in our state. No ands, ifs, or buts about it. It's the state's rights are the state's rights. No ands, ifs, or buts about it. You know, and Kay, you know, where it comes to that AI, this is the thing about artificial intelligence. Number one, the key word in that is artificial. Okay. And that means that deception is an absolute necessity in order for AI to obtain and maintain control. You know, and the thing is AI can be loaded with everything untrue, you know, and come at you in the same method as what mainstream media does until the point that you believe it, you know.
All right. So, all right. So here's a scenario for you, Hawk, and for everybody, but because you brought this up, and what if we get like an emergency broadcast across all our internet, across our phone, across fucking YouTube, because when 9/11 happened, even my rock station broke into main news.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, and I mean, that's how we found out. It went from rock to the towers on fire. And I'm like, no way, this can't be happening, dude. It was surreal. It was like Orson Welles back when he did War of the Worlds. And I was like, no, this can't be right. And fucking sure shit, it went on all fucking day. What's to say they can't fake a alien landing? Hey,
well, they can. Project Bluebeam gives them that ability. You know, Mooseman. Yeah, Mooseman can tell you. You know, Operation Bluebeam. That's no joke. You know, the things that they can create in the sky are just beyond the imagination. You know, we believe that we see something. You know, and you know, because it's projected to us. And it's done through the television, vision. Okay. And that's exactly what they're doing is they're telling you, they're going to show you a picture and you're going to believe that picture. So the question is, you know, your belief in God should come first, you know, and say, okay, well, first off, am I being trust forward with the misconception that these fallen angels have decided to step forward in this form because of the fact that they were angels, they would come forward in light. Okay, it wasn't Lucifer himself, you know, considered the child of light.
He's a fallen angel.
Yeah, he was definitely the fallen angel. The
we
original.
Could get an emergency broadcast. We could get.
I mean, if you go according to. Oh, I'm sorry.
We could get an emergency broadcast declaring martial law, which means you go in your house, you lock your doors, you load your guns, and you stand by and stand ready. It could last as many as 3 days if there has to be a power change in this country. I don't see it lasting much longer than that if this stuff comes out. But when 9/11 happened, I got 2 phone calls. I got one phone call saying we were at war to lock and load. I got a second call from the President of the United States telling me to start broadcasting to ground all aircraft, and I was part of Homeland Security. So, you know, that can happen.
Wow, that's pretty cool. I mean, that was George Bush, Jr.
Yeah. I covered comms for all of Central East Alaska at that time. I ran the radio station for all the search and rescue and aircraft frequencies and even commercial jetliners and monitored for emergency traffic. And we had to put out a broadcast to ground all aircraft or they'd be shot down because they did not know what the extent was of the plane hijackings in all 50 states, including Alaska, because they thought the pipeline could have been targeted too, because that was a major oil source, and they'd already caught a bunch of terrorists that you never heard about that were going out to blow up the pipeline.
And you're talking about the one that runs from Alaska through Canada and down into the main states. Like kind of like
I'm talking the one that runs from the north slope of Alaska to Valdez, Alaska. North slope right down through Alaska, the Alaska Trans-Alaska Pipeline.
Yeah, whatever. They're going to hack it.
It ends in Valdez.
Yeah, I remember the Valdez.
See, a lot of it is above ground.
It's all hackable.
No, it's 4:20.
A lot easier than you think.
It's only 4:20. Sunday. What do I got to do
on my wall that always says 4:20? I took the fucking battery out of it. I had somebody come in my office one day and put a fucking battery in there, And I walked in the afternoon, and I'm like looking at it, and I'm looking at my watch, and I'm like, it's 4:20. And I look at my clock, and it says 3:20, and I'm like, who the fuck's been in? And then I saw the second hand was moving. I had to call a meeting to tell everybody, don't fuck with my clock. We just wanted you to be on time. You're not the fucking boss.
Dude.
I'm the boss, and when I show up, I'm on time. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right on.
That's cool. That's fucking
I've got a haunted clock here. I've got a haunted clock here with a new battery in it. It runs for a while and stops. It runs for a while and stops. It's always changing times. I can't not make it run solid. It when it's got a mind of its own, it starts ticking and it'll run for a few hours and then it'll shut off with brand new batteries. I've tried it with multiple brand new Energizer batteries. It goes when it wants to and it stops when it wants to, and I can't figure it out.
Get Duracells, they last longer.
She would know.
I tried them too.
Yes. She's like, get a C
I
battery.
just call it my haunted clock.
No, I've got one. If I had to teach my son how to learn how to read it, he's like, "Dad, what time is that?" I was like, "Look at the clock right there," and it's a saw blade that has the time clock on it, and it's got 1, 2, 3 big letter, big numbers. You could totally see it, and I had to teach him how to read a fucking clock on that.
Yeah, they stopped teaching that, how to read analog clocks. They stopped cursive, everything. Everything is going to be digital. It's all good.
That bugged me. Yeah, why the fuck did they stop cursive? I mean, seriously? Nobody's gonna write anymore? That's the only way I write. So stupid.
Yeah, I do too. My great aunt had a really good statement. She's like 85, and when they stopped doing cursive in Washington and certain counties, she said, well, and Hawk, we've talked about this before, but she said, well, how are they going to read the Constitution? And when we talked about it, Hawk had said, well, they can look it up. It's printed. But at the same time, the original documents, the old documents that we have, they're all written in longhand, and at some point that's going to be a foreign language.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, very well.
I tell people, don't teach these kids cursive, damn it.
I mean, honestly,
secret code for us old people.
When I was in high school, now remember, I went through school I went to school in the 80s, all right, and they did teach us penmanship and cursive and all that, but some people excelled at it. Me, I was like, I mean, dude, can I sign my name? Yeah, it looks like any other fucking signature that you see. It's just a fucking line with, either a B at the front, or maybe you throw something in the middle, or a little dot at the end, whatever. Everybody's got their own signature. And, other than that, I mean, can I read it? Well, I can read it to an extent.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean,
you can't read your own.
Yeah, no doubt, right? Who hasn't had that? Where you write something down and it's like, oh, what the fuck did I just say?
Right. I do it all the time. I mean, that's all I do. Like
I'll be honest with everybody right now. I have absolutely horrible penmanship. Moose Man, you saw my package. Actually, I didn't write anything on it. They just stuck a label on it. But Nikki, I think you've probably seen my handwriting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've seen your handwriting. Believe me, you and me have the same handwriting. Fucking mosquitoes, man. Yeah, I have actually, when I set my mind to it, I've been writing, but I write so much all the time. It's just like, I've got notebooks here. I'm not even lying. I write everything down. But, and it's weird. Maybe I've got mental
print just
problems.
so the post office can read it.
Yeah.
Right,
it's crazy though. Sometimes I look at it like.
That's awesome. Oh shit! It switched. There we go. They still
You know
teach
what, too?
cursive.
There's something that engages in your brain, and I bet you, I'm willing to bet you Virginia actually gets this. I don't know how to actually put this into words. There's something that just engages your brain when you're sitting there with a pen in your hand and you're writing and all that. I don't know quite how to put it. It's almost like when you're playing music, it's therapeutic to me to attach. I write everything down, even though I'm a computer geek, and for them to completely, because they cut cursive out here too. And I was just like, what? Because that was like a class in school when I went to school, you know, you got to learn how to write. And so they're disconnecting that whole deal. But it's actually, I think, bad because, you know, there's a part of your brain that engages when you do stuff like that. I don't know. I don't know how to say that, actually. Virginia can probably get that better than I.
It works different for everybody. But.
It does. It works different. And it's also the creative side of your brain. It's funny that Eddie James says, I'm left-handed. I as well am left-handed, and the right side of your brain.
My mom and my youngest boy are both left-handed, but he still shoots right-handed.
Really?
Yeah, that's interesting, Dangerous.
And you're not. You're right-handed, Ron?
Yeah, me and my oldest are right-handed.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
A lot of
it looks like you put I am bitched.
A lot of left.
Yes, I can read that. I know you're a dick.
Are ambidextrous, so they use both sides a lot. But the creative side of the brain is the right side of the brain. So when you're talking about the creativity and the art that comes from writing in cursive, I realize that's not all right-handed people. That'd be the other side of the brain. But there is something, to me, it's kind of like people who can compose music or express some kind of either emotion, idea, or philosophy almost without thinking, kind of like automatic writing, which is what psychics do. They just zone into that deep breathing and they let their hands go. All of that comes from the right side of the brain and or some other portal of the Akashic record, right? But I think that creativity, if we all practice, but I mean, if we all practice,
I'm bihandual.
Ambidextrous.
Oh, so that means you can beat off with either hand. I get you.
Oh, okay. Well, all men are ambidextrous in that
I
way.
can change hands and not forget
I'll
what
tell
I'm
you
doing.
what. I'll tell you what, that one sucks.
I can't do that. When I do that, it feels like it's somebody else's hand. It just doesn't feel right.
Yeah. Well, that's
I can't.
I had to have my complete.
I'm right-handed. It's just the way it is.
I had to have my rotator cuff replaced or fixed, I should say, and so my right arm was in a sling. So I had to learn really quick how to use my left hand.
Yeah. It's just name it. It's the stranger. You can call her Susie or Lori or whatever you want to do, you know. But like when I was in school in the 80s, we were right before that, they would try to train left-handed people to use their right hand. They would fuck with left-handed people before the 80s, I would say, and try to teach them how to write. You would get slapped on the wrist if you used your left hand. And but when I got in there are some interesting things because with my left hand, I write as in penmanship, chef's knife, and a couple of like eating. So chef's knife, writing, and eating. But my right hand is utilitarian, sports, scissors, things like that, because that's what the schools were programming people to do. So some of us are truly left-handed, but trained ambidextrous.
So I had a buddy. He was a catcher for. I had a buddy. He was a catcher for a baseball team. You know, it was only a college team, but he goes into the store and he says, "I need a catcher's mitt for a left-handed catcher."
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so he goes back the next day to pick it up. He's on his way to a big game, and he picks it, grabs the box, runs out of the store, hops into the car. We're driving down the road. He opens it up, and it's a right-handed catcher's mitt. It's meaning it goes on his left hand, and he needs to throw with his left hand. You know what I mean? And it's, a left-handed catcher's mitt. It's you got to think about what he requested. He's telling you that he's left-handed, and he needs a catcher's mitt. You catch with your opposite hand, and you throw with your good hand. So me, I'm a right-handed. I'm a right-handed thrower, shooter. Yeah. So, it's like, so that means that my right hand is what is going to be used to throw and control the ball. But that means I got to catch with my left. Come on, let's be serious here. And it was Dick's Sporting Goods of all stores. You would think, you would think that, that there would be a clue,
Yeah, no, they really lived up to their name. I'll just say that.
Oh yeah,
I'll never shop there again. Fuck them.
You know what's weird? There's some of what
I don't
Virginia
know how many
said,
people. I don't know how many people in here can do it, but I can read backwards. I can read reverse print just like I can read it forward. I can also read the sentences where they leave out letters and do that. And like these games I'll always get on Facebook, it takes me about 3 minutes to find that oddball thing in that whole big pattern. For about 3 seconds, and I've found the oddball, and my brain works that fast, but it works forward and reverse. And it's kind of weird. A lot of people can't do it.
That's cool.
Yeah, it is.
I bet you Virginia can do it. I can do it.
Yeah,
but there's some.
Like some are more difficult than others.
80s. It went.
But I mean, if I could speak hillbilly, dude, if I could speak hillbilly, I could pretty much read it too.
Can you read this? Nice try, Ron. That was too easy.
But I mean, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Some people
we're gonna
look at
tell Virginia something cool.
What fucking goony goo goo?
Yes,
what is that? Some kind of other language? Was that your fucking cult talk?
I love that.
Oh shit! You know
Virginia,
what?
I was going to tell you something
right now.
crazy.
They'd be like, "You guys are out of your fucking minds." But then again, a lot of them would be like, "Nah, this makes total sense, man. The whole fucking world's up to shit." Every single country is going through their own shit, man. And
I can read
everybody's
upside down.
America.
Got my legs on the ceiling.
I can read upside down.
Man. I'll tell you what, man. I'm ready to stand up. I am absolutely. I go out and vote. I still vote. Maybe I could get more involved with the government, but God, I hate dealing with the government. They're so fucking nitpicky. You know what I mean? It's like, I guess maybe if you were, raised around them or worked with them, stuff like that, it'd be different, but like around here, it's like, if you're just the average citizen, you don't want to deal with the cops whatsoever. You don't want to deal with any government whatsoever.
Wizard. That's hilarious. There's a baby frog stuck in my pool. I'm gonna have to smash it.
Morning,
DZ. It's a baby version of the bad ones. It's not a good one. I gotta smash it.
Oh.
He's not gonna be able to get out. I'll have fun here. Yeah,
What is
he's
he,
really
poisonous?
little too. He's
What?
tiny. Yeah, it's one of those. One of the baby toads. Yeah,
Oh, one of the
they
poisonous
get
ones.
stuck in there. Yeah, he's not going to live long. I'll let him think he will for another hour or whatever, and I'll smash his ass. He can't get out. Yeah, he's one of. You can see them, and they've got. It's crazy, even when they're little, they've got the same markings. It's kind of pretty, like they got spots and things like that. It's kind of like a grayish color with black markings.
Yeah. Are those the ones?
To the big
Are those the ones you can smack and lick?
No. Frogging. Well, I mean, I guess you could if you wanted to. That's a thing actually, but you shouldn't. Yeah, it gets people high.
Don't lick the frog. Just only lick the toes.
Oh, bullfrog! I've got to kill it. It's one of the toxic ones. So just iguanas. Oh no, everything's off limits here. If I see a raccoon, a possum, squirrel, and iguanas, they're all toast. Everything dies except for my dog and sometimes Gary. But you know, I still have an empty area in the compost pile for him too.
And noisy roofers.
That's right, motherfuckers.
Did you ever, Nikki? Did Gary ever get hold of that damn plumber?
Well, Andre came, and so I guess they're gonna come do something today. Everything's still shut off at this point. I have not turned it back on. Everything's shut off. So, but then what happened was Andre came over. We haven't seen him in so freaking long, and then we all got drunk. We had pizza and forgot about the plumbing. So I was like, well, tomorrow's another day, whatever.
Right.
And it was great to see him. This is the guy, remember? Ron, you remember, it was a long time. We were doing a live stream, and I guess we got on the rock and roll subject. And then somebody started bringing up Velvet Revolver. Actually, I'm wearing it today. This is my VR shirt. And the thing is, Andre was a bus, but tour bus, like what the rock bands do. This guy has rock band tour bus, the biggest of the big. And so the funny thing is he invited us out, and Velvet Revolver, I think were they with Journey that weekend in West Palm Beach? No, I'm sorry. Totally sorry. Alice in Chains.
You're asking me questions I have no idea how to answer, Nikki.
Alice in Chains and
I don't know who were they playing with, dude. Do I know who Velvet Revolver is? Absolutely. Do I know who Journey is? But Journey is like fucking 30 years ahead of Velvet Revolver. You know, it's like
it's Velvet Revolver, and it was Alice in Chains. So we ended up partying with them. Alice in Chains, the dude. You know, they came on the bus. I was shit-faced, but whatever. They came on the bus. We partied with them. Slash was playing with VR. That's what he does. Velvet Revolver. Pretty badass,
I hear you, Nikki. I know what you're talking about, girl. Yes.
I know you do because you're hot. That's why I want to marry you. I won't marry anyone, but I'll marry Virginia.
Let's find a state that'll do it. I'll meet you there.
I'll marry you.
Yeah.
Seriously.
I'm heartbroken.
These boys all think they have a chance,
man.
but really you and I are teaming with each other.
Nikki had to go and do that.
Yeah, just broke everybody's heart.
Not mine. Just saying.
All right, I got to get out of here and get a couple hours of sleep before I go to church.
Bye, brother.
Right.
You guys have a good morning.
You too, Hawk. Hey, Hawk, I love you, brother.
See you later, Hawk.
I'll be in touch.
Take care.
All right.
Yeah, I did, Bullfrog. Got drunk, though. I don't remember half of it, but
I'll leave the pup with you. Take good care of him.
Okay, all right. Yeah, leave me.
We will. We'll
Thank
keep
you
an
very
eye out.
much.
You're welcome. And make sure you clean up after him.
Always great to see you, Hawk.
Jake's running around with his tail between his legs, like, why did mommy keep calling me diarrhea boy? I'm like, oh, fuck out of you, smelly bastard. He's like, I'm diarrhea boy all day. Stupid fucking dog. Oh my god. Of course, it's a day off. It's Sunday. I can't sleep on Sunday because I got a pile of dookie next to my bed. Seriously, dude?
You haven't cleaned it up yet?
Of course I fucking cleaned it. But the funny thing is, I woke Gary up doing it. So I'm sitting there with the paper towels, and you're going to call me a pussy. I'm sitting there trying to clean this shit up, and I'm going, so like,
right?
I didn't.
No, I get it. Totally.
Like, and then Gary, to his credit, he goes, "Honey, if you want, I'll clean it up when I get up." I'm like, the smell's gonna choke you out. I'll keep going. I can suck this up and do it. Right. And all I think about is you guys going, "What is Nikki, a pussy?" So I'm like, I'll finish. I'll clean it up. I'm like, it's shit. It smell like shit. And I changed diapers, which kind of was almost as bad, but oh my God, did it smell. And of course,
God. You don't, Nikki, you don't even have to get me started. Trust me, I know that smell. Yeah, like Leonard Skinner sang. Yeah, I know that smell. I know a lot of smells.
Ooh,
I know the smell. I know the smell of everything
gagging.
from a meth pipe to a crack pipe to a fucking dead body. Okay.
Yep.
Shit will make you gag. This thing was like.
You can fit in your old factory. You got your dead skunk in the middle of the road, stinking to high heaven.
God, skunks are the worst. Oh my God, my dad ran over one in Texas. We were driving from Arizona back to the Virginia coast, and we ran over a fucking skunk like around Texas, dude. And I swear that skunk smell stayed in the fucking car for a day and a half, dude. God, it was fucking nasty. Watch. Oh God, skunks are the worst.
I smell it around here, and I think I'm catching a whiff of somebody's weed though now.
No, dude, that buddy said that one time. My mom came over, and she's like, "Oh, that skunk from my house must have found his way over to your house." I'm like, "Yeah, Mom." And then she finds out later, it's like, no, it's because I was smoking weed. She's like, "Fuck,
that's just your
asshole."
son smoking a doobie.
Yeah.
He comes over right after I'm toking on my bong. It's like, yeah, it must be that skunk, Mom.
There's a difference, Mom.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny, Eddie. Camden. Oh my God, Camden all by itself will make you gag. What a shit city that is, man. Oh my God. If you want to really get like shit, go to New Jersey and Camden.
Oh yeah,
that's like
guards.
56.
Yeah,
what?
Freaking
seriously?
I've never found like a three.
Me and Gary
I never found like
because I'm in love with Nikki Sixx. Oh yeah, I want to bone him so bad. So I told Gary when we were first together,
lovely.
If Nikki Sixx ever knocks on the door, I'm throwing Gary out, so I can bone his ass just for the day. We have an agreement. I love Nikki Sixx.
Yes. Dude, I don't even know if Nikki Sixx can still get it up.
I don't know. Who cares?
Dude, Nikki Sixx really fucking up, man. I mean, granted, he can still play and everything, but I mean, he fucking, dude, how many times did he overdose?
Shit.
We have an agreement. I'm not joking, Johnny. I'm very honest. I told Gary I'm throwing you out the front door for a few people if they knock. He's like, all right, whatever. Right. Did you guys, no joke though, Ron knows, I think on a private stream we listened to this. Nikki Sixx came out with an album when, if you know the Life is Beautiful song, if you guys don't know that album, you need to listen to it. Every single song on there is amazing. Unbelievable music project by him. It was
might see my ass for a minute.
Fucking cool, man. It's unbelievable shit.
What is everybody's hall pass in like either the panel or the chat? Like, Nikki said that Sixx. That's funny. The same name. So Nikki said Nikki Sixx. Nikki said she would have sex with Nikki Sixx.
in a second. Yeah.
Right. So what's the hall pass?
I love it. Virginia's putting everybody on the spot now.
I'm putting you all on the spot. Moose, do you have a
That's if
hall
you
pass?
have a hall pass.
I know, right? Honestly, it's
I
hard
don't
for me
know
to
what a
think
hall
of one.
pass is.
So someone that you would be
I don't know
allowed
what
to
a hall
sleep
pass
with,
is.
someone you would be allowed to sleep with
Oh God.
that even if you're in a relationship that you say to your partner, okay, well, I've always had a crush on this person. So if I ever had the chance, you have to give me the freedom to go and do it. Like my grandfather, his hall pass was Barbara Streisand, which I always thought was a little bit odd, but
that's weird.
Yeah, it is, right? So like a person that your partner would
Okay,
allow
mine
you
would be mine would be 7 of 9 from Star Trek.
Oh, wow. Now, was that
Is he naked? Hang on a second. There's a naked guy in my kitchen. I'll be right back. Oh, he's not naked.
The half Borg woman, she was hot
Yes.
in a jumpsuit. Oh my God.
I gotcha. That's what I was picturing. I was making sure because I did not watch the Star Trek series, but I do know what the character you're talking about. So she was like a hybrid.
Half robot.
Okay. Wow. Interesting. Did you know that robotic sex toys, like basically not the pocket pussy or like just a basic blow up doll, but I'm talking about very well engineered dolls that are robotic that will talk. It's like virtual reality, as well as the fact you can fuck them, is one of the biggest growing industries right now in the world.
Yeah, well, I'll take the real thing.
Yeah, I was about to say, fleshlights are fun, but nothing beats the real thing.
Right. I know, right? But if you combine the virtual reality with the, warmth, because they got it all heated up. I mean, it's like very realistic.
Well, shit. I couldn't find it, but the album is called
Ain't nothing like the real thing, baby. Ain't nothing
the
like the
album is called
real
6
thing.
a.m. and it's the Heroin Diaries. But I know the CD's in this house somewhere, but I do own it.
Good song, Moose. A lot of people are coming up in chat saying no hall pass. I don't have a hall pass. That's interesting.
I don't know.
Who doesn't have a hall pass?
So far, I have not seen a single hall pass.
Really?
Oh, Eddie James said Jessica Alba. Oh, I see a Betty White. Oh,
And 7 of 9 was Jerry Ryan.
Man, that's just wrong.
dude, I love Prepper Wizard. He's hilarious. I love that answer.
Yeah, Wizard is fucking hilarious.
Yeah, and he's really
Jerry Ryan was 7 of 9. Jerry
Oh,
Ryan.
come on, Bullfrog. You're going to make me gag again. What the fuck? That's just nasty. Yeah, Jesus. Yeah. I do actually have a few women on my hall pass, but
Well, bring it. Go for it. Who's your female hall pass?
No, I'm not looking. Yeah, I got a few chicks on there, but of course Gary's just like, wait, you're gonna throw me out? Can I watch?
Right.
Men,
Right.
I gotta change my background now.
men are easy.
Well, if you were like married or whatever, dangerous, who would your hall pass be? Nice.
His
I shouldn't answer that
Yeah. Oh, probably.
because it's somebody that I actually know personally.
Oh, damn, Nikki. He just called you out.
Uh-oh. That ain't me.
Oh yeah, it is.
No.
Girl, Mama knows, and I'm saying it's you.
Oh, Bass, if you come visit me, I'll bone your ass. That's fine.
Yeah, well, get that ankle fixed for you.
Preppersonly.com works.
You gonna throw it up to the ceiling? Better get in shape.
I'd go there with you. I would go there with you.
You better get in shape. Start working out, dude.
Oh,
If I had a second hall pass, if I had a second hall pass and it wasn't somebody that was famous or an actress or anything, it would have to be Virginia Roots, because I've seen a girl put her legs behind her ears before, and that's impressive.
Yeah, I can do that. I can put my feet all the way behind my ears and rest them on the floor such that the sun is shining to the moon.
And that thing goes, pooches out like a flower, and then it pooches out like a flower.
Like I said,
baby,
there's some girls on my hall pass list. Virginia's one. Janet's actually another one. I love being in a room with Janet, Virginia, and get shit faced.
Yeah,
and
dude,
throw all the
it
guys
happens.
and see what happens.
And actually, I would want Moose and Ron there just to watch, just because they would be so excited.
Yeah, Kay's
you know. Moose, that's a really sweet thing to say. Thank you very much. That's a really sweet thing to say.
Yeah, Kay's another one, dude. I would actually, man, if I lived in a state where I could marry more than one person, I'd marry Kay and Virginia. Actually, yes, Kay.
Aww.
Kay's my heart, man. I love Kay. Yeah.
We'd all be sister wives with no husband.
That's my motorcycle car bitch. I love Kay. You two are better than any guy on the planet. No joke.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
Kay, though,
That makes me feel so special.
Oh,
I know
you
who's
just-
chopped liver now.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Look,
we
I
thought
got
our
it. I
input
see it.
had some kind of meaning, but I guess not. We're just fucking here.
I
to
love
serve
you, Ron. You're my guy, but you know, Kay and Virginia all day long, baby.
Oh man, I'll serve
Serious.
you. No, there I
Hey,
go.
Digital.
Shut up. This is what happens when you smoke a little too much. And
Well,
drink.
this is what happens on this show at 4:55 in the morning PST. But I do not believe in a hall pass. If I was in a relationship that was really in it to win it, hi Stephanie, I would not believe in a hall pass. I don't give a fuck. I would not be into it. You know, but if you're, I guess if you're sort of moderately dating someone or whatever, and that dream person came up, like, go for it. It honestly, I cannot think of anyone as far as the celebrity pool where I would say, all right, well, if I had a hall pass and I was married, I would fuck this celebrity. I cannot think of a single one because I think they're all fake and kind of revolting. But as far as real people, I could come up with a few, sure, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's weird, right? Recently, it's like you'll come up with more real people on your hall pass list than these idiots you see on TV. It's true.
Or
I
fantasy.
totally agree. Yeah.
Well, I mean, a lot of them have already proven their ignorance, and that's a big part of it. I mean, you know, they come out thinking they're better than us and all this shit, and you know, like, fucking, dude, like, all right, like we'll take Richard De Niro for a good example. All right, you know what? I've loved his movies ever since The Godfather, and then he comes out and says, "Fuck Trump," and I'm like, why are you bringing politics into it? Fucking idiot.
What?
And now I don't like him as a person. I still like him as an actor, but he proved himself for what he is.
Right.
Isn't that true? In the last year, the list gets longer of everybody you X off. Yeah. And De Niro is at the top of my list. Fuck that guy.
The Lord, no.
Going Robert De Niro.
Yeah. And it sucks because I always loved that guy, but in this past year, I really got to see what him and a lot of other ones are all about. And I'm like, you're X'd to the point where it makes me physically ill. I can't even watch anything he's ever been in. I don't want to hear from the guy. I don't care. He's an idiot. Yeah, so I can't. I'm done. Yeah.
Idiot gets you done real quick. Yep.
Yep.
I would have
Dangerous.
pay-per-viewed. I wish Trump would have invited De Niro to the White House, and I would have loved to seen a pay-per-view. Bring it on.
Yeah, I might have bought that.
Oh, hell yeah.
Do you
Dude,
have a celebrity
we'll get an
hall pass?
RV, man, and just have some fun. Tattoos? Hell fucking yeah. I'll throw a few motorcycles in there. We can make a party out of it. Let's do it. I'll do it. I don't give a shit. Hell yeah. That'd be great.
Oh, you're
I
not
need more
talking about the midget. The plane.
The midgets.
Oh, yeah. Fantasy Island.
Dude, that was a
Tattoo.
great show, man. Fantasy Island. I love that show. Freaking, it came on right after
It was
Love Boat.
great.
I used to watch Love Boat.
Yeah,
and
after Love Boat.
On the Love
Oh, my God.
It was after Love Boat.
Something amazing. You're gonna meet Nikki.
And she will give you the Hooters on your face. Love Boat.
What the heck was her name? Oh, Julie, right? Julie?
Yeah.
Is that Julie? Then Gopher.
Yeah.
One of them died actually
yeah,
recently.
Gopher, yeah.
Somebody in that show.
Was it Captain Stubing? I think was his name.
Captain.
Wasn't it Captain Stubing? I think.
Every time I hear that, I laugh because my friend that was the nickname.
Dude, this is
Captain Stabbing.
this is like drilling
I'm giving
deep
away
into
too
the
much
recesses of my mind to try and remember.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
I used to love the Love Boat. The Love Boat. And who was the gay-looking one with the dark hair?
Oh, yeah.
Fucking y'all.
Who was he? I forget his name.
Oh. My dog's back there calling around. He must be having fucking nightmares, or actually, he doesn't have nightmares. He just has dreams. It's funny, you know. You sit there and watch him and be on the floor, and just all four legs
Yeah,
are going.
I know.
Like this. And he must be having a fun dream when he's out there free running around.
Hawk. Yeah, Kay. And again, I'm sorry for tapping out yesterday. What happened? I had another, and I haven't had it in a long time, a hard episode to where I literally had to go to my bedroom and lay down, and I was down for the count. And I'm just laying there going, oh my God, my stream is still running. But I couldn't even get up. I had such bad chest pains. It happens to me sometimes. So I'm sorry about that.
No, you gotta be careful with that.
We had fun for
Very
a while,
sorry.
Nikki, and then we got off and left it blank.
Yeah.
I'm sorry about that.
Dude,
Very
and
sorry.
you-
That never happened to me. I did not
That's
expect
all right.
that to
I
happen.
tried calling.
So did
Yeah, you know what? I heard my
I
phone
tried
go
calling to
off,
check
but,
on you, and it
Yeah, thank you for that, Moose. I didn't even have my phone near me. The battery was dying because all I could do was go lay down in bed. And when I did, I passed out. Thank goodness, because it hurt so bad. And then I got up a few hours later. I came to the couch. I was in pain all night. And it kind of sort of almost went away. I still have like some pains right now, but I used to deal with this actually pre-05, somewhere in that neighborhood. I've had it my whole life, but I haven't had it that much. And especially since I stopped drinking coffee because I always drink tea, but I don't know why that happened yesterday. And the thing is, I was starting to lose it, like as far as, like I get dizzy and my oxygen is like depleted. So to the point where when Gary got home, I said, I might actually be in trouble here. This might actually be the day that you have to call an ambulance, because I didn't know, but I'm used to it. But it's very painful. It feels like a knife is going in my heart. And so
you have
I can't when
you
that
have
happens.
angina.
Well, I have
You have
I have
angina.
microbial prolapse. I believe so. It runs in the family. So I have.
Well, you should have
about
nitroglycerin.
atrial fibrillation. Yeah, I have atrial fibrillation, but I manage it. You know, like I said, I have to have a good diet so that it doesn't affect me. You know, like the way it should. And actually, as the years went on, especially since I live here and I grow my own stuff, I've gotten better. But it does flare up occasionally. And then I have really bad episodes where I've got chest pains, but I never admit that. Most people don't know that about me. I do have heart problems. My heart's not normal. I was born actually with a murmur, which I supposedly outgrew. And then they did stress test shit to me when I was a teenager, because I used to have the shit like you're putting a knife in my heart all the time. And it was really bad when I was first dating Gary. Then it went away. And now occasionally I have it, but lately I've been having it quite a bit, chest pains, but they're doable, you know. So like on any given time, like I don't actually say what's going on with me, but I do get them a lot. But you wouldn't notice because I don't say anything, and you can't.
You don't have nitroglycerin?
No, I don't. And you know what? In my
You don't
preps,
have
I probably should have.
nitroglycerin pills?
I should have. No, I don't have any.
You put a nitroglycerin pill under your tongue. It may give you a headache, but it'll open up all your arteries and veins, and it will relieve that heart pain. So you need to talk to a cardiac specialist and see if you can get a script for nitroglycerin pills. Yeah.
Really? Oh, so you have to get a prescription for that? I
Yeah.
should do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's one option.
Yeah, that's actually I was sitting here
In Alaska,
screaming
we
for
just
somebody
took
to
old
take me off.
dynamite.
Yeah, I have
In
very
Alaska,
low
we
blood
took
pressure.
old dynamite
Billy.
that was
That's
wrapped
why,
in brown paper that had the nitroglycerin in it, and we cut it up into little squares, and we made our own little nitroglycerin tablets out of squares of paper that were wrapped around dynamite that sweated the nitroglycerin out.
Oh, really? You can make it yourself? Oh, cool. Yeah. Wow, that's pretty cool. Yeah, Billy,
Yeah,
I have
if you got some
extremely low
dynamite.
blood pressure, actually. My blood pressure is usually in the 60s over maybe almost 70 if I'm lucky. And that's the one issue I've got. Like when the horse kicked me in the face and I died, they had to airlift me. And the thing is, my husband at the time forgot to tell these morons she's got low blood pressure. So she probably seems like she's dead, which I actually was at that moment. But it's so low that it doesn't take much. I have really low blood pressure. It's hilarious. Low everything. I've got low blood sugar, low blood pressure, low everything. So I actually have to keep it up by doing sugar or, you know, getting some roofers next door that piss me off, and then my blood pressure gets higher. So
Kill the iguana. Kill the iguana.
Now everybody knows Mickey's got heart problems. There you go. So, but I'm invincible. You can't get me down there. I'll be around.
Aspirin's just a blood thinner.
I can fix that broken heart.
Aspirin.
Going anywhere.
Aspirin's just a drug, a blood thinner for when you have heart trouble like that. You take an aspirin to thin your blood and sit down and drink a glass of water and stay upright. You shouldn't actually lay down when you're having chest pains like that.
No. Yeah, I've heard that too.
Right.
Yeah, I like the cabana. Gives me just the right shade and just the
I had
right
to treat
scent.
a guy having a heart attack at a gold mine, waiting for the helicopter.
Tell us more.
Did he get bit?
Yeah, what happened?
I mean, dude, I've had friends that got bit by
I was
rattlesnakes.
walking back from the mine and had a heart attack. No, this guy had a heart attack, and we got him back, shoved 2 aspirin down his throat, and got on the phone and called a medevac and had to wait about 45 minutes for it to come from Anchorage. clear out to eastern Alaska where we were. And they said we saved his life by sitting him down, calming him down, giving him aspirin and water. And I checked his pulse and talked to him and kept him just with a positive attitude, and it saved his life.
I wish you would have been there for my grandpa, but I think it was his time.
Wow.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, him and grandma. I mean, he was the driver. He always chauffeured. And anyways, they like to go rock collecting after church on Sundays a lot of times. And so they were up there, and they were, they kind of split. She went one way, he went the other way, and went around a corner. And a few minutes later, she's like, Marvin, and no answer. She walks around the corner of where they were searching, like a little mountainside type thing. And he was down on the ground, gone. It's almost like the Lord took him. And he was only like 65, 67. I mean, he was pretty young.
Right.
But he worked on.
Wait,
he worked on the dude. He worked on. I'll tell you what.
I didn't know that, but I won't do aspirin anyway. But
my
that's
grandpa.
interesting. I actually didn't. Aspirin makes your blood pressure lower.
It does.
Then I'm
lower it.
fucked. I definitely can't take aspirin.
Yeah, it thins your blood.
I'll die.
My grandpa.
I didn't know that.
He was.
I can't do that.
Very well-rounded man.
Yeah.
I won't do that. I'm cool, man. I've gone through this before. I've got my garden, whatever. I've got Gary to aggravate me. He can raise my blood pressure and whatever. It is what it is,
I might be able to lower that blood pressure for you.
That'll work for me. I'll grab my ankles, go for it, give it your best shot. Don't threaten me with a good time, man. Put your money where your mouth is.
No, I'll put it somewhere else.
That works too. That will not make me gag. I'm pretty good at that too.
Oh man.
Truth. Oh my God. Yeah. Anyway, I do
my
apologize.
grandpa. My grandpa passed away while they were out together looking for rocks.
Billy's like, oh my God, everybody's gonna have to go to church after this one.
I thought we were at church.
Oh yeah, that works for me. The church in Nikki and Virginia. There we go. A whole new religion. Grab your ankles and say Yahoo.
Yahoo.
I got a pretty good heart, but it was weird when my gut popped out. What do you mean by that, see?
What? Your guts popped out?
I got a pretty good heart. It was weird when my guts. Oh man, did you have something? Oh man, something inside you. I confess.
Was that Anya or?
I am not the one-armed man. I got two arms. See? There's the proof.
You'll be using them if you come down here. Start working out.
You know what movie I haven't seen in a long time was you remember the one Steven Seagal when he was on the aircraft carrier? Was that come on, somebody will know it. Somebody's got to know it. I can't recall it. No, not like that. Shit. When Steven Seagal back when he was.
I know Steven Seagal was in Alaska and he was a dick when he was up there.
Yeah. Well, he's still a pretty good
Yes,
actor.
he was talking about that the other day.
Yeah, he was the chef. Yes.
Gosh.
That's
Yeah,
that's
and that
the
sounds
one.
painful. Oh.
Damn it. I can't believe I can't remember that, man. I can remember like freaking.
He was a chef on the. Wasn't he the chef on the train one too, where they were?
Yes,
had
yes,
a
he was the
satellite
chef
thing to
on, yeah.
control the weapon
The
in
first
space.
one was the aircraft carrier.
And he blew up the microwave. Yeah.
Under Siege. Thank you, Amy. Yeah,
Nice.
it was Under Siege. Yeah.
Under Siege.
Morning Moonlight.
Dude, Die Hard. Fucking, I
Yeah,
tell you
Steven
what, I
Seagal
still-
was in
I
Alaska
have
making a
everything.
movie, and he was a dick.
I don't watch any. I've never watched any Steven Seagal movies. He's just kind of a no-neck retard, so I don't really kind of even watch him. I haven't.
All right. I have a confession. There are a couple of actors that literally revolt me. Like it would be the opposite of a hall pass. Like fucking, I would do the dirtiest woman ever before these men. One of them is Steven Seagal. I think he's a disgusting, greasy-looking dude.
He's an idiot,
Another
yeah.
one is Wesley Snipes. I just can't. I can't. It's not about anything other than I just find him. Same thing as Steven Seagal. Very greasy. So what do I
This
got?
is why I need to marry you. Don't you make a man version?
Oh,
of
I
you?
have a third one. My third one is Chuck Norris. I just can't. I can't. It's nothing against Ginger's beards
wait a
or
minute.
Ginger beards.
No, it's because you wouldn't be able to handle Chuck Norris.
Oh, for fuck's sake. He wouldn't be able to handle me. I just can't. There's something really unattractive about those three.
Oh man, you got to be careful when you talk about Norris in this chat.
Now, he's a great martial artist. I'll give him that. But
would
as
be
far
right.
as being an actor,
I'm
or
betting
being
he
a
would
actor,
I'm thinking
He's a
even
patriot.
Steven Seagal, as bad as he is now. You seen
Yeah.
him lately? Holy
Yeah.
crap, he let himself go.
well, I'm not talking about his
But,
patriotism nor
like,
his
yeah,
karate
dude, like-
skills. You know?
He knows the moves. He knows
Oh,
how to
I'm with
put
I am
people-
human on that. I don't know why women love Brad Pitt, because Brad Pitt to me, I just want to punch him in the fucking face and get rid of him. Yeah. That's like Virginia said, the opposite of hall pass, man. I can't
Right.
stand Brad Pitt. Not even
Why? Because he was married to Angelina Jolie.
I can't stand John Travolta.
Oh God, that's a good one. Ugh.
Well, I thought he was gay, anyways.
He's gay as shit. I'm sorry. I think he is. He's in
Did
the
she just
closet
say
with
that?
Tom Cruise and R. Kelly. I apologize,
Holy
but
shit.
sorry,
What do you
not sorry.
apologize? No, do I look like I'm laughing? I mean, you know, now, granted, do I love the movie Grease? Yeah, I really enjoy watching that, dude. Call me old fashioned. Dude, that's what I grew up with. I still like to watch it, and I dig a lot of the songs, especially the fucking the last one. Got you there.
Somebody said Tommy Lee Jones. Dude, Tommy Lee Jones is the shit. And the funny thing is, yesterday, I was binge watching Men in Black again. I mean, I've only seen it like 15 times, but I love Tommy Lee Jones.
I don't mind
yeah.
either. I think he's kind of
Great.
hot, actually. Yeah.
Me too. I know.
No, yeah,
I'm
no,
like,
that's
I
funny
don't
you
know
say
what
that,
it is.
Nikki. You know what I
I've
was
got
watching?
issues.
You know what
Tommy
I
Lee
was
Jones,
watching
man.
last night or this morning?
Awesome.
I was watching The Fugitive.
Nice.
Yeah, the
Oh,
one with
Harrison
Harrison
Ford.
Ford and
Yeah.
Tommy Lee.
I don't
Yeah.
like him either.
Yeah,
I don't like
that
him.
was, dude, that was a great movie, The Fugitive.
Yeah, it was. It was a
It
remake.
was a good movie. Yeah.
No, I'm
a
talking
really
about the original. Wait, oh no, actually, you're right. The
Sweet
original.
Gypsy.
back in,
No,
like,
Tommy
black
is
and white,
awesome.
yeah. I forgot about that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
He's
there's
good, man.
actually
It's his
there's
attitude.
actually a black and white version of that
Yes.
in there.
Yep.
And I've seen Tommy Lee Jones, like when he does
I remember
interviews,
the
like
original.
what you see in the movies, that's what he is, man. The guy's just a badass. He's cool, man. I love the guy. I've always liked him. He's so awesome.
I watched the original Fugitive for years for all the episodes.
The show.
Richard Jensen.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah,
God!
it was a good movie, but Harrison Ford just doesn't do
Sam
it for me.
Elliott. I'm sorry, Amy. Amy just that is funny. I gotta pull that up. You know what? Do I think Sam Elliott is cool as fuck? Yes, I think he would be
I
a
like Sam
fucking
Elliott.
awesome guy to sit there and hang out with. Do I find him hot? Oh my God, no. No. Okay.
Sam
Well,
Elliott
you know
is
whatever suits
Who was
you.
the other guy in Lonesome Dove?
Oh God,
The guy in Lonesome Dove.
Dang it. I can picture him in my head. Man, Moose. Come on, somebody answer it so I can stop this misery. I can
Always after that poke.
Oh my God, why are you talking about shows that were before my fucking era?
Yeah, but
you know, I watched a little bit.
That was a great
I watched
movie.
some I Love Lucy, and
yeah,
you know, it's like I grew up on black and white TV.
Morning,
like the first 10, 12 years of my life.
Robert
It was
Duvall.
black and white, you know, but
Robert Duvall.
yes.
oh, Robert Duvall,
Yeah.
dude, he's a good actor. I really enjoy his work. He what he did when they remember the movie
You want to
Falling
watch
Down.
movies like that? Send Ron an email. I'll give you a link. You don't have to pay for it. I'll send you the link to the movies. You can watch it. It won't cost you shit. Don't pay for
Yeah,
shit.
you doing the Put Locker one or what?
But Ron's got my info. Ron, I'll send it to Ron. He can give you the email. I'll send you guys any movie you guys want to watch. You want to watch it? I'll send it to you so you don't have to pay money. Did I just say that? We're live. Shit.
You know, the one
Hello me, Google.
Okay,
Nikki
here's-
has a
all right,
bigger
Nikki,
dick than Google.
All right, now Nikki, I'm gonna give you a little bit of a challenge because I already go on the Put Locker.
Go
now,
for it.
I'm looking for the new movie of the Stephen King's It, not the original, the new one, because I tried putting in It and Put Locker can't find nothing.
What year did it come out?
2000
remade it.
Yeah, 2016.
2019
Or 2017. They
something
did
like that. Yeah,
All
somewhere
right, give me a
between
second.
17
I actually
and
just
19.
saw it yesterday. Hold on. I'll give you a link. Give me a second. Gosh,
and
it's like you're
then
gonna
they
give me a
did
challenge here.
Yeah, because I've been looking for that, dude. I mean, granted, 2019. That's what I thought.
How many like Kurt Russell?
I love Kurt Russell.
I like Kurt Russell.
Kurt Russell.
Yeah.
I like him.
I don't think he's super attractive.
I like him in that
I
movie,
like
The Thing.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, absolutely. The pilot kind of walked
Who's that
around.
in Death Proof? Wasn't that Kurt
Yeah, I
Russell?
saw that. I was not overly impressed with that one, and I mean, granted, Rosario looked awesome, but like seriously, Quentin could have done better with the storyline.
Dude, Quentin Tarantino wasn't the director. He presents it. He's not a director.
Snake Plissken, yeah, no doubt, right? Fucking Escape from L.A. and Escape from New York. Fuck yeah, Captain Ron. Hell yeah, Eric.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
That's
Captain
wrong.
Ron.
What? No, this eye is perfectly fine. Just gotta keep up appearances.
Dude, Janet's all open to any libtard actor.
Yeah. And not to mention, if you've ever watched
Ron, are you talking about the one? I'm sorry, I can't see you guys because I have other windows open. Are you talking about the one from 2017?
Yes, the new one. Yeah, the remake.
All right. Give me a second. I'll give you the link in 2 seconds. Hold on.
All right.
Here.
So, anyways, but no, I like I've watched Kurt Russell. Like he's actually been on debates about the gun control laws, and he is definitely pro-gun. And I mean, you know, so
yeah,
he holds a lot of the same values, like Clint Eastwood.
There you go, Ron. I put it in private chat.
Private.
You know who's really pro gun too?
Now remember,
that you
there's
wouldn't
mirrors.
think
So if the
is
first mirror
James
doesn't
Earl
work,
Jones.
you go down
Yeah.
the mirrors. That's the new it right there.
Okay, let's see here.
James Earl Jones is
Well,
a
you
gun
can't
collector.
click on it while we're live. You gotta wait. Just save that link anyway. It's in private.
Oh,
That's
you
the
got
movie
it.
right
Yep.
there.
Yeah, I got it.
And there's, I believe, 4 different mirrors. So yeah, that
All
should
right.
work
Well,
for you.
it looks like
If it
the
doesn't,
first
let me
one
know.
might
I'll
work.
give you another one.
All right. Well, we can't do this live.
I think that the first one should be good. It's
We
running
have,
on my
honestly,
computer.
folks,
It's
we
working.
have been on for almost 5.5 hours. Probably time to just about shut this thing down. I am going to watch the It. Anybody wants to watch it with me, you're more than welcome. I can have 1, 2. If I don't need COVID. All right, so I can have 4 more people up here if anybody wants to come in.
I'm gonna
And
run.
I'm gonna watch.
I'm gonna run. I don't have enough internet speed to watch a movie, so I'll bow out and leave somebody else my spot. Take care. God bless everybody. Keep your powder dry.
I love you, Moose.
I
I
love you,
love
Moose.
you, Virginia.
I had to walk
I
around.
love you, Nikki.
Walk away.
Call if you need.
We will.
I'll be around like a donut.
Absolutely.
Nice little move.
Wait,
Donut?
Hold on one second.
I got one of those
I'm
too.
around like a donut.
It's got a battery.
You can be my sprinkles. See you, Blade.
Anybody that wants to come to movie
See you,
night, if you
remote.
just click on the link at the top, it'll bring you backstage, and it won't be live on YouTube. You'll be able to watch it. You'll end up.
If you can't click on the link, then send me your email and I'll email you the link.
Man, Moose says warning. Oh, that's great.
Right.
Look at that. Wait, what does the bottom say? Stop. Imposing your will on me may be hazardous to your health. Oh, that's great.
Oh,
wow.
yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, anyone that wants to come in and watch a movie, just click on the top link that's pinned by Dangerous, and it'll put you backstage, and we'll watch it off of YouTube.
Yes. Yep. That's all you gotta do. Just click on that link up top. I don't even think you necessarily have to have a camera or a microphone or anything.
Nope.
Just to be able to watch it in the background.
Yep.
Oh, and there's Indy. Okay, all right.
Don't make fun of old lady.
I got my popcorn.
Moonchild! Girl, yes!
Hello.
Hey,
Oh,
and
sweet.
Independent. I just saw you guys come in. Yes.
Eric
Janet.
sent me a bunch of pictures.
I'm gonna watch the new movie It. So if you want to pop over here and hang out with us, you can do that.
We got 2 more holds.
Yeah, I got 2 more slots. I got
Oh my
2 more.
God. Virginia, Ron, you gotta, Ron, does Eric Johnson have your email? You gotta send Ron and Virginia these pictures. Virginia, Eric makes the coolest stuff, man. So he's always sending me pictures of his furniture. Eric,
Does he have a
amazing.
channel?
I just opened the pictures. Yeah, he emailed me pictures of the table that I'm assuming that you made, right? Did you make
Yeah,
it?
I've got Eric the Red. I don't think that's him though.
Cool.
All right.
Awesome.
All right. Hold on.
He makes the
I'm
coolest
sorry.
stuff.
Those birds are fucking annoying.
That's in his booth at the flea market, I'm guessing.
Oh, yeah, that's right, huh? Yeah, I
Yeah,
forgot
he
about
just
that.
got to
That's
the
right.
flea
He's
market
at
like
the
an
flea
hour
market.
ago.
That's
Yeah.
cool. He's backstage. All right.
No, I
Don?
appreciate you, Eric. I mean, you
Don?
do so much
What's
good
up, Don?
handiwork. Awesome stuff, man. I appreciate you.
Okay.
Cool
All
stuff.
right. Well, I think I will go ahead and close out this stream. Everybody, thank you very much for hanging out with us, and I will see you tomorrow.
Rock and roll.
And don't forget to
Janet
like,
in here?
subscribe, and all that nice stuff. it helps out.
Yeah.